All right, welcome in everybody to our Panthers watch party here on WCNC Plus. I'm WCNC Charlotte Sports Director Nick Carboni, and we've got a fun day planned for you. We are going to lead you up to Panthers Buccaneers down in Tampa Bay, playoff spot on the line for Carolina if they win this game, and then we're going to go all the way through the game with real-time thoughts, opinions, analysis. We're going to have you chime in as well. We'll put that number up on your screen shortly, and I'm joined by very special guests today. We're going to have Eugene Robinson in our studio breaking down plays in a bit. We also have, and I'll start with the guy with the headset, that is Jeb Goldman, our producer extraordinaire, who will chime in. He's a 49ers fan, so we may need his opinions towards the end of the evening. It sounds like whoever's going to travel to play the NFC South winner will be out of the NFC West. We also have Logan Campbell from WFMY, their logo just behind me. That's why I don't do weather. WFMY is in the house, and we, of course, have Julian Council from Locked On Panthers, who joins us every Sunday here, especially on a Saturday. So again, to recap the situation at hand for Carolina, the division title and the path to the playoffs is back in their hands somehow entering this game. If they win or tie at Tampa today, they are in. If they lose against the Bucs today, they will watch, and we all will watch, Falcons Saints tomorrow at 1. I hope we don't have to have that watch party, guys. Julian, I will start with you. What is your initial feeling as we're T-minus 30 minutes until kickoff in Tampa?
Well, they had to make it this hard, huh? It just could not be easy. It's nervous energy. I don't know what to expect from this team today. We've seen them all season long find a way to bounce back when their back's been against the wall. Of course, since week 7, week 8, when they won against Jets on the road, then lost against Buffalo, it's been the win-loss yo-yo that they've been on. So we'll see if the pattern holds. They won a couple weeks ago against Tampa, of course, lost on Sunday against Seattle. Can they get that win and be back in the playoffs for the first time in 8 years and host a playoff game for the first time in a decade? We'll all find out this afternoon.
Logan, you've been at all the home games, and you've seen the ups and downs of this entire season.
Yeah.
Listen, they're due for that win based on that formula, but they also haven't been able to seize the opportunity. So which Panthers team is going to win out today? What are your thoughts as we head to kick?
I'm weirdly feeling confident about this one, and I don't know what it is. And, when you look at the schedule and it's win-loss, they're due for the win, if you look at the girl math, as I like to call it. But I feel confident. It looks rainy. We're looking at the screens right now. It looks like a rainy day. Huge run game. Rico Dowdle has a huge incentive in this game. He needs 7 more rushing yards.
Hopefully it doesn't stop after that. But.
No, hopefully not. But I think it's a big day for Rico and Chuba. I'm feeling good at coming into this game.
All right, let's just get a few other items of business for you. Again, we will go all the way through this entire game, and then we will have a post-game show here on WCNC Plus full of reaction from the coaches and players to hopefully a big Panthers win, which would set up the first home playoff game since the NFC Championship game back in 2015, the last time this team won the division title. Last time they went to the playoffs was the wild card round as a wild card team in 2017, had to go to New Orleans and lost that game. Julian, you've been around this city. Well, you are from this city.
Yeah.
And you've been talking about the Panthers in this city for the better part of a decade now. What would a win today mean? And we can get into the Atlanta scenario and the back door later. But what would a win today mean to this franchise, this team in this city?
Yeah, I think it'd be a huge relief for a lot of people who've been here for a while. Obviously, I've been here since, 93 when I was born, but 95 when the franchise came around. And there's been some fun moments like in 03 when they finally went to the Super Bowl back then. And, of course, 2015, the last time they were in this position where they would have been hosting a playoff game winning division. That was the year of all years that they had up until things ended in Santa Clara. And, of course, people would love for it to end in Santa Clara again this year, obviously with a different result. But I think it would mean a lot to the city. Obviously, it would mean a lot to David Tepper as well. Since he's bought this team, they've been one of the worst franchises in the NFL, right there next to the Jets, and that's not necessarily the neighborhood you want to live in. So I think it would mean a great deal to the city, but also to the owner, who's made a lot of mistakes. But it seems like what he has set up right now with Dave Canales, Dan Morgan, he's finally getting things right.
All right, yeah, it's an ascent for sure, but the ascent has been turbulent, as we know. And these are two teams heading in opposite directions. The Bucs clearly trending down, losers of 7 of their last 8. The Panthers are trending up, but like I said, it's not a straight line up. Logan, what have you made of the kind of the nature of this team this year? The ups and the downs, but still here finding themselves in a position in Week 18 to make the playoffs in year 2 under Dave Canales.
I think that this team, you never know what you're going to get, but I think that's not necessarily fun, but it is exciting that you're on your toes all the time, every time you're watching. They could be down 14, but you don't know if they're going to be completely out of the game because they have those late fourth quarter comebacks. They really just have been a fun but heart-stopping team to watch this year. And I think, when they do have those losses, when someone brought it up to the locker room, the players didn't realize how much better they play after a loss. So I think they just have this fight and this drive in them. They got to find a way to bring it out consistently. But they've been a fun team to watch, and going off of Julian, I think a playoff berth would be massive for the city, and they need that energy coming into next season as well.
Julian, we will talk, X's and O's here soon, but let's stay with the big picture. And I'll ask you this when the season wraps up, whenever that is.
Okay.
It could be tomorrow. It could be 4 weeks from now. I don't know, because of the way this season is going. How have you so far processed a season in which there is clear progress, but also massive disappointment so many times along the way?
Yeah, I think it's been a resounding success. And you look at 2 years ago, they were sitting at 2-15. Right now, the only team in the history of the NFL to do that. So to go from 2-15 to 5-12 last year to now have 8 wins and be in position to clinch the division. And I understand the frustration of losing in New Orleans after you got that gift from Atlanta on that Thursday night to then beating Tampa, losing on Sunday against, I think, still a much better Seattle team, how they've blown opportunities. Certainly this would be a blown opportunity as well. But to even be here with the amount of rookies that they've played, they had like 12 guys who contributed this season that are rookies. And you have a quarterback in Bryce Young who has had his moments, but still you get some things like we saw last Sunday against Seattle where he's not great. It's been a really up and down year. And also they've had, 11, 12 different offensive line combinations? Yeah. And they haven't fallen apart. A couple years ago, they went 2-15 when that happened. 2021, they went 5-12 when that happened. So the fact they're even in this spot with this much youth and a second-year head coach, I give them a ton of credit, and I think this has been a successful season no matter what happens today, tomorrow, or potentially over the next week or two.
Julian, I'll say with you for this one, it is a confluence of the two Carolina Panthers teams here in Week 18. The team that wins every other week meets the team that can't get it done when the division is on the line. Which one wins out?
Hopefully the one that can get it done, or at least that's been backs against the wall, which is I think where they're at right now. So they have not handled success well, but they have handled being in these adverse situations. So I'm going to go with the team that's handled adverse situations as the one that finally wins out today, which would mean them winning and being back here next week for a home playoff game.
Logan, what have you noticed about the atmosphere at Bank of America Stadium, how it's kind of evolved this season?
Yeah, well, I've only been covering the team for 2 years, but this year compared to last year is night and day. So for you guys who have been around for a long time, I can't even imagine how you guys are feeling. When we're at the Rams games was like the first time I've really noticed and was like, oh my goodness, like football is back in Charlotte. Like the fans were so into it. I remember 2 weeks ago, I think it was, when the Bucs were here, I saw the double wave going in the stands, and I was like, I can't even remember the last time I've even seen that at an NFL game. But just seeing just the fans buying back into the team, you just want to keep the success going so that it doesn't die down like it has before.
I was like, oh, go ahead, Julian.
And that's the cool thing, because I remember being in the stands in 2003 when Jake Delhomme came in at halftime for Rodney Peete, and how that stadium just shook when Ricky Prohl caught that touchdown in the end zone. I was there for a lot of those games, especially the keep pounding game when Sam Mills was in the locker room telling those guys keep pounding, and when Pep brought that back for a touchdown, just seeing how that franchise has gone from that to what happened in 2015. It's really been depressing with someone like from the city who grew up going to those games, seeing what the stands have looked like when you've seen the Vikings fans take over, when you've seen, 49ers fans are always going to do that, Cowboys fans, but it used to be only Pittsburgh and Dallas. It was every team that was visiting the NFL over the last 8 years that's taken over that stadium. So to see what the crowd was like on this past Sunday, that opening drive is the loudest I've heard that stadium to begin a game in a while. So I'm hoping that next week we can have that kind of environment again. The people can be rewarded for all the suffering and heartache they've been through the last 8 years.
Well, and we have been down, we have to watch the end of the game down in the tunnel on the TV screens, but it's literally shaking down there.
It's getting louder.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have experienced that before, but for me, I'm like, that is really cool, and I get the chills when, there is an interception late in the game, or Bryce Young makes the game-winning drive for the 12th time. It's just really cool just to see the atmosphere grow into what it is today.
All right. So, Julian, you mentioned the takeovers at the bank. It feels like there could be a semi-takeover today in Tampa. I don't want to call it a full takeover, but we are getting some images, some pictures, and some reaction from fans tailgating outside of Raymond James. A lot of 2 weeks ago when they beat the Bucs, Derek Brown said, "Great atmosphere here at home. hope y'all are willing to travel in 2 weeks. And here are some fans that were willing to do so, and we're going to hear from them right now.
Yes, we made a trip. When did you decide to come? I can hold this for you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Did you have these plans before? Did you come because of the big game? Like, what was the plan for you?
So we moved down here in August, but as soon as we found out that we were moving, my husband bought tickets. Like, day of, we're coming down. We'll be here, might as well. Tampa, Panthers, and then it just worked out that this is also a big, big, big game.
The Michael.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we're not getting it then. I'm getting that sound mic.
Away.
Yeah.
My husband is a diehard fan. Yeah, like 49-35, the dog reel is here. It's diehard fan. I am Philadelphia. That's not here nor there. I'm here today. I'm really jazzed about it. We got tickets as soon as we found out we were moving to Florida, and cannot wait. It's really exciting to make it I would absolutely sob. I'm being completely honest. Bryce Young needs this to be a career-winning game for him. I'm really jazzed about it. And yeah, I will sob for sure. Hear it. All right. Exactly. I did.
All right, I'm gonna.
All right. When did you decide to come? Did you always have this ticket, or did you get it because of the situation here?
We decided last Sunday after the ball game. Let's go. So here we are.
How long have you been a Panthers fan?
Oh, since day one.
What has it been like over the last few years? Been
Roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster. But I'll always be a fan. Always.
What does it mean to be in this situation? Like, what would a win today mean to you personally?
Oh, it'd be just a huge morale for the whole county. I mean, the whole Mecklenburg, everybody.
Do you have a prediction?
Bryce Young's going to be hot today. I believe we'll get it done.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go. All right, you're clear.
All right, just a taste of the atmosphere down there in Tampa from our crew, and you can watch Danielle Stein tonight on WCNC Charlotte at 11 o'clock after this game, live from Raymond James, hopefully after a big win that delivers a playoff berth. Julian, you were saying it, man, that guy was probably at the first game for the Panthers
that's a
ever.
day one.
Maybe at the Hall of Fame game, actually.
Oh, absolutely. He was there to go cheer on Pep. He was down in Atlanta when Frank Reich led that touchdown drive. He was at all those games in Clemson. That guy, he's seen it all. So good for him for getting down there in Tampa and being able to afford it, because Lord knows your boy couldn't.
What were you? Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the energy from both teams, because I think that is a factor. Julian, we've seen broken teams.
Yeah.
It just feels like that's what the Bucs are right now. Now, they could rise up and win this game, and Atlanta could fall down and win tomorrow, or lose tomorrow. But the Panthers just seem to have this kind of youthful energy, like, we don't know any better. Here we are in this position. Maybe this is the day we do it. Like, there's something to that, I think, in this game.
Yeah, and even after the loss on Sunday against Seattle, I didn't get the vibe in the locker room that those guys were like, man, we really blew it. Because I think it was different. And J.C. Horn even admitted it, because he didn't want to speak to the media, which is totally fine. He's going to always talk to us the next day. But he and Mike Jackson were two guys who just did not want to talk. They were inconsolable after that game against New Orleans when they had that chance. Had they won that game, then came back the next week and beaten Tampa, we wouldn't be sitting here right now talking about this game mattering at all. But I didn't get the sense that those guys felt like they blew it. They just talked about where else would you want to be than in this position? Like, this is exactly how we want it. Make it hard on ourselves, play a division rival in Tampa. So I love the energy and all that they're talking about. Let's just see if they can go out there and execute today and not blow it again.
Logan, what have you noticed about the Panthers this week and really in any week after a loss?
They really just seem so fired up, and I don't know why it takes a loss for them to feel like that, and they can't just feel like that 24/7. But like going off of your point, how they felt after that loss last weekend, Austin Corbett just even got me fired up. Like, I'm not a player at all. I've never played football in my life, but just hearing him talk and him saying, this is why we play the game, for meaningful games like this. It's, as Dave Canales has said all throughout the year, the ultimate championship game is happening today in just a few minutes. I just think that they have that energy and they're able to honing it in tonight, hopefully. But just the energy that Austin Corbett brings and hopefully Bryce Young will bring to the offense will be really good.
Yeah, and you have to think, too, like, it's been since 2017, the last time they went to the playoffs, where they have played this many consecutive games that had meaning. You go back to that year, they had that game down in New Orleans that they lost, and they came back, that big run that Cam had in that fourth quarter against Minnesota where the crowd was berserk, and then Aaron Rodgers not seeing a wide-open receiver the next week before they clinched against Tampa the week after that. That's the last time that you've had guys in this locker room have to play consecutive games that really mattered. And who was around back then? J.J. Jansen and Taylor Moton.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Super Bowl winners on this roster like Turk Wharton, like Austin Corbett, as Logan mentioned, and others. But most of these guys, like your two leaders, Derek Brown, J.C. Horn, haven't been in this spot. Your quarterback, your playmakers have not been in this spot. So it's not surprising that they've had the up and down nature over the last month. But hopefully they finally learn all their lessons throughout this season to where they can take advantage of it and rise to the occasion today.
I don't think the defense needs it. I think they always have it for some reason.
Yeah.
They just need to play
been
clean.
flying around.
Yes,
Yeah.
they just need to play clean today, and I think that's going to be it.
And turn Baker over, and he could not have a clean game today against this defense. All right, so we talk about the Panthers' energy. The Bucs have a lack of it, it seems. Losing to Miami last week was just another low point in these last 8 weeks. They have one win since Halloween. It was against the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, they are not a good team. The Panthers should have beat them in week 2, but we don't need to relitigate that because here they are with a chance to get in the playoffs here in week 18. We've had a week chock full of special guests here on WCNC Plus every night at 9 o'clock to talk about this matchup. And hey, if there's a playoff game next week, we're going to do the same thing. But one of the best guests we had was Rick Stroud from the Tampa Bay Times. And I asked Rick, who was just coming out of Wednesday's locker room down there in Tampa, what it feels like there. I just want to talk about the energy first because it seems like there's a whole lot of it in the Panthers locker room. What are the vibes right now in the Bucs locker room as they've lost 7 of 8?
You know, it wouldn't really make you think they have lost 7 of 8. I mean, this locker room is still very together. They've been through a lot of battles together in the past, and they've had these slumps, not anything that's lasted this long. But it's really not a team that, seems to be out of it. I mean, they're still, talking to each other. They're still getting along pretty well. They're working hard. So it's not a positive vibe, obviously, when you lose that many games. I think there's always a confidence issue at that point. But they're still looking at this as another opportunity. They're going to need help for the first time. They had their own destiny there for a while. But it's actually, I think they've had a pretty good attitude about things.
All right, before we get our thoughts on that, I do want to give you a look at what's coming up today. He doesn't know we're on him, but that's Eugene Robinson prepping his chalkboard right now to show us some big plays from the last matchup as we get set for this matchup. So we're going to do that right at kickoff starting at 4:30, and we're going to have him break down plays. 16-year NFL vet, 57 interceptions, more than Deion Sanders, as I always like to point out. So he's going to be with us starting at 4:30. Back here, Julian, you heard what Rick Stroud say about the Bucs. I've heard other reporters down there say there's just like no juice. But again, it's a win and kind of in game for them. It's Baker Mayfield. You never know he's going to pull the rabbit out of the hat, although he hasn't for the last 8 weeks.
Yeah, and looking at the crowd, I don't know if this was pre-recorded in the booth there at ESPN, but that's live.
That's live. Yeah.
Not a lot of juice. And I get that it's raining in Tampa. They
Specks
do
of
rain.
blue, too.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, like Panther fans, I give them a lot of credit for going down there. I was a little concerned after the loss against Seattle whether people would still be hyped up and want to go to the game down in Tampa Bay. So a ton of credit to all the folks that made it down there. But yeah, Bucs fans seem to be out on this team. And even when you look at just situation, all the F-bombs that Todd Bowles dropped a week ago.
7, I believe.
Yeah, the vibes, they're off. And when you've lost 7 of 8, 8 of 10, I don't know how anyone could really think that this team is headed towards glory, other than the fact that I guess they're playing a Panthers team that's failed to rise to the occasion. So we'll see. But I don't think the vibes are great at all down in Tampa, but that may not matter here.
The rain is falling in Tampa, getting reports of a steady rain already falling ahead of kickoff. Any adjustments to game plan? Like what are the run game hasn't exactly stuck for Carolina recently like it did in October.
No, and actually looking at the stats I'd written down from my show the other day, the Panthers weeks 1 through 9, first half of the season, were top 3 in the NFL in rushing yardage. Since week 10, they are tied for 27th. So they're bottom 5 in the league rushing since then. And Rico Dowdle, who, if he has 7 yards and a touchdown, makes $1.25 million, meaning he would have hit on every single incentive aside from the Pro Bowl incentive that would have paid paid him $1 million. Like, he has not been great this second half.
Yeah.
The last time we saw the Panthers backs, Rico and Chuba, combined for 100 yards in a game was the win prior to the bye week against the Rams. Other than that, they've failed to rush for over 100 yards combined, and Rico's failed to rush for over 60 yards in these last 7 games. So find a way to get him rolling and really be their closer, because you can argue he saved their season against Miami, against Dallas, and even against the Packers on the road in that shock of a win for Carolina. So they're going to have to run the ball in these adverse conditions.
Logan, it's not dark or prime time, but it will be dark in the second half. Does that worry you? I know Panthers fans are worried about the standalone game. Like, everybody's watching us.
Yeah.
They get a little tight.
I know.
Are you worried about that today?
A little bit. I just could see them playing scared, and that is when they play terrible, is when they played scared. So I think, this is the last game of the season potentially. You got to go out and just sling it. You got to have fun. You got to be aggressive, but safe, because I feel like it's going to come down to turnovers, and obviously you have the weather, so you got to really take care of the ball. But I think they just have to play loose. They have to be juiced up, like we were talking earlier, and excited. Like, sure, you might make mistakes here and there. It's a football game. It's bound to happen, but you have to just play loose. That's what it's going to come down to.
Building off of that, Julian, Dave Canales' game plan and the aggressiveness. We need more than 54 yards, I think, by halftime, probably.
Yeah. 16 last week.
Do you think he will coach less conservative? I mean, Jamel Dean, their corner, who Tetsuya McMillan burnt 2 weeks ago, he's out. Like, the opportunity is there to take advantage.
Yeah, you would think so. And look, there's going to be downfield shots in this game. He even said last week in that game against Seattle that there were those opportunities one-on-one. Bryce just didn't take them. And I don't know how much of that was Bryce's lack of confidence that game, or just Seattle just being the best defense that they faced and honestly are going to face this season. So we'll see if they're willing to take those shots. It can't just be dink and dunk. I get the weather is going to be a factor, but I don't think Tampa's going to hold it back with what they have weapons-wise and knowing that everything's on the line. So why not take those opportunities like we saw when they beat the Rams, those downfield shots and those fourth downs to Jalen Coker and Tetsuya McMillan that were both for touchdowns. I would like to see Dave just kind of let it all hang out and see what they can make it happen today.
Let's talk about the quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield has obviously struggled after an MVP caliber start through the first 8 games. In the last 8 games, he's got 10 interceptions, multiple lost fumbles, obviously the game-deciding interception 2 weeks ago in Carolina. But it is Baker. Is there anything to that Baker magic in the NFL? Because, I mean, we didn't see it in Cleveland at the end of the run. We didn't see it in Carolina. He's gotten the Bucs to the playoffs the last couple of years, but is this a quarterback you look at and say, no matter what's going on with him, he can still beat you on this one day?
Yeah, certainly he could, but we have not really seen the revenge game factor play out. I felt like that Browns game when he started here in Carolina was the ultimate revenge game, and he didn't really play all that well. He had that one late touchdown in that game, I think, to Robbie Anderson, but other than that, didn't see the revenge factor. And when they've played Carolina the last couple of years, they've had success, but a couple weeks ago, Baker had a pretty rough game, especially looking at his passing yardage. There weren't those plays down the field. So, yeah, I think he's good enough. But the fact that he's not dealing just one shoulder injury, but both shoulders, including his throwing shoulder, are banged up in this game, I don't know how much he has left in the tank. And I honestly don't know how much even these Tampa players who've been banged out all throughout the season have left in this game. So, yeah, Baker's capable of doing it. Do you have a lot of faith in him doing it today? Not really.
Speaking of the players, like, obviously we're not there to talk to the Tampa players, but it's got to be in their heads a little bit that, shoot, even if we turn it around in this one day and win, we have to watch the 1 o'clock game tomorrow and hope that the Saints win. Like, that's got to have an effect for a team that, I don't want to say they're checked out, but they have seemed less inclined to go out there and be aggressive and get a victory.
Yeah, if you didn't want that to be the case, maybe don't lose to Atlanta at home in a game where you found a way to just lose. Also, don't lose to New Orleans. Before that, don't come to Carolina and lose that game, and don't lose to the Quinn Ewers-led Miami Dolphins team. So, obviously, they're going to want to win this game. This is what they work all season long for, to get to this moment, to play games like this. It is a little unfortunate for both sides. I mean, maybe fortunate for Carolina if they lose, if they have another mulligan. I don't know how many mulligans you're deserving to have in a season, but they'd get like their 4th over the last month if they do fail to win this game. Whereas for Tampa, you're rooting for two teams that you don't like, but hey, come on, New Orleans, and maybe a tie. That's the one thing. A tie would actually get them a win, would get them in tomorrow if the Saints are able to tie against Atlanta.
All right, Bryce Young is going to be the quarterback for the Panthers next year.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. The 5th-year option, we can get into that. The extension, he hasn't played his way into that yet. They're evaluating him on a collective basis, and each game, is supposed to count for the same. But how big is this game for Bryce Young? Logan.
huge. It's
Yeah.
huge. You know, I think basically the whole season is going to boil down to how he does in this game, especially if for whatever reason they lose tonight and then the Falcons lose tomorrow. It's going to be put on Bryce. If he has a bad game, it's going to say the season came to an end because, one, he did not play great last weekend, and then if he lays an egg today, they're going to be like, well, Bryce Young just cost us the season. So I think that this will be, you know, such a huge performance for him, and if he does play well moving into his 5th year, he just needs that confidence to continue to build. So he needs to have a good performance today.
Julian, we saw the way he finished last year and how that carried the narrative all the way until August, and then a bad start. But, you know, either way here, he goes out, balls out, and they win, or he goes out and has another dud. Like, that's probably going to be the story for the next 8 months.
Yeah, and you looked at the games that he had against the Rams, the Saints, and the Bucs. That 3-week stretch, according to e-Paper Dropback, was actually the best 3-week stretch of his career. Then he goes out on Sunday and has the second worst game of his career, according to e-Paper Dropback. The last one he had, that was at Battles Week 2 last year against the Chargers, where he was benched the next day on that Monday. So I felt like Bryce was playing to the level that you needed a quarterback to play at this point in time of the season. But Logan's right. It's huge. I don't want to use every game as a referendum, but I'm using this game as a referendum. They did not give up all they gave up. Because understand this, they gave up Christian McCaffrey to get in position to have enough assets to trade up for a quarterback. They used that second-round pick from the 49ers to move up with Chicago to number 1 to draft Bryce Young. They got rid of DJ Moore to get rid of Bryce, and eventually they gave up the number 1 overall pick because they were so bad back in 2023 to get Bryce Young. So you gave up a ton to get this guy to win these kind of games. And David Tepper said on draft night that Bryce Young, of the quarterbacks available in that draft class, gave him the best opportunity to win not a Super Bowl, but to win Super Bowls. Okay, if that's true, let's see it today.
All right, so just under 5 minutes till kick. Again, we are taking you all the way through the game, so keep it here on your second screen with us here on WCNC Plus, and then we'll have a post-game show as well. There are 2 doors for the Panthers to get into the playoffs. There's the front door, just winning or tying, but just win today, and there's the back door. Maybe the tie is the side door, I don't know. The back door is to lose today and have Atlanta win over a banged-up Saints team tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We talked to the players about that this week, this weird Falcons scenario, which forces a 3 teams at 8 and 9 tiebreak that goes to the Panthers based on their record against division opponents throughout the year. Here's what coaches and players said about that this week.
We're aware of all those scenarios, and it's a pretty simple path. We got to handle business and win the game, and that's got to be our focus first and foremost. And all the other scenarios will play out how they will. I was watching the game last night. I watch every game on Monday night, and in this one right here, it's got implications. But at the same time, the focus has to be there for us to be able to handle business and play our best ball.
What did you think about the Falcons beating the Rams?
Focus on the Bucs.
You don't like having a second chance if you don't win that game?
I'm not sure. I didn't know that or know what that is. We want to go 1-0.
I did watch it. I had some emotion to it. But I'm going to give you the political answer and say we got to take care of our business, and that really is what it is. We got to take care of our business and, not really worry about even putting it in nobody else's hands. So we can take care of our own business. I feel like that'll feel better for everybody in this locker room.
Go win. That's the message. Go win. And that's what you got to be about. Watched, super entertaining game, great game to watch as a fan, but just go win. Don't leave no doubt. Go win, go take care of it, and do it the right way.
Yeah, we're not even worried about that. We're going in to win the game this weekend, so not worried about what anyone else got going on. We're trying to change this narrative in Carolina. Been trying to do it for a long time. So the fact that we're 1 game away, everybody feels it. You can feel the energy.
All right, so Bryce Young says he didn't know it was even a scenario. Not sure I believe that. Mike Jackson told us somebody texted him on Tuesday morning after the Monday night game. I do believe that. I think he went to bed and found out the scenario later. Either way, guys, the Panthers, they just want to get in at the end of the day, but wouldn't it feel a whole lot better if they did it by winning today at Tampa?
You don't want to put your fate in the Atlanta Falcons' hands. And they've done it so many times this year, and it's worked out every time. But something just tells me if they lose today and they're just hoping Atlanta's going to get it done tomorrow, it's not going to happen.
What does that do to the vibe, Julian?
Well,
if that's
also,
the way it goes down.
Well, also the vibe too. You're going to party in the locker room if you win tonight. If you lose and then you got to wait tomorrow, I assume you're just going to be partying in your living room. It's not going to be the same. So you want to have that celebration and then maybe have some cold ones after if you win a division today. So yeah, we'll see if they want to party or if they want to kind of wait to find out tomorrow.
All right. Well, we are going to find out one thing tonight, and that is if the Panthers kick down the front door to their first division title in 10 years. Keep it here on WCNC Plus for our watch party. We're taking you all the way through the game.
Welcome to Panthers on the Plus live stream. We've got a watch party going on today. Thanks for joining us, guys. I'm Miles Harris, WCNC Charlotte. Look at us. We've got a whole bunch of people in the news stream room cheering on the Panthers. Hopefully they kind of punch their ticket into the postseason, taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, thank you for joining me, Miles Harris. Jeb, exciting game today, man.
This is going to be what it's here. We have such an amazing group here. We have Julian Council, Logan Campbell, and behind us, look at this. Vanessa Rufus came in. We got Jane Monreal, myself, yourself. Our news director, Sharif, is over here delivering the goods.
Right?
This is what Panthers football should look like.
Right, we came for more than just the pizza, guys. We came to cheer on the Panthers as we see. Watching the game live right now, Baker Mayfield just got a big play. Mike Evans connecting for that first down, keeping the chains moving here. But hopefully Panthers can kind of find a way to kind of slow things down here on the defensive side of the ball, guys. Looks like the rain has slowed down a little bit.
We sure about that?
So that's what I'm trying to see. Because I saw the forecast before the game kicked off. Definitely was looking like some rain was making its way out there, but
yeah, it's gonna be a sloppy one, and I'm not loving Bucky Irving getting started earlier in this game.
No.
Already has he has two. Well, that looks like he had another carry. He has 4 carries for 20 yards already in this game, and he's gonna be somebody that Carolina's got to shut down. Because I know last year when they struggled to beat Tampa back at home, he had a heck of a game, and even the second game down at Tampa Bay, he killed them in that one. So we'll see. I would say don't be too concerned if Tampa scores in this opening drive. They scored in the opening drive 2 weeks ago, and they did nothing offensively.
Just let it egg the rest of the game.
Yeah, that was
right?
basically it. So after the opening script, what is Josh Grizzard, rather, their OC, going to be able to do with Baker Mayfield and that offense?
Right. And I mean, we talked about it, though, too. I mean, the run game for either side is going to be a huge factor in this game, whether or not. Like to see Chuba obviously get that nice little bonus if he gets that 7 yards. Rico. I'm sorry.
Chuba on the brain.
Chuba's got his paycheck already, but we could use more of that, though, too. But for Rico to get that $1 million bonus would be huge, but he's been a huge factor for them winning a ton of games as well. But third down here, actually, as I go back to it, for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 3rd and short. Let's see here. Do they go with a run? Do they go with a pass here? Like you said, though, Julian, the run game has been pretty solid for Tampa Bay early in this one already, but let's take a look and see what happens. It's a run play, and it is another first down. Julian, as you take an early look here, what's it going to take for them to kind of slow down the run game here too, man?
Well, I'm concerned about the linebacker play, honestly. Like, that was one of the big things going on this week where Trevor Wallace, he's on IR with a shoulder injury that he had surgery on a week ago. Then Claudin Sherlis had stepped in for him last week, but then he injured his ankle and calf, so he's not in this game. So they're already down to Chris Barnes, who's the vet that they signed, who played in Green Bay last year. They signed him right before training camp this year, who's had to make some starts. So it's going to be him and Christian Roseboom. And if one of those guys goes down, it's Bam Martin Scott. So really need guys like Roseboom wearing the green dot today and like Barnes wearing number 40 to have to step up and really make some plays and to help out those guys up front like Derek Brown, who's been awesome all season long.
Yeah. Now, I got to ask this, though, too, and Logan, feel free to chime in on this one, though, as well. Is there a little bit of worry with this first series? I know you said that they kind of did this earlier in the season as well in the first matchup. First series, they got that drive going. But if Baker gets this comfortable early,
I think it's more so Bucky getting comfortable early. Like Julian said, he just had a field day over Carolina last year, and I think a lot of times people forgot about that, especially during their first meeting this year. My concern comes in the run game and stopping Bucky, because once he gets hot, and he's really hard to slow down. You know, Baker has made, 2 completions, 1 completion so far this game, so I'm not too worried about Baker yet. It's more so Bucky that I'm concerned about.
And, let's not forget, this was a run defense that has obviously been so much improved this year, but they were the worst runs defense in the NFL last year. So, and this is going to be a game where with all the weather, they're going to really want to run the ball, as we've seen on this first drive for Tampa.
Yep.
All right, folks, one of the cool things that we're bringing to you live here during our Panthers watch party is Nick Carboni and Eugene Robinson are standing by. Nick and Eugene, are you guys, kill audio. Are you guys ready to go? We are going out to them now. Nick and Eugene, can you guys hear us? It doesn't appear that they can hear us, so we'll come back in here with some live reaction. Interesting play. Looks like Tampa.
Oh, man. Baker saying it's his house.
Yeah.
He's talking a lot of trash already.
A pretty strong first drive. Yeah, pretty strong, fast first drive there. Cade Cotton with the 18-yard touchdown to put Tampa Bay up 6-0. Wide open in this one, though, too. And I'm curious to see, and I want to hear from Eugene if we can get that figured out, too, because I am really curious what he sees and what Tampa Bay is doing so successful with this first series as well. Looks like a combination, obviously, with Bucky, but then that touchdown and that confidence. Again, you see that from Baker.
When they play soft coverage, it's just not good, ever.
No.
And tight ends have been an issue for them all season long.
That goes back to the linebacker play a little bit, though, too, right?
And they have not had great linebackers in coverage. When you look at Pro Football Focus and their grades, the best one for them, honestly, has been Trevin Wallace, who, again, is out tonight.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be helpful. So we'll see, because again, they scored in the opening drive a couple weeks ago, and they still lost that game. They did nothing offensively. A little concerning, the balance they had in that opening drive. 3 for 3 for Baker for 41 yards. Bucky Irving, 5 rushes, 24 yards, 4.8 yards per attempt. Can't allow that to continue if you want to win this game.
So next series, they got to kind of get that pressure on the Baker, right? We've seen that throughout the season for him. That's really starts to struggle.
I think flipping gears to the offense and Bryce Young, I think it's going to be so telling what they do this drive, how Bryce is going to be this game. We mentioned it in the pregame show. Bryce needs to go out with a bang this game, or else everyone's going to be talking about it for the next 8 months, how he's laid an egg 2 weeks in a row. He needs to sling it to T-Mac, to Jalen Coker, to someone, get a huge downfield play, and I think that will get things rolling for the Panthers.
Yeah, and we just saw with Tampa, they're going with some 80-meter throws. Like the 2 throws to Cade Otton, one before the touchdown and, of course, the touchdown throw. It's not like they're dinking and dunking so far.
No.
So we need to see that from Dave Canales. I understand the rain is going to be a factor in this game. We get it. But, you can drive the balls. We have ball boys for a reason. This is the NFL. We can all be adults here and figure it out. So I don't want to see them I want to see the run game. Because I feel like that's the key to winning this game today is leaning on Rico, getting him that bonus, and also leaning on Chuba Hubbard. If you got to throw Trevor Etienne in there as well, why not? But obviously you got to find something in the pass game as well and have some balance, which we saw in that first drive Tampa was able to find.
Are you confident that he can find that, though? I mean, it's been a toss-up throughout the season, I would have said, with the play calling. And so that's where the inconsistency, I feel like, has been in a big way. But, I mean,
I think there's been 2 games this year where you could honestly look at the offense and say they actually had balance on the ground in the pass game. The Rams win, and then the win against the Cowboys. Other than that, it's been fairly hit or miss. Because the Falcons game, Bryce was awesome that second Falcons game, but they didn't run the ball at all, which is totally fine because you threw 448 yards. Right. You didn't really need to run it that day. But today, I don't think you're going to be able to throw 400-plus yards. If you do, well, then, hey, Bryce, go ahead and get that money, I guess.
Yeah. No, absolutely not, man. But looks like we're getting ready to get back into the first series for the Panthers here in just a moment. Just look at that Week 16 matchup there, like you talked about it. That one turnover was the difference maker, and really the icing on the cake for the Panthers. And the other question I want to ask you, though, too, Julian, because I remember we had talked about the scenarios here as well. And obviously would rather have the party, the celebration in Tampa Bay immediately. But here's the other question, I guess, though, as well, is what if there was a draw or a tie in the second game?
Oh, there's a tie tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, the Panthers, if they lose this game, Atlanta must win.
That's it.
A win or a tie for New Orleans will put we'll put Tampa in the playoffs. So, they need a Falcons win tomorrow. So,
which is funny because New Orleans is playing the best.
Right. You look at it. There were some scenarios, depending on how things play out, of course, today and then tomorrow, where I think Tampa could fall all the way down to 3rd place in the NFC South. Yeah, so if Carolina wins today, and no matter who wins tomorrow between New Orleans and Atlanta, the Bucs will be in 3rd place, which is just crazy for a team that we all thought going into the year was going to be the first place team.
I mean, Baker was in the MVP conversation, right?
Well, the October MVP conversation.
That's earlier on, but he was definitely,
It seems like he's got his swag back, though, in this game. So it's early, but
we knew he would.
Yeah.
It's just, can he maintain we know he can maintain the energy of talking trash, but how about executing on the field?
Which I think opponents.
Bonuses, too. He's got some bonuses, too, on the line.
Oh, okay.
So he's,
I think he's got $1 million of bonuses. Oh, my God. Depending on how he finishes with his
Rico.
Passing yards.
And there's Vita Vea.
I was going to say, that's something you don't want to see early. Obviously, getting Rico the ball is definitely a plus, but not running into Vita Vea.
Seen multiple Bucs now let us know that this is our house. I think everyone's aware, considering the game's in Tampa, and there's Bucs paraphernalia all over the place, but always nice to have a reminder.
Oh, great. Personal foul.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Personal foul on Tampa Bay, so,
95.
Let's go ahead and just keep the chains moving. Let's keep the chains moving with that one there. We'll take it. Not really sure exactly what the personal foul is, but
threw him. I think it was he threw Rico like on the ground after the play. Like they said it was.
Yeah.
Maybe a taunt?
Must have been, I think it's either taunting or, let's see if we can find it on Twitter. Yeah, so it's probably either taunting or unnecessary roughness. We don't have the benefit of hearing the crowd
audio
noise.
yet. No, not quite. Not quite.
But I'm sure you watching at home, you guys know what it was.
Okay, good. Okay,
There we go.
good. Yes, there we go, Vanessa. I love that. I want to make sure that we hear exactly what's going on with this one, though, too. But getting a chance to really start this game at the 50-yard line, too, definitely.
It looks so miserable down
Mm-hmm.
there. Full on rain. Yeah.
Right on cue.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Rico, come on, you got to get 7 yards. You're not really hoping right now.
Right, so now he's lost like 4 yards already?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, actually, because that gets the last play didn't count.
Technically, it's just 1 now, but
I get it's raining.
Negative 2 yards.
And we can see it's raining pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Now it's picking.
Yeah, I wonder even after this drive, because that's been 2 times he slipped, if he changed his cleats, how he can go through warm-ups, being out there 2 hours prior to the game, and not have the right cleat length. I don't know, but apparently that's what's happening so far.
I was going to say, I was thinking about the cleats, and it definitely gave me different conditions, but the Philadelphia Tampa Bay Super Bowl, or Kansas City Super Bowl a couple of years ago when they just couldn't get the right. There's a nice play by Chuba if he could get loose. Unfortunately, not yet. So
Which was wild too, that Super Bowl, because they sat there, like they grow the grass in Arizona, and they had been growing that grass for that specific game for however long, and then we get to game day, and it was a complete disaster.
Disaster, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a disaster right now. As far as being able to, these players being able to find their comfort on this field. 3rd down, 3rd and 10, so 3rd and long. Let's see what Bryce can do here. It's got to be a pass play, right? I mean, has to be.
Yeah.
The run is obviously not working right now.
Empty backfield. And let's see what Bryce dials up here.
There we go.
Oh,
yeah.
Incomplete pass to XL.
Let's see the replay here, but I mean that's got to be a ball in these kind of games. He's
That's what I
not
was
wearing
gonna say.
gloves either. Let's see.
Tight window throw, honestly. I mean, it would be nice to see XL bit both hands out, but that's.
Yeah, it's a little bit in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Curious decision not to have gloves on, but I feel like in these games, it was just the plays that you got to be able to make.
Yeah.
And look, they went out there and got this guy in the first round. Granted, it was 32nd overall. He would have been available the next night at 33rd. You got to make these plays.
Do you love that decision to go to him on that 3rd and long, though, too, of the first series?
No. I mean, there was 4 receivers out there, and he's not the guy I'm going to anyways.
Yeah.
Like, I'm at the point with Xavier where I just don't feel like he's playable in these situations.
Yeah.
You need to be going to T-Mac in that spot, Jimmy Horn Jr., Jalen Coker.
I'd like a Coker, too.
Literally anybody.
I'd like a
that's not
Coker
named
as well. I feel like
XL.
this is a game for him to get going to.
It's such a bummer the season that he's having, especially with such high expectations.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to do well. And he did make that catch. That's a huge confidence booster. But with X, if he doesn't make those catches, it kind of seems like it's just downhill throughout the game for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not the case, but that's just how it's been so far this year.
Right.
I will say, I think it was it the game 2 weeks ago? Maybe it was last week in Seattle where he had one of those plays that happened in week 1 where right on the sideline, doesn't have the awareness, steps out of bounds, doesn't get both feet in.
Seattle.
And he didn't come back the next play and make a big play. So he's at least been a bounce back. We've seen that at points in times. But yeah, confidence is such a big thing. And I have to imagine that he's dealing with that as a player, but also as a human being. Like, I do feel for the dude because there was so much hype about him this offseason, going to see him at the Kentucky Derby, how cool that was.
Right.
And going into your second year, you typically will see that jump, and T-Mac comes in, which I thought was maybe the best thing for him to have a true number 1 guy come in.
Take that pressure
Yeah,
off.
take
Maybe
the
a little
pressure.
bit, right?
Because personally, I never looked at XL as that kind of guy. I thought he could be a solid number 2 for them.
Right.
But that clearly has not come to fruition, as that's really what Jalen Coker has been. And now we're kind of wondering going into this offseason whether that's going to be coming up on Monday or in a couple weeks, what his role is going to be in Carolina next year. So tough to see him not be able to make that play, even if it was obviously rain conditions and a throw kind of out there in front of him.
And also, folks, I just want to interject right now while we're in a commercial break. We have a number down below on the lower third of our screen right now. That's 704-329-3600. We want you to be a part of this party. So text us in your questions, your comments. I mean, we're all watching this together. So please.
Jeb wants to hear from you guys.
I want to hear from you guys. I want to know what's going on.
I want to hear your thoughts.
I feel we don't have enough people in this room right now. We got to get the people in Charlotte in on this as well. So please text in, share your thoughts. We want to hear from you, have your questions. I'd like to think that this might be the most concentrated amount of Panthers experts maybe in the entire city right now. So bring your questions. We have
man,
right.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. We have
man,
Eugene and Nick also working, breaking down some of these plays. So text those questions in, text in those thoughts, and we'll break them down here live on the show.
Yeah,
Fun.
absolutely. Yeah, that's the best part though too. We don't want to just be the ones talking about this game. We want to hear from you guys as well. Give us your input on what you guys are thinking, what you guys are seeing as well, as we kind of hopefully see Carolina get a stop here on this next possession. Tampa Bay getting the ball inside or the 20-yard line. That ball went into the end zone on that last punt. So let's see if Baker kind of keeps himself hot from that last series here. 1st and 10 for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, let's see if we have a role reversal here, because that game back in 2022 in Week 17 was winner take all for the NFC South. Obviously, that's not exactly the situation tonight, as depending on whether Tampa wins, we know we're going to have to wait till tomorrow to know who's going to win the division. But in that game, when Carolina was led by Sam Darnold, they got up 14-0 in that first quarter and were not able to hold on to that lead because of 3 turnovers. I'm guessing turnovers going to be a factor considering the field conditions and the weather today. So if Tampa goes up 14-0, we have seen a couple years ago a team come back in the same building and can find a way to win. Obviously, very different Panthers and Bucs teams than that were played that day when Tom Brady was still the quarterback for the Buccaneers.
Things could get out of hand and slip away a little bit too. So, yeah. 2nd and 8. Baker finding Cade again. Nice tackle there to keep the drive a little short there. So now 3rd and 4. Let's see if Carolina can get a stop here, get Tampa Bay off the field.
All right, folks, and one of the coolest things that we actually have on this show is the live breakdown from Nick Carboni and our Eugene Robinson. We'll head out to them now. Nick and Eugene, what are you guys seeing so far?
Eugene, you were not happy with the Panthers' defense on that opening Bucs touchdown. Take us through it.
So on the very first touchdown, what we saw was they like to come out in 13 personnel. They have a receiver here, receiver here, receiver here, receiver here. We're playing cover 3, which means we have a zone over here, a zone in the middle of the field, and a zone on the other side of the field, and this guy's in the flat, all right? The problem is when you run 4 wide routes down the field like this, it puts this guy in a bind. All Baker has to do is look to the right-hand side and then throw right here, and it leaves open. J.C. Horn can't cover both. So what you typically do is you play cover 4, where you go ahead and bring Merrick down this way and slide it to the other side.
Do you think this play in particular to open the game causes that adjustment right now?
It causes that adjustment. I would bet you that Coach Ajero is right now, when he sees that again, he's going to audible to a cover 4.
All right, Eugene, another thing you were not too happy about is the run game for the Panthers defense against the Bucs. They marched down the field.
And what's happening with the Bucs, what they're doing with their run game too, right here, let me just put they like to do like little stretch plays right here, and there's a running back here. Here's a running back here. Little stretch plays this way, and then what he's doing is he's cutting it back. When he cuts it back, it leaves a gap. The backer on the backside has to be really cognizant that he has that gap backside. If he doesn't, this running back Irvin is going to be able to run for a while.
All right, so back on the Panthers' offensive side, and it's raining, and that may affect the throw game, but they got to have it against a susceptible Bucs defense. They did 2 weeks ago. Take us through that T-Mac play that was so pivotal in that first matchup to end the first half.
What I love about the T-Mac play, we came out in a situation where Leggett is right over here, and T-Mac is right here real close. And what they did is like deep crossers. We were in a zone blitz, not a zone blitz, we were in man-to-man coverage, but T-Mac was able to beat the receiver, the quarterback, all the way to the other side of the field. And then Bryce, what he did was he threw him open way down the field, which is really good.
Now, Tampa plays a lot of single high safety. How can Bryce take advantage of that?
Bryce is going to have to realize where the safety is at, and there's going to be the one-on-one coverages on the outside. That's going to be the matchup. I would expect that Coach Canales is going to do some little short stuff to get these guys open soon to get Bryce started.
All right. In the rain, though, is that going to be even more difficult? You don't have to draw the rain for us, but that's hard.
It is going to be very difficult because you got to wear your gloves. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. No gloves on Leggett. Yeah. I didn't see about the other receivers.
I didn't see it, but I'm like, I would like to wear gloves. We wear those little rubber gloves, just something to make the
catchable
rain.
Ball for 17 there.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right, guys.
I thought so.
You guys, we'll send it back to you. We'll be back with more.
Welcome back. Love that insight from both Eugene and Nick when it comes to this game right now. And since they were talking, Tampa Bay's been moving the ball. Big play found Mike Evans. Another one found McMillan. They're driving again, 2nd and 5. We also just saw the stat. Baker is now 6 for 6, and they have over 100 yards of offense compared to Carolina's 0. And as Baker is now not just throwing, running.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. We were witnessing Oklahoma Baker.
Yeah.
We always saw Bama Bryce. We were seeing Oklahoma Baker, and he's talking trash again.
Mike Jack this
to
time
Mike
too.
Jack.
Yeah.
That's the second time he's had a rush, like a scramble like that, and thrown his shoulder. So
And I'm curious about this flag though as well. I'd like to see it in slow motion as well, but
It's got to be a box. Yeah.
unsportsmanlike.
No.
It's gonna go against Mike Jack.
I said that they had to play a clean game, and they're not.
Yeah. And, Baker kind of asked for that though too on the sideline with a little shoulder check at the end, but you
But then Mike's getting in his face though.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, is this the flag? Where is the flag?
It came
And that's
after
where I'm
this.
curious about it
We're
as
calling
well.
that an unsportsmanlike? Seriously?
Apparently.
Get to Tampa Bay, man.
I don't see.
Yeah.
He didn't spit on him, which
No.
obviously would be an ejection. He didn't say. There's some colorful language. I'm trying to. I would love to know how that is an unsportsmanlike, but I don't know. And I'm not one to complain about officials.
No. They got an extra 6 for 6 again. Baker with nearly 80 yards and almost 20 on the ground. They're moving again. Near fumble, off the snap. Oh, man.
Thank the weather.
Carolina with a bit of a break.
They got lucky there.
Now, you mentioned it earlier, though, too. Derek Brown's got to get active, though, too. He's struggling a little bit worse. But that'd be a nice addition to be able to have him slow down the run just a little bit here, too.
Yeah, and there was one play. It was that reverse they ran to Jalen McMillan where Tristan Wirth was pretty on him, and Derek was calling for a flag. I didn't look like a holding to me, but this is concern with Tampa Bay is that they have guys like McMillan. And that's not even mentioning Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
And that's what I was really thinking, too. Abuka either, right?
Bucky Irving. They have so many proven weapons where for Carolina offensively, it's only been one drive. I get that. You're relying on guys like McMillan, who has never been in a game of this magnitude in the NFL. And you go back to his college career in Arizona, wasn't like he was playing in a ton of big games there either.
Or in these conditions either.
In these conditions. Yeah. And then you look at Coker, no offense to Holy Cross. I know they went to the playoffs there in the FCS, but a little bit different than what you're in. So first time for these guys. So it's a learning moment. You're just hoping that over the last month, the game against the Saints, the game against the Bucks the first time this past Sunday, that they've gotten the experience from those moments where they were huge games to where they can handle this. And yeah, so far not going great. And now you're in third down, and you're the worst third down defense. Well, second worst third down defense.
Second worst, but
the Raiders are the worst in the NFL.
This would be a good statement from the defense if they can at least hold them to a field goal at that point. I did like seeing that last play, Derek Brown getting into it with the defense, but Baker's just having a lot of time in the pocket, finding wide open, not quite.
Yeah, and thanks again to the weather.
Yeah, as he tries to throw and find. Oh, those are teammates actually. Latham Ransom, Mecca Buka, 101. Not quite. So now it looks like the field goal unit will come out for Tampa Bay and kick this.
All right.
Speaking
of which, let's send it back out to Nick and Eugene, who can break down kind of what happened on this last drive. Nick and Eugene, what did you guys see?
Eugene, bend but don't break. And you talked about going from cover 3 to cover 4, and that's what we just saw in that third down stop.
And this was great because Baker Mayfield was looking to go ahead and get another touchdown. This is what you saw. You saw this look. Oh. Well, no, you just see that look. Give me that choke ball. You saw this look down the field. Go ahead and now, here, take it away. That's cover 4, and then you split these guys here in the middle. That's cover 4. It took away the thing. Now Baker can't throw the ball down the field, and now he has to go ahead and scramble and make something happen.
Does the amount of time and space Baker has concern you at all right now, or is it all about that back end?
It's about the back end, but Baker, we got to be able to get some pressure. But in the cover 4, typically you don't really get that much pressure on the quarterback unless your guys are really beasts up front. You could do something a little bit different, like some cover 0, but I think cover 4 right now, and let us settle into a good rhythm and to take on Baker.
All right, getting a third down stop is key, but now the Panthers are down 2 scores. What do you need to see from this offense?
Well, I'm glad they're down 2 scores, but don't forget, the elements is affecting them too, because there was a couple of balls that were dropped or off the hands.
They got lucky in one.
It could have easily been a touchdown. It could be 14. It's only 10. All right, 10-0. I'll take 10-0. That's a good stop against that team.
All right, let's see how Bryce Young and the offense fares, and then we'll be back right after.
At stop, or at least ish, so held them to a field goal. So now it's 10-0 Tampa Bay. Really would like to see coming out of that series, Carolina really kind of moving the ball. Maybe a first down would be nice. Maybe a good run game.
Positive
would be nice.
yardage would be nice.
Yes. With that being the case, though, I mean, what are we calling up here? What do we want to draw up here? Well, let's play coach here for a second.
Run the ball.
Yeah,
that's what they got to do. And maybe on the sideline, Rico's figured out his cleat situation because it did not look great on the opening drive. Everyone's slipping and sliding out there, so it's not just him.
Right.
But they've got to get him going. They just have not been able to do that in the second half of the season, where they've been one of the worst rushing offenses when that was what they were good at in the first half of the year, especially when Rico had those games against Miami, against Dallas, and against Green Bay. He was their catalyst. He needs to be their catalyst again today. Obviously, Bryce Young, he's got to make plays in the passing game with those young receivers, but running the ball in these conditions is going to be their key offensively to having a victory today.
Mm-hmm. I think it takes some time for the Panthers to get settled in.
Yeah.
Hopefully they got the nerves out of the way. They know how the field's going to be. Clearly it's not great. So hopefully they can adjust their game plan. But like we were saying earlier, Dave Canales needs to be aggressive. And we haven't seen that in the first drive. Granted, it was the first drive. So hopefully he'll just open up the playbook and they'll relax and they'll get a first down.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I feel like take it in pieces, right? The first down first, the positive yardage, and then we can really get things going. And I really want to see the offense get things going too, because let's be honest here. The better the offense moves, the more quiet maybe Tampa Bay and Baker get a little bit as well, puts the pressure back on them, and then it makes the score a little bit more even regardless of what the numbers actually show there. So let's see what Carolina can do. Kickoff now underway, goes into the end zone, so they will start on the 20. Yeah, I'd like to see the run game get going here.
35.
35, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I know it's so weird to see like the rule change. One thing I will point out so far, time of possession, 10:56 for Tampa, 2:07 for Carolina. So defensively, they're not going to be able to hold up, even in these conditions, if they're going to be tired. So that's not going to help as far as with your footing if you're sucking wind, which early on feels like that might be the case for this defense, even though they got that good stop there in the red zone.
And the other thing I just noticed, though, too, is they just did a slow motion of that first handoff. I want to see, like, just more better control of the ball as from the offense in Carolina, whether it's a run or a pass. Like, just really grab control and hone in on that as we see a play action. Bryce.
There we go.
Ooh, nice.
Bryce and Tremaine.
First down, we got it.
That we called it. It was what we wanted, right? We wanted to see a first down. I like the play call, though, too, right? Opens things up, keeps Tampa Bay's defense guessing, and keeping those chains moving, too, guys.
I do like that play call as well.
Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking, I wonder, like, at what point do they start to lean onto the tight ends here? We've got a mixed bag of tight ends on this roster, so to see them find Tremaine here and keep him going, love it.
Yeah, it looked like they were back in that 13 personnel that they like to use with 3 tight ends, and with Tremaine being that lone receiver, making a play. And he's been a guy who, for them, they've been really good with him out there running the ball. He's been a good run blocker. And Damian Lewis, a false start. Not ideal.
So now we'll see a 1st and 15 for the Panthers. Not ideal as you're trying to get this offense moving. Team's already down 10-0, and the conditions –
yikes.
Not the most ideal.
That's the best picture we've seen of just how bad it is right there. I mean, that is
These guys on the sideline are
disgusting.
drenched right now. And so I know we got a team down there, a crew down there. I'm sure our Kevin Wardlaw.
I'm sure he's having a great time. I'm sure he's loving it down there right now.
Man. So
he's earning his keep.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, shout out to the Panthers fans who made that trip, because that takes a certain kind of person to do that as an away game.
Absolutely. 1st and 15 with about a minute left in this game. Another tight end screen. Ooh.
Okay.
Moving forward. Moves forward there. Probably about 5 yards. 2nd down. And I do like them throwing the ball here, especially in these conditions. Get the offense comfortable. Get used to being able to catch the ball. Mm-hmm. Simple little plays here to kind of open things up, hopefully down the field later on in the game. And they're going to need it. They're absolutely going to need it.
I think Mitchell Evans has been like really good for the Panthers this year. He's just been a reliable player that will make the blocks, make the catches when you need him to. I really think he's going to be really good for this team moving forward.
Yeah, arguably he's their most well-rounded tight end. I don't think that JT Sanders, who's out for this game with that broken leg, I don't think he had the best season this year, especially with all the hype that was coming in about his nutrition, getting his body right. I don't think he had the kind of year that we thought he could have, and really hasn't been the same player since he got hurt in that game against Kansas City last year. But Mitchell Evans coming from Notre Dame, where he was a blocking tight end early in his career, then the final 2 years was one of their best pass catchers. We're seeing that play out in his rookie year, where he's been kind of that guy who could do both. Where Tommy's really excelled as a run blocker, JT's excelled at times as a pass catcher. Now you got a guy who can do both, which is really nice.
I mean, it's nice to have that.
Yeah, gets you one who can do both.
Yeah, as the quarter kind of wraps up there, we just saw Rico try to run it. He's just not finding any holes on this offensive line right now either.
The line has just not opened anything up.
Because I feel like as soon as he gets that ball on that handoff, it just seems like it's just red.
Yeah,
all in the middle of that.
That's Vita Vea, one of the best interior defensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah, and he's forcing problems, making really Carolina figure out ways to kind of keep this offense moving. So now we'll come back, start the second quarter. It'll be a third and long again. So again, not the most ideal situations that Carolina's really putting themselves into here as we're trying to get the offense moving on the road.
All right, folks, our Nick Carboni and Eugene Robinson are standing by to break down what we just watched. Nick and Eugene, what are you guys seeing?
Eugene, I love watching the game with you because right before that play action to Tremaine, you called it. You said they need to start taking those shots. Why does that factor into the chess match of this play call?
Because it's an 8-man front. 8-man front means that we have 8 guys down at the line of scrimmage who can take away all the gaps. So it's hard to run the ball. 8-man front is very difficult. So what you do is with 8-man front, you do a play action pass. You fake the ball to Rico Dowdle, boom. You hold these linebackers because they think it's a run, and then you take McMillan all the way across the board right here, and it's an easy pitch and catch. By the time these guys realize it's a play action pass, this guy is already by them. And so that is a grit play by Coach Canales. Keep it up, Coach.
Yeah, and that was actually Tremaine. So good.
Tremaine.
Yeah, right. But so we haven't seen McMillan get going yet. We haven't seen the run game quite get. It's good that they're hammering it, but how do they get that going?
So they're going to get that going. We saw a draw by Rico Dowdle with almost at that, not an 8-man front, but we spread everybody else out, and now it looks like it's only like 6 guys at the line of scrimmage. That time, that's when you want to do your draw. The only problem with Rico Dowdle on that time, he was so close to the line of scrimmage, he couldn't see the holes in the cut. If he's just a little bit, hesitates a little bit more, he sees it on that draw, he's off to the races. He's going to get about 10, 15 yards because he was beat by the fact that he was too close to the line of scrimmage.
Of course, this division comes down to a game in this weather. As a player, what is it like in these elements, and how do you have to adjust quickly?
So everybody's got the same thing they're dealing with. They're dealing with the rain. So what? You're dealing with the rain. You just block that out. You know that. Punch the ball, strip the ball. I'm trying to get that ball out of your hands. Do all that type of stuff. And when you have a chance for interception, that's huge. Let me say this too. 3 points is going to be like 7 points, 10 points. And 7 points is going to be like 17 points because of the weather, the conditions.
Yeah, right now it's 10 points and the Panthers facing a long 4th down. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Welcome. Thank you. I love hearing Eugene talk football. He's awesome. He hypes me up. But 3rd and 8. We did see them try to target McMillan here. Unfortunately, he was not able to catch that ball, so now the punt team comes out for Carolina, and it looks like Tampa Bay is going to have another chance at moving the offense again.
So real quick, the broadcast, which we can't hear, but everyone at home can hear, Dowdle, Hubbard, and Etienne all changed to longer spikes after the first drive. So they switched their cleats, hopefully to get the running game going. Haven't seen that yet, but
yeah. And during my are they going?
They're
for
going
it
for it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on one second here. 4th and 8. We talked about it. Canales is going to have to. Yeah. I like it a lot too. Actually, I'm here.
Don't
for
whisper
it.
like be bold.
I'm here for it. Yeah.
Go.
Okay. Maybe they're hard counting. Yeah. They're late a game, so they're maybe trying to get a hard count there. But
Logan
go for it.
Okay. Well, decline in this if you're. Yeah. Okay. Tampa can just decline it, which I would, because why would you allow your opponent to have more room to punt the ball?
Wait, was that on purpose though? Because it seems like Hubbard is like saying something to Bryce.
I think it was. Probably they were trying to. They were looking at a ton of hard count stuff. All right. Yeah, so Tampa didn't decline for whatever reason. They're going to allow Carolina more yardage. Makes 0 sense, but I'm not Todd Bowles.
And now I'm curious to see what the defense will look like after that second series as well. I mean,
well, Logan's saying she liked the decision to go for it. Like, how are you feeling now?
Annoyed.
Not a bad point, though. Not a bad point. Right around that 5.
Like, the defense hasn't been the best, but you got to keep your offense out there. Like, try to keep.
Especially when you're
out
already around that 50-yard line, you might as well go ahead and do it, right?
You're down 10-0. You need to win because, like I keep saying, you don't want to put your fate in the Falcons' hands tomorrow.
Yeah. And I will say, too, on that third down throw, like second time you see on third down, a ball a little bit out in front of the receiver. You want to see those guys make the play, but again, with the rain, it's going to make it even harder. So, XL, T-Mac, would love to see those guys come up with it. Bryce got to put it more on their bodies in this condition.
And I'm also kind of curious to see when they'll start to even try to even open it up even more, right? Because some of these plays that I'm seeing, they're up 5, maybe 10 yards down the field at most, but like,
how nice would a turnover be on this series?
A turnover, something, like I said, I liked in the last series as well on the second down play before they ended up forcing it, the field goal, seeing Derek Brown in the run game, stopping the run game, right? That's a big one. And they'll need him. They'll need to lean on him. He's been phenomenal for the yeyear, but again, especially against this run team, they're going to have to.
Is it still technically a hurricane season?
No.
Because it looks like a hurricane out there.
2nd and 7 now. So, and I also like that too, making Baker try to chase these yards.
Now, y'all had made a point, Logan, you just talked about the changing out of the spikes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm noticing another equipment decision that has been addressed earlier this year, and that's when you're dealing with rain and the fact that you're seeing a lot of these receivers not wearing gloves. I feel like we heard Canals talking about that earlier in the season, about why they do that.
Yeah, I don't remember what that might have been. Like, because I guess, you're probably going to have, just with your bare hands, you can keep them dry, probably more tact than you would with those gloves that are like rubbery. So that's probably what it is. You would think by now in 2026 that we would have the equipment, like the technology for it to be better.
Spider-Man gloves.
Yeah. I think Eugene made a mention about the gloves after that first series. I don't remember what he said, but I think he said that he wanted them to wear gloves or something.
Yeah, he was like, they should be wearing gloves.
Yeah.
Really?
Specifically talking about XL.
Okay. Well, yeah. Any help we can get.
There's a 3rd and 7, and Tampa Bay, Baker connected, found McMillan for another first down.
3 for 4 on third down.
3 for 4, and it's just.
This is the worst, one of the worst third down defenses in the league. Tampa came in this game 13th, converting just over 40% of their third downs this season offensively.
What is the defense doing?
I was going to say soft. It's a little soft.
No. And they never play well when they just do soft coverage.
Yeah.
All right.
Play some of the most zone coverage in the league you see from Carolina, and that's just the scheme. And I know a lot of people have been frustrated. Logan, you're included.
I'm not very good at hiding my emotions, clearly.
Which is totally fine, because you're not the only person, I'm sure, watching us right now. We're at home who's screaming, why are they so back in coverage? But that's just been what Girovero likes to do. And Dave Canales has continuously said he likes the scheme. And if it's not the scheme, then it's got to be the execution from the players. They've got better players this year. The defense has improved.
Yeah.
But yet we've seen they can't get off the field on third down, in large part, I think, because of being in that zone coverage and teams knowing how to scheme against that, and that they have zero pass rush, worse in the league.
No, I will say, just on that first play just now, though, too, seeing Nick Scott come down the field, make a hit on that run play. Love to see that as well, beyond just the defensive line trying to get involved in slowing down that run game. 2nd and 7 for Tampa Bay. Baker, again, finding some of that time in the pocket, but another incomplete pass. So I like it. Defense is starting to kind of maybe figure things out, slow things down a little bit. Now they got another 3rd and long.
The jerseys are just soaked.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to add like 10 pounds while you're playing.
Go ahead, Jeb.
So, folks, we actually just got someone texting in. So thank you so much for those of you who are contributing to the conversation, asking us questions. Someone texting in, we're quarter into the game. What immediate adjustments do you think the Panthers want to make? Like, what are you guys seeing right now that the team could do that you think? Obviously, we'd learn about the equipment change. Like, what do we want to see on the field?
No more soft coverage.
No more soft coverage on a 3rd down. That'd be a nice one to start
we'll find out here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay.
And
there we go.
That's.
I love that.
Yeah, the
That's
adjustment
great.
I'd like to see is a Christian Roseboom interception. Thank you.
Before this started.
Yes.
A turnover would be nice.
A turnover would be nice, and we are seeing that Roseboom
All right,
with the great
let's send it
pick.
over right now to Nick and Eugene. A massive play. What are you guys seeing over there?
That's what they needed, Eugene. Big interception by Christian Roseboom.
Exactly, and here it is. I've been calling for mugging up in the A-gaps, which means the backers get right up in this gap, look like they're going to go ahead and blitz. What happened is Roseboom, he looks like he's going to blitz. Baker drops back. He comes running way out and gets some great depth right here, and he takes away this deep end. That's the shades of Luke Kuechly. That's a smart play, but that was set up by the fact that these backers were mugging the A-gaps, and then Baker thinks that he has man-to-man coverage, and we fooled him with his own.
How big of a lift is this for a team that's just been sluggish so far this game?
It's huge. Now, this is what Coach Canales, you got to take advantage of it on the offensive side of the ball. You got to put points on the board right now. This game is going to be nasty. Interceptions and fumbles are going to determine this game.
All right, so far Carolina +1 in the turnover margin. That's a key stat. We'll see if they can cash in, and we'll hit you back when they do.
Awesome. And I will tell you right now, I've talked to Eugene over the last couple of weeks, and there have been a lot of near turnovers for Carolina that just haven't fallen their way. And so when I've heard him talk about the excitement, about them finally getting that interception there, I mean, he's talked about it where, in the NFL especially, there's not a whole lot of times and moments where, like, you get a second chance when it comes to turnovers. So to see them get that, now we got to see them punch it in. We need to see some points here.
Yeah, and that was – go ahead.
I was going to say, I like that they're finally getting T-Mac involved.
Yes.
Because the offense does well, and when T-Mac does well, they're already, at the 9-yard line?
Yep, so it's a 1st and goal right now. Let's see what they draw up. I also, again, like seeing them throw the ball here. Chuba getting a run, breaks off that, yeah,
they got to punch it in because that you look at last week in Seattle. While the Seahawks are overall a better team, they're sitting at 13-3. They could be the number 1 seed if they win tonight against San Francisco. When the Panthers got their takeaways, they didn't convert those into points other than 3 points and not 1 field goal. While Seattle, when they got theirs, they scored 14 points, and that's been a common theme all season long. So this is huge. These next 2, possibly 3 plays for the Panthers to get back in this one. I mean, you can settle for a field goal.
Settle for 3, but no, you need 6.
You got to get 7.
You got to need 6 because, again, that puts that pressure back on Tampa Bay's offense to kind of have to figure things out, especially Baker when he's the one that actually calls that turnover.
There we go.
There we go.
Yes.
Love it. Touchdown, Panthers.
All right, let's send it over right now to Nick and Eugene. What did you guys see on that play? Because a huge momentum shift for the Panthers right now.
Yeah, Eugene, you loved the look before the snap. What did you like about this play to score?
I love the look because we kind of in this close formation right here. They had so many people at the line of scrimmage. So many people at the line of scrimmage. And Bryce is underneath the center, which is cool, right? So we're going to go ahead and fake that run. But before that, we bring a guy across in motion to see what we got here. And then you got this little delay stuff that happens. A delay, right? Fake the run. Push back, and because you got all these guys up here at the line of scrimmage, they're looking for the run, and we hit them with a pass for a touchdown.
No J.T. Sanders. That was to Tommy Tremble. How big is the tight end position in this game when you're just looking for possession catches on play action?
This is shades of Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen, Wesley Walls, guys who caught the ball so well, and they determined the outcome of the game. The tight end in this game will be huge, monumental. They got to go ahead and block, but they got to catch that ball on these little dumpy routes.
Yeah, and we've seen Mitchell Evans with some catches, Bryson Tremaine, receiver, but also kind of a quasi tight end too.
And here it is. It's just just a simple route. He sits there and block, and he just seeps out right there because he gets behind the line of backers because they're up there at the line of scrimmage trying to stop the run.
They're also facing a back end of a Todd Bowles defense, which is banged up and is mistake-ridden anyway. When you're facing a defense that can get fooled easily, these plays are huge.
And that's why Todd Bowles wants to be in some type of facsimile of a zone and not man-to-man, because last time he was a man-to-man, we took advantage of it at Bank of America Stadium.
All right,
T-Mac.
Carolina's got the momentum in Tampa, down 10-7. We'll see you after the Bucs offense takes the field. Hopefully a Panthers stop here.
No doubt.
All right.
All right, thank you so much, Nick and Eugene. That was an excellent breakdown of a huge touchdown for the Panthers. I want you guys to look at the screen right now. That is a live Doppler radar of the weather in Tampa. You can see it is absolutely disgusting, and it doesn't really look like it's going anywhere, as we've already seen those conditions playing a massive part in this game already. Guys, big momentum shift for the Panthers. What do we expect to have? What do we want to see? You guys have said less soft coverage on defense. What do we want to see going forward here?
Well, what I saw from Christian Roseboom there, it looks like Baker didn't see him, but talked about it in the game early on. When you have some of these linebackers who are having to step up like Chris Barnes, Roseboom, you are the green dot who has the helmet comm. You are the leader in that middle of the defense. Got to step up and make some plays. Made a huge play right there. He's made some big plays later on this season as well. So we'd love to see him continue to have that leadership, and maybe we get another impact play from someone like a J.C. Horn or Derek Brown, some of your leaders step up in these situations as well.
Yeah, I think the Panthers always just need that play to break it open. So now that they have that turnover, they're now going to go crazy. I think that it brings Dave Canales more confidence too, especially in the play calling. That's exactly what they needed to totally switch momentum in this game.
And adding to both of those, I think it amplifies it even more when it is one of the more unlikely of positions to even get that turnover. I mean, we've talked about the struggling linebackers in this game, or really throughout the season. So to get that, to get the points to come with it too, to get back into this game, I mean, and now you got to wonder now, what's Tampa Bay going to try to do on offense after having a linebacker pick off Baker, who has been hot early in this game? This one's getting pretty exciting right now.
Yeah, and we've seen in all these losses Tampa's had so far this season, aside from the game they lost against New England, Baker has had an interception. Had one last week, had one a couple weeks ago in that game that sealed a Lathan Ransom at the end of it. Had one now, obviously a big momentum shifter. And Logan, you've been talking about this. They just need to get some
hold on one second, because we just might have got Carolina with the ball back again off of that kickoff. Tampa Bay took it out of the end zone, or took it off the kickoff, but ball ended up coming loose. Now we're trying to see what the flag is as well, but I wonder, I'm hoping that wasn't a face mask, but I want to see one who ends up with the ball, and then what was the flag for?
They threw that really quick.
I was going to say, it was almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like a formation penalty on the kickoff.
Right.
But
a lot of Bucks are pointing towards them having the ball. Bucks did get that ball back, but I still love seeing that too from the Panthers, especially on special teams.
Game's opening up?
Your game is opening up big time with that one, and this might come down to turnovers.
Still important to see what this flag is.
Yeah, that's where I'm waiting to see as well.
Illegal block in the back.
Okay, so it's coming back.
It's coming back regardless.
All right. Well, that's still big, because having to force him to go drive down the field is huge. And for Carolina, who's actually, and the Panthers have had good field position in their first two drives. They had that personal foul penalty that put them at the 50-yard line. Then the next drive, on that first play to Bryce and Tremaine, they're set up across midfield, didn't do anything. But finally, were able to be in plus territory again with that Rose Bay interception, and they scored. So it's not like they've been in bad positions. Where Tampa, they've had to drive the ball down the field, and we saw in that last possession that interception. And
we just saw them getting both sides a little chippy here, so maybe Tampa Bay is starting to feel a little bit of that pressure too after obviously nearly 2 turnovers.
It looks like he had it so close.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely a block in the back.
Right there. Which is what caused it.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
So self-inflicted errors by Tampa.
So let's see where they start at now. 1st and 10 inside the 20 for the Bucks. So they go for a run, and there you go.
Swallowed up in the backfield.
All right, Prince Umami Ellen.
How big is that for him to get that too off the gate?
Yeah, and I've kind of seen his snaps go down recently.
Mm-hmm.
He's not been a guy that they wanted out there in these situations to stop the run, and pulling tackle and guard both run each other.
I was just gonna say we haven't really heard his name
too much. I mean, you've heard Nick scored a little bit more so,
Yeah.
right? And so for him to kind of get in there, again, you mentioned it, limited snaps, but to go in and make a play like that, again, that's got to get the momentum, and again, it makes Tampa Bay have to guess and figure out what they can do to get things moving. 2nd and 14 now. Jeez, almost closer to the 10 now. Let's see what they dial up. Another run play.
Nice.
And another stop.
It's getting chippy.
It's getting chippy, and
All right, let's see it. 4 for 6 so far. Tampa is, of course, the last one interception. Are they going to just do a whole 3rd and long surrender run in the rain, or are they going to try to throw this ball?
I gotta think they're gonna. They gotta throw it here too. I mean, a run, you give Carolina even more momentum now too if you force that.
But do you trust Baker in this situation again?
I think with how he's playing, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Besides that one interception.
Right. All right.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes too.
It feels like it's shifted so much after that play. See, 9th interception since week 11, 2nd most in the NFL. It's been killer for them in these games.
Screenplay.
Got to tackle.
Oh, come on.
And they did not.
No.
Oh,
good blocking from the Bucks though, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's a blocking and tackling game, man. You gotta get off blocks, gotta be able to make tackle. And again, this team can knock it off the field on 3rd down.
And that's the tough one, especially when you're giving up a 3rd and 10 inside the 20. Kind of evens it out a little bit and kind of maybe takes the pressure off of Tampa Bay a little bit, but
shots McCoy just got destroyed.
That's
They look so small compared to the
offensive line, especially when they get to that second level.
Yeah, Shaw had no chance on that play.
1st and 10. They're leaning heavy on the run game right now, but
Run defense is looking so much better.
it looks a lot better, especially when you see 95 getting there, making those stops. Derek Brown with another amazing tackle. Forces a 2nd and long now. And I want to see if Tampa Bay just continues to rely on the run game.
I think you kind of just stay in your script. I mean, obviously they're out of it. You stay kind of on the ground if you're Tampa and only kind of throw when necessary, because it only feels like things are getting worse, and that's why. And that turnover is just so huge because they were in such a position where it's only going to get worse. Carolina, they're going to have to find a way to run it. They haven't done that, as we see, 0 rushing yards.
I was going to say, they still got the advantage with that, and there's another simple.
Yeah. And it's just kind of like, this is what the passing game is probably going to be for Tampa and probably for Carolina moving forward. A lot of these like short throws, can you get out, can you block, can you get off blocks, make tackles, and that's going to put both these defenses kind of like in conflict. Can they find a way to do that? Panthers did a better job there, but now that gives them a 3rd and short.
Yeah, and we talked about it. We've been talking about it all game. I mean, the more we see the close-ups, whether it's on the sideline or on the field, I mean, it's pouring.
The happier I'm
it's pouring. It's pouring down there. It's raining so much. 3rd and 3, about 7 minutes left, a little over 7 minutes left. Let's see if Carolina can get a stop. They're throwing. Baker escapes and slides for the 1st down. He's feeling. He's just getting. He's just finding time back there, and it's interesting because when they're getting the runs off, they're slowing him down. But when he's sliding out for those throws, he's finding that time.
3rd down, man.
And that's like what, the 4th now? The 4th one that they've converted? 5th maybe?
They're, I think 6 of 8 now.
6, yeah, like.
So 75%, you're allowing opponents 46% going in this game defensively. Whoopsie daisy. All right, we'll take that.
Take it. I'm not mad about that.
Baker running into him.
Yeah, it's.
I thought he just slipped.
It's 100% on the running back to be not to get outside.
No. Now you face a 2nd and long here.
Easiest tackle Nick Gordon's ever made.
2nd and 14. Let's see. Again, is it another run?
Not if they do that.
You got to make that tackle now too, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to see maybe those conditions with the weather kind of starting to play in, because that's granted now they ran into each other. It's a fumble. We might have a bit of an injury now.
Bobby Brown, the 3rd's down. And Turk Wharton not playing this game.
I was going to say, he's stepping in for him, right?
Yeah, so this is the 4th straight game that Bobby Brown's had to stand in. As we'll see, that Baker just lost it. And it's still pouring. But yeah, 4th straight game that Bobby Brown III's had to step in for Turk Wharton, who had one of the most unfortunate injuries of the year, where he tripped over a teammate during walkthroughs. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Wow. So
I don't really. There's not much else.
No. And I guess the other question.
I remembered being there. I think it was a Friday when Dave was telling us, like, or maybe it was the Monday after. We were asking, hey, what happened with Turk, because it didn't happen until like Saturday before they got on the plane or whatever it was. And he's like, he looked at Bruce Spade, his head of comms, like, hey, should I tell them? He's like, go ahead. It's like, yeah, he tripped over a teammate. I'm like, oh.
That is what happened.
That's tough.
So, but the good news is that we did see Bobby walking off on his own. So hopefully he's only going to miss maybe a short amount of time. 3rd and 15. I know we talk about it, but it'd be nice to get a stop here. It would be.
Yeah.
It would be. To get the ball with 5 minutes to go, too.
Okay, 5%.
And you get the ball at half, too, right? So this would be huge.
On 3rd down, it's 3 for 5.
No, they're
running.
There you go.
All right.
All right, folks, we're going to send it back out over now to Nick and Eugene. Nick and Eugene, a big drive here. It looks like the conditions are starting to have a real impact on what we're seeing.
Yeah, Eugene, especially on the Bucs offense, but Panthers got a third down stop. It's been tough sledding there. They're now Bucs are 5 of 8. Panthers offensively 0 for 2 on third downs. What did you see from the Panthers defense on that Buccaneers drive?
Well, Tampa Bay is going to cease and desist pulling their guards because it's slippery for them as well. You're going to see no more of pulling these guards and the tackle that way. You're going to see short passing game, screens, draws, the ball moving out, thrown out laterally. That's what you're going to see from Tampa Bay because they don't want to risk throwing the ball down the field because it's too slippery and you already had an interception.
Are the Panthers going to kind of take the same approach here? And Bryce Young's been a pretty good runner the last couple weeks. Can we see that?
Exactly. So this is going to be the same recipe for both teams. You got to be able to run the ball. But Bryce, when you drop back and everybody's down the field, dude, become like Cam Newton, Lamar Jackson. I need you to run, dude. I need you to run because Baker Mayfield is actually, he's prolonging the drives because he's running the ball. Bryce, take a page out of Baker Mayfield, run the ball.
Eugene, I'm going to hit you with this stat right here. Rushing yards right now in this game, Tampa Bay has 69. You want to guess how many Carolina has?
I'm going to say -2.
Better than that, 0. So they got to get it going on the ground in this race.
They got to get it going. Yep. They have to go ahead and be able to run the ball. But I think it's going to be more largely on Bryce Young when he drops back for a pass to go ahead and get that hidden yardage.
Let me just specify rush yards here. Score 10-7 Tampa. Yes. Panthers with the ball.
Thank you, guys. Now I want to ask you, I like to play coach now, but you're going to get the ball here. A little about 5 minutes left. What's the first play you're going to dial up here, guys?
A run.
Yeah, it's got to be a run, right? You got to get the run game going, especially if you want to kind of pull this away in the second half. I think what's going to be interesting now, too, is like we saw them obviously get the points there, but off the turnover inside the 20. Now you're kind of starting a little bit further back. I want to see how they're going to be able to move the ball this series as well.
Yeah, they've started their first drives at their own 35 twice, and the 19 of Tampa, and now they're going to be at the 17. So doesn't the worst one you've had so far. And of course, on those first 2 drives, they had the personal foul on the first drive, on the first play, they got to the 50, and then that dump off to Bryson Tremaine. So maybe a play like that, but I would think that trying to run it plenty of time, all 3 timeouts still, right? Yeah, so.
I will say one play that I like seeing too is a Jimmy Horn sweep play possibly as well, because obviously we've seen them not really get so much success on trying to run straight up the middle here, so maybe open things up outside too. And I mean, I don't know how predictable that is to see Jimmy moving in that motion, but could be an interesting way to kind of open things up as well.
Well, it's interesting too because Eugene just
brought this up that he thinks the Bucs need to cease and desist pulling their guards and tackles. Well, you saw when Wirfs ran into the other guy. Maybe that's something Carolina's going to take out of their arsenal as well. So maybe trying to be creative like that and get some jet sweeps of Horn is what they should do. He's not out there on his first down, but maybe that's going to be something Dave goes to later.
Yeah, 1st and 10, about 4:21 left in this game, and going to the run game.
Oh my God!
And again, Chuba just not being able to find anything.
I don't know if the run game's going to get going.
No. It seems like every time he gets the ball on the handoff, he's running into a defender right off rip.
Yeah, it's the same with Rico, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the offensive line's got to do a better job. Looked like Corbett had a tough time there as we get a look at Joe Gilbert, the offensive line coach there. And he's done a great job. He and Harold Goodwin came over from Tampa when they spent that 1 year of Dave Canales.
And that's one thing they've been doing for the most part is having a good run defense, right? They've been pretty consistent, not just this year, but really throughout the years has been successful with that. I know you mentioned Villa, but he's a one of one.
Yeah, there's not that many dudes like that who are that big, can move like a dancing bear, and we're seeing it.
Come on, Bryce. There you go.
Baker.
Big putt.
Nice.
And that's what Bryce has been doing. We didn't see it on Sunday, but we had seen it against the Rams. We'd seen it in that first game against the Bucs a couple weeks ago. He's been making those plays, utilizing his legs, scrambling around, and being able to find some downfield plays. Like those.
And not panicking. He's not panicking at
absolutely.
all. Like he's just calm and he's waiting for it, waiting for him to get open. I think that's exactly that's C-Mac's bread and butter right there, right? I mean, just.
I think one of Bryce's most improved skills this year is scrambling. When he scrambles, he's been really good at buying time to find a wide receiver deep downfield. We've seen that a few times with T-Mac this year.
Another rollout, and there he is. There's Jimmy Horn. Not the way I would have saw it, but I like seeing Jimmy Horn get active in this game. I mean, he's fun. He's a fun player. He's a fan favorite as well. But to see him open it up as well, definitely definitely good as they keep the chains moving, get close to that 50-yard line. Good move there, good play.
And look, that's young guys having to make plays. It's McMillan, a rookie. That's Horn, a rookie as well. We've seen Mitch Evans get an opportunity. 3 rookies having to be on this stage making plays for Carolina in this first half.
I'm not surprised, though. I mean, they've showed up all season long. They have been the guys that have made the huge plays for Carolina offensively. I think just the rookie class is going to be fantastic in a few years.
Oh, yeah. I'll take that, though. A couple yards there.
Is that the 7 yards?
Are we
Close
there?
Are we? I was going to say, how close are we to
We are 2 yards away.
Okay.
Yeah. So
maybe give it to him again. I'd like to see him get his bonus, right?
So 5 attempts for 5 yards. So we only need 2 yards for that. And then a touchdown will give him the 1.25 mil. Don't know how it breaks down. I think it's $250,000 now. I don't know.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. We'll put it that way.
I'm going to find his contract here on Spot Track, because that's the place for contracts. That's so you can look at. Let's see. So, yeah, he gets $1 million for just getting 2 more yards.
2 more yards.
And it'll be $250,000 for getting another touchdown.
Punching it in.
For the 8 total touchdowns. So yeah, he's hit on every incentive except for the Pro Bowl one, which would have been $500,000, which is great for a dude who they signed for a base salary of $2.75 million guaranteed.
So just a quick injury update on Bobby Brown. Danielle Stein, who is down there at the game, she said that he's being evaluated for a concussion and is questionable to return.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Obviously not something you want to hear, but
and a big
we'll
if
see
though
how those
too.
tests come back.
Right, exactly. So we are at the 2 minutes before halftime with this one. Obviously we'll have a second down for Carolina as we come back here. Promising. Looks like they might be able to hold on to this ball before halftime as well, and a good momentum swing either way because they get the ball to start off halftime as well.
Yeah, and curious to see if Bobby is not able to come back, how
Who's that?
that's going to impact him, because again, Turk Wharton not playing this game. Jared Harrison
Right.
Hunt, the rookie from SMU, is inactive as well. So you're kind of getting down there. You have Ashawn, you have DB. Those are your best, I think, interior defensive linemen this season. You're going to need someone like Cam Jackson, the rookie from Florida, to have to step up and make some plays in this game.
Yeah, and it sounds weird to say, though, too, but like you kind of mentioned it, at least on the offensive side, they've been doing things with the young guys so well recently, and so it's like you want to give those confidence to those young guys on defense as well, because we mentioned a guy, Nick Scorton's been doing a really good job, especially in the second half of the season, really stepping up, being a vocal guy, but also being a playmaker as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been such a great leader in the locker room.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about him. Because like I was thinking about, someone was asking me when I was doing like a mailbag episode on my show, like just about Scorton and like what his ceiling is. Like I don't know if he's ever going to be one of those like 10 sack a year kind of guys, but the leadership aspect that he brings,
Locker
to the
room guy, right? Yeah.
Because like, I look at someone like Jared Verse, who is a phenomenal player. And he has yet to get to that double-digit sack total, which I think he's capable of, but he's also just a phenomenal leader for the Rams. And I think that's exactly what Nick Scorton has been so far for them and can be for this team moving forward.
And it's and again, promising. The guy's first-year guy. I mean, to come in and be able to do that, make himself, because I think it was, I'm trying to think of what game it was earlier in the season, but he really kind of brought it out and be like, yeah, we're just being a little bit maybe more like lackadaisical after getting that 3-game win streak, I want to say, right? And
I think it was the Buffalo game.
Buffalo game. He was very vocal, right? And it was kind of like, is this a guy that can? But he is. I mean, he's showing it though too.
And how often do you see a rookie calling out?
Exactly.
Like that?
Exactly.
You never see that.
Yeah, you were in that locker room too after it, Logan, because I mean the only people who talked to us were the usuals of JC and Derek Brown, and then I think Christian Roseman was in there. I think maybe Austin Corbett, and then we got Nick Scorton.
Right.
Which typically, again, like we can say, you get that. So I thought that was really cool, that moment that he was willing to talk. Now, obviously, it's not that big of a deal if they talk then, or we'll talk on Monday. But I was really impressed at that point in time that he was like, yeah. I mean, we didn't do it.
We didn't do it. Yeah. So first play coming out of the 2-minute warning, Bryce pressured a little bit there, kind of forcing it to more or less kind of throw it away there. So now we're facing a 3rd and 6. Like to see them keep the chains moving and keep the ball out of Tampa Bay's hands before the half as well. Let's see what they draw up here. They're going to throw it. Pressure coming from.
A major interception right there. We're going to send it over to Nick and Eugene. Nick and Eugene, what happened on that play?
Yeah, back-breaking interception here late first half. Panthers needing a drive and tie or take the lead. What happened?
So here, this is T-Mac on this side right here. Here's the corner. The corner was about 10 yards off, and he stayed about 10 yards off. He didn't even start even backpedal. He just knew that the ball's going to have to come out short, right? They put pressure on the quarterback here, and the ball came out immediately on the outside. The ball was thrown a little short, and that was an easy play because this smart corner did not back up. He played for the sticks for the first down and got an easy interception.
Unfortunate, because we were just talking about how Bryce and the Panthers offense and Dave Canales as a play caller, they were being poised, they were being calm, they were taking care of the football. Now it's back in the Bucs' hands, and it puts the defense in an adverse sudden change situation.
And here what you want. You want to be able to at least minimize maybe 3 points. You don't want to get ahead and give it a 7. And always expect sudden change. Whenever there's a sudden change, expect the ball to go deep down the field.
The Bucs are going to be aggressive. Do the Panthers need to dial it up?
So, and I'm looking for a double move. If I'm J.C. Horn, if I'm Mike Jack, watch out for the double move from any of the receivers because the ball typically goes deep down the field for a shot.
All right, we'll see if the Panthers defense can hold after that killer interception by Bryce Young.
Yeah, I wonder, again, they try to get that momentum, lean on the run game. Maybe they even make a call for Mike Evans here as well to try to get something going as well.
Well, that's what Eugene's calling for.
Yeah,
and, I don't want to question Eugene. He's elite ball knower. He knows it better than I do. But obviously, in these conditions, you want to do it. Or maybe, because no one would think you'd want to throw the ball deep down the field in the rain, you will do it. We'll see what they dial up. But, yeah, this is big for the Panthers defense where they have not been good in sudden change this season. And we saw Carolina Panthers offense be able to get in sudden change, score that touchdown, defensively be able to pick them up, play complementary football, get out the field here before half, keep it at 10-7.
That would be huge. Just holding them and not getting points on the board, keeping it a 3-point game, that would be massive.
Yeah, I mean, at least with this turnover, unfortunate, but you're not giving them an automatic field goal range kind of a position, right? So you don't love it. But
Can't imagine trying to attempt field goals today. I know we've seen a couple.
Yeah, we're talking about that. I mean, and we're not like experts on this, but I'm curious what's like a range here that maybe either side feels the most comfortable with when it comes to kicking, even in these conditions today. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's got to be longer than 40 yards, honestly. Like, I can't.
It really depends. Like, I mean, McLaughlin for the Bucs is one of the better kickers in the league. He has a big leg. We know Ryan Fitzgerald has been clutch.
He's been great too. Yeah,
he's been really good for this team. I don't know how much of a factor the wind is. It looked like it was pretty bad there when they showed us some of the palm trees on the broadcast earlier. I guess we'll find out if Panthers can, hopefully get a punt here. But if they do get in that position, we'll maybe see what they decide to do around 35 or 40 if Tampa gets there.
Yeah, the Bucs getting the ball here with about 1:51, and they're going back to the run game. Bucky Irvin getting things going there. A nice little 6-yard pickup. So we're looking at that play. I don't mind the play call, if I'm being honest. It looks, he's rushed.
Yeah, I think whether it's raining or not, that's an interception. Just bad read by Bryce, bad throw.
Yeah, it was underthrown.
2nd and 3 here. Again, I think they might lean on the run game. And it's talking about it, they're scoring, making a play. And I love seeing the energy from him after that play as well. Trying to get guys going.
Yeah, is Tampa trying to score or not?
I mean, that brings a good question, though, too, because it's like, how confident is Bowles in putting the ball back in Baker's hand before the half after that turnover, too?
Yeah, I don't know. You look at total yardage. I mean, they have over 100 yards more than them. The Panthers have not been able to run the ball at all. Both teams have turnovers. Obviously, Tampa's turnover, rather, far more detrimental to their efforts today than Carolina's is at this point, especially as the clock continues to run. Tampa has all 3 timeouts.
Doesn't look like they're rushing anything here. 3rd and 5.
Derek Brown's being held.
And
no flag.
Guys, come on. Are you kidding?
Oh, my gosh. A little.
Come.
That's a bit of a breaker there. Yeah, Baker with a nice scramble, escaping at least 3 tackles there.
I mean, great play by him, but where is the obvious hold, I feel like, on Derek Brown?
Yeah. I will say the first play of the game, I noticed something as well.
And he's behind.
He's behind the line as well.
Yeah, only one foot needs to be on the line. So you can have another foot in front. Same thing like your arms, whatever, like foot has to be behind it, or on or behind. Kate Otten.
Yeah, and that's the Baker magic. That,
I would say that's what Baker
yeah,
does.
that's the Baker
he's
magic
been doing
that people
for
saw in
years.
Cleveland a little bit as well. But in that play, spectacular. But now they're also possibly in field goal range, as Tampa Bay now decides to take a timeout with 18 seconds.
Well, looks like Carolina now is called timeout.
Oh, Carolina has. Sorry, yeah.
But we're gonna maybe get the answer to your question if they're comfortable
They're gonna
kicking.
kick it,
Yeah, I was gonna say now.
Yeah.
Now they're looking to see. Hey, you're taking a 3.
Yeah, I probably don't have really a choice, but yeah, you wonder if it was like a 4th and 4 and not potentially about 5 seconds left, which I think maybe the scenario coming up here, would they be willing to kick in these conditions, or would they rather go for it? Maybe find out in the second half. But yeah, I think right now they're sitting at the Panthers 32, so that would be a 50-yarder.
Carolina does, so that's a good thing. So holding them to a field goal would be good. Let's see what they draw up here.
They look like they're having a good time.
Yeah, no, they're like, is it halftime yet? Another run.
Yeah, they're going to kick it. It just looks like they're trying to give their kicker the best position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Bulls called timeout here too.
About 13 seconds left. I want to see.
Do you take a shot?
What are you going to lose?
Yeah, let's say why not. Why not? Why not? I'd see you do it.
You're at what, the 30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you just like
I mean,
focus.
it's going to stop the clock if it's incomplete, you know?
True. Or like, are you concerned about what we saw earlier, where Baker lost the ball, and do you want to potentially take points off the board?
He seems to have a better grip on it right now, but
Yeah.
yeah, you do bring up a good point though too, because that series before there was 3 balls that almost were lost in that one situation. So
I'm taking a shot if I'm.
yeah, I feel like you do. I feel like you have to.
Because that's a backbreaker if they're able to have any sort of miscommunication back there. So you got where it looks like Ransom and Scott are the 2 safeties back. Merrick playing more in that nickel spot.
Run play.
No run. Yeah.
So they're about the 20.
No, they have. I mean, they have enough time to run another play.
They still have 2 timeouts. Yeah. It's about 9 seconds left.
That was interesting, and I'd be interested when we go back to Nick and Eugene to kind of get Eugene's thoughts on this, because I think Shaw Smith-Wade has struggled today, and to see Teron Merrick playing in that big nickel spot, which he's done at times this season, that is interesting to see him up there. And Lathan Ransom is really, like we talk about the rookies, he's come along recently, and Nick Scott's been starting back there at safety all year long. Like those 5 of Scott, Ransom, Merrick, and the big nickel, and of course JC and Mike Jack, that may be your best 5 in the secondary today. Tackling wise too, but also just coverage.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing too, we got to make sure we shore up some tackles too, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. And
it has to happen. I mean, it'd be nice. And I'm only having flashbacks after that Baker play, but you gotta wrap them up. Let's see, 1st and 10, another run play.
All right,
they're going for the 3, so it looks like
He's got a chip shot.
yeah, should be
Baker burns their last time out, so they're going to have about 5 seconds here, and here comes the kick unit too. So
Yeah, I think it should be like a 36-yarder from here.
Chase McLaughlin, man. I think they said on broadcast. Excuse me. I think they said on the broadcast he's like 95% or something. I don't know what yardage, but
Maybe you just gave them the announcer's jinx.
maybe
let's see.
they'll be missing.
Yeah. Maybe in the 4th quarter.
I'm looking at the stat lines, and it's so disgustingly in Tampa Bay.
One-sided, right? One-sided.
216 total yards compared to Carolina's 80. It's not good.
It's crazy to think this is still a 1-score game, right?
Yes, it is.
Which, to a point, maybe gives.
And it's in there.
Which, to a point, maybe gives Carolina a little bit of hope, optimism. Hey, we're not playing our best ball yet, but we're still within a 1-position game.
Yeah, I mean, defensively, I think they've done everything you could ask them to do so far. Like, it was that opening drive where, I mean, Tampa still had success. Oh, well. Lee looks like a, what? Yeah, doesn't matter.
Too many minutes.
Yeah, they'll take the points. But yeah, I think just for the defense of Carolina, like, you got out and done your job. Like, you gave it that opening drive, which fine, Tampa did that a couple weeks ago. We see a lot of teams have success in their opening script. Since then, you've had to force Tampa to move the ball. They threw an interception there. They get that field goal, unfortunately, because you're not able to wrap up Baker. But I think overall the defense has been, I mean, they haven't been great, but they made a play while the offense has made really next to no plays. Aside from that one time they were set up in plus territory inside the Bucks 20.
And another question I do want to ask when we get back in with Eugene, though, as well, because we've seen it, and Logan, we've talked about it, though, too, when it comes to the third and longs, when it comes to the coverage, especially in the secondary. It's been such a fall behind, push soft coverage here, and I'm kind of curious, hey, what do we need to adjust, at least on those third and longs in particular, to really start to kind of slow down Tampa Bay as that as well? So
yeah, I'm curious to get his thoughts on that, too, and, I don't know the answer to that, so that'll be
Let's see here.
My question is, are they scared that they're going to get burned, if they're doing man coverage and they're just faster? But JC's fast. So
right.
I don't know.
We'll see here as we've got 2 seconds left.
The crazy part is, I was bringing up the stat line. Carolina gets the ball to start second half. They could go out and score a touchdown and then be in the lead.
They're in the lead with that game, too, right?
Hard to feel that way if they're not going to be able to run the ball, though.
Yeah,
right.
And that's the other thing, too, right? So
5, I guess it's now down to 4 as they're going to – well, I'm looking at the stats ahead of time. Sorry, folks. But we already know there's 2 seconds left. They're clearly going to kneel. Yeah. So, spoiler alert, they're kneeling and going to half. Yeah. But 4 yards is not going to get it done. No. Very clearly.
There's a couple of things they can tweak, right? But again, I feel like you're optimistic considering the fact that, okay, if we do these small, simple tweaks, right, we have to get more than 5 yards on the ground.
Yeah, schematically, there's things you can do. Eugene, he can speak more to that than I can, but he talked about pulling, probably not going to be something you're going to do if you're Tampa. I'm sure Carolina's not going to look to do that as well, but it's going to have to come down to your offensive line. This is the second highest paid offensive line in the NFL. Now, Rob Hunt's not out there. I understand that. But you have everybody except Rob Hunt, and you have Austin Corbett out there in his spot instead. Those guys have to find a way to move the man in front of them and open up some of these lanes and allow Rico, allow Chuba, and even
to
Bryce.
Get going.
Yeah, to get going. It's up to those guys to really just look in the mirror and move the man in front of them. That's what you're getting paid to do. Got to find a way to do it.
Exactly. So 13-7 is the score with Tampa Bay in the lead. We are officially at halftime. So we talked about the run game. We talked about maybe some changes when it comes to the secondary, especially on those third down plays as well. And I think maybe even try to find a Jalen Coker in a game like this as well would be helpful because I don't think he's had a target yet this game.
It wouldn't hurt to get every single receiver involved. I think we need more T-Mac. I like seeing Jimmy Horn Jr. getting in. I thought he had a great play there. And like you mentioned earlier, Miles, getting the tight ends involved too, because we've seen a lot of production out of them in this game so far. So it doesn't hurt just to spread the wealth.
Yeah, and I think especially with as many tight ends that Carolina has, that brings that unpredictability perspective, right? So you don't know what you're going to get out of that. And so to add that into it, and whether it's a simple play or whether it's a play action that stretches it out a little bit longer, you got to get them involved.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Bryce Young's stats in the first half, 7 for 11, 75 yards, had the touchdown, had that interception. I think just stat line-wise, aside from the turnover, he's done pretty well, especially looking at the conditions. So I think you've gotten what you need out of your quarterback, turnover aside, which of course led to 3 points, and that hurts you. You got to get something out of your running backs. And then if, like Logan mentioned, can you get guys like T-Mac more involved as he has 4 targets, 2 receptions, 25 yards, and you're right, there has not been a single target for Jalen Coker. Right. And it's interesting because Canales has talked multiple times over the last month and a half of the season of wanting to get Jalen more involved. Didn't really see him get targeted last week. Haven't seen him get targeted today. Can you get your second best receiver, in my opinion, the ball?
And if you go back, and you guys know, you've seen it in every one of those games, the big games and the upsets that they've had, Coker has had a big play. Yes. And so it's not just saying that because we like the guy, but he has been, and I don't want to say he's an X factor, but he is a difference maker because he can stretch the field. So whether that's a 30-yard play or a 20-yard play, or whether that's something that just gets him involved, you got to find a way to get him involved.
Here. Yeah, and you bring that up. You go back to the game against the Rams. I think it was a 4th and 3. Mm-hmm. They found on the right sideline for that touchdown. You go back to next week in that third quarter when the Panthers were up by 2 scores against New Orleans. They find him on the right sideline again for a deep ball. And then the next week against Tampa, there is another deep ball that they found him on, like a 34-yard reception that set up, I think, the game-winning score for Carolina on that drive. So they were finding that. Where is that? Get the rain, but can you find some crossers like you found there with Tremaine? Can you find some out routes there like they found with Jimmy Horn and they found with T-Mac as well? Can you get him involved in this offense here in the second half? I think they're going to need to do that, especially if they're going to run for only 4 yards.
Yeah, no,
which I think will not continue, hopefully.
Well, and the Panthers are 2-0 when Jalen Coker has 5 or more receptions. So
it's got to happen,
and
right?
And he had that big reception against the Bucs 2 weeks ago. So you know that he can make the big plays against this team,
especially down the time, like down late and stretch, right?
Let's find him some targets in the second half.
A good point during his halftime
halftime interview where he talked about just also needing to contain Baker because he says Baker's picking up a lot of extra plays, which I think we all have remarked upon seeing just this first half.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Just the fact that he was able to escape and no one brought him down on that would have been third and what?
Third and
long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they let him get the first down. They just have to contain Baker.
Eliminate that time that he's had, right? Because the more time, if he's gotten more than 2 or 3 seconds, that's when he's starting to kind of scramble around, and that's, as we see, the difference making. Exactly. Sorry. Thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, he starts baking again, and it kind of reminds people what they saw in Cleveland a little bit when they start obviously having their success even with Tampa Bay. But
man,
you got to limit the time.
This is the Oklahoma Baker.
Yeah.
Like, this is like the make gestures at Kansas, like, F you, Baker Mayfield.
I was going to say, and I didn't have time to squeeze this in before we started the watch party, but I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Baker just turn it on this last game because he doesn't want to lose, 8-9 straight, and he doesn't want his legacy to be tarnished and lose twice to the Panthers.
Right. And
you lose twice to the Falcons and then twice to them. That's terrible.
One thing I will say about Baker, he is probably second to none at that position when being the most competitive quarterback in the NFL. I mean, he's the most jarring and just so, he's a little chippy, but he's just, like you said, he's Oklahoma.
What did you say a couple weeks ago? More than wanting to win, I hate losing. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I remember. It's just, it's that personal pride too.
It's like you love to play with them, you hate to play against them because it's kind of, I don't want to compare sports, but like that's very similar to like a Draymond Green in a sense, though, too, right? Like we're like it's more, but it's more. But what I'm saying is it's more. But it's more than just like what he's doing on the field, right? It's to distract. Yeah. No, well, I mean, hey, go back to that sideline play. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm with you though, Miles. Like, no, I'm not comparing. I know you're not.
But the effect.
I know you're not comparing like you're not saying that Baker and Draymond are the same person. I totally understand that, but like the mentality that they have. If you're not on their team, you hate that guy, and you can even see like being in there when we talked like Derek Brown and J.C. Horn about Baker. Like J.C., he said he didn't really talk a lot to Baker a couple weeks ago in that game, but he has a lot of respect for him, having been a former teammate. So those guys, they know what he's about. Now, they never play with them, they probably would not feel that way. But like with Draymond Green, Baker Mayfield, without this mentality, is not in this situation.
All right, folks, a very, very ugly but interesting first half. Panthers, Bucks, 13-7, Tampa Bay right now. For those folks watching on WCNC Plus right now, an important programming note. Right now, we will be transitioning on our primary stream to our 6 o'clock newscast. We will be following updates on the recent strikes against Venezuela and the recent bringing of Venezuelan President Maduro to the United States. That will be on our 6 o'clock news. For those who are interested in sticking with us for halftime and the third and fourth quarters, you can find that on our secondary stream from 6 to 6:30, and then it will replace on our primary stream at 6:30. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break as we reset for halftime. Lots of football, lots of opportunities for the Panthers to get back in this game. Coming back right after this break.
Welcome back to Panthers on the Plus. We've got a watch party for you, and probably, I'll just say it, pressure-wise, maybe the biggest game for the Panthers season so far. Win gets them into the postseason, something they haven't done since 2017, if I'm about right. 2017 is the last time they made the postseason. Down 7-13. Again, halftime, we got about 4 minutes before the game kicks back off, but we talked about it. One-sided when it comes to the stats, but obviously still a little bit of optimism that Carolina can get things going in the second half.
Yeah, and obviously the turnover was huge, that Christian Roseman was able to get that interception. Without that, we're in a whole different kind of conversation about this team. So you can still feel confident, okay, you found some things in the pass game despite the rain. You have not been able to find anything on the ground. Like, that has got to be the first and foremost thing you want to do coming out of the half. And I hope that they challenge the offensive line, because I saw, looking at Joe Gilbert, the Panthers offensive line coach on the sideline, he was not happy.
Not liking what he's seeing right now, right?
So I'm guessing that he's going to be in this guy's faces. I'm guessing Austin Corbett's going to do that to him. They're going to all tell each other, hey, we've got to do a much better job in opening up some of these holes and giving our guys like Rico, get in his money.
Right.
Let's get his money. And
let's get the money.
Yeah, and let's get this money, get this win. So that's going to be, I think, the key to the second half for Carolina offensively is being able to run the ball.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And like we were talking about earlier, getting those younger receivers involved, specifically Jalen Coker. You know, we want to see him. He can make those explosive plays. And we saw the offense getting some momentum. Obviously, that interception definitely hurt them. But they get the ball back to start the second half. If they can go out and score, I think this is a brand new ball game for Carolina.
Yeah.
Let me ask this, though, too, guys. Do you feel like, and I know we talked about the offensive line having to get things together, does Rico need to adjust anything as well when it comes to maybe being a little bit more efficient with that run game?
No,
I know it's
because
tricky
they have to
to say.
open up the holes. You know, there's only so much you can do if your offensive line isn't really helping you out. Sure, you can, like, sometimes reverse and change your route, but you really need to rely on your offensive line when you're running back, and they really have not given him much.
Yeah, I mean, Logan nailed it. We think back to those first two plays where, yeah, the cleats were an issue, but it wasn't like he had anywhere to go.
Right.
They were getting blown up there, this inside guard. So he's of course, you want to see more of a burst from him, but you got to give him an opportunity. And I don't think, as Logan mentioned, he's gotten those opportunities so far. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's going to have to start out with those first guys, those guys up front, and we'll even include the tight ends as well.
Yeah, and defensively, changes maybe a little bit, though, too, slowing down the run game, but also getting to Baker a little bit sooner. Jolene kind of talked about it, maybe getting Trayvon Merrick a little bit more involved, at least maybe in those run stops, something like that as well, right? It's got to be a big factor.
Yeah, and I'm curious, I don't know if we got an update on Bobby Brown and whether he's coming back in this game. Because if not, then you're really, so he's been looking at Alex Zeitlo, the Charlotte Observer. He's reporting, and everybody else who's at the game's reporting that Bobby Brown, the third, is out for the rest of the game with a concussion. And that means, as I mentioned earlier, you have no Turk Wharton for the fourth straight game with the hamstring, no Bobby Brown the rest of this game. Jared Harrison Hunt, he's there, but he's not in uniform. He's on the sideline inactive. So you have Derek Brown, Ashawn Robinson, the rookie Cam Jackson, and then LeBron Ray can help you out as well in the interior. Big time for Jackson and Ray to have to step up and help out Robinson and help out Brown. But I'm thinking one of these games where, at this point in the season where you're at, is Derek Brown coming out the field? Do you want to take him off the field?
You can't.
He was an Iron Man 2 years ago when he was a Pro Bowler. Let him be that in the second half.
Right. And we saw him getting a little bit more involved in stopping the run later on after that first season, which is our series, which has been great for Derek Brown. But now you got to lean on this guy even more, and maybe even for more snaps in the second half, because again, you're playing catch up now.
Yeah.
Yes. I think just limiting Baker too. You know, you can't let him scramble. You can't miss your tackles. That's been the part that's been killing them, especially the defensive line. Like, they've had the opportunities, but they just let them slip right past. Like,
we'll blame the weather for those. No. But
we can, but at this point, when you have to win, you can't blame anything but yourselves.
No. You have to make the difference.
And to your point, Logan, so far Baker has 3 rush attempts for 28 yards. That's 9.3 yards per attempt. So when he's getting out there in those scrambles, he's picking up yardage.
And as a defensive player or a defensive coordinator, you hate to see that or hear that stat, right? Because, like, you see it, but now you're looking at the stats and you're like, okay, this is crushing us a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think we came into this game expecting that Baker Mayfield would have more rushing yards at half than Rico Dowdle.
Right.
Or, than the whole Carolina Panthers team.
And that's the other part too. When you look at it like that, we're talking about one-sided stats. Your quarterback has more than any running back you have on your team.
Yeah.
It's so funny because Bucky Irving has 49 rushing yards as the leading rusher. Rico Dowdle has 6. One away, though.
One away, but we want more than 7 yards. We want more than 7 yards from him, but second half getting ready to kick off here. Again, Carolina will get the ball to start the second half. curious to see what the offense looks like coming out as well. But let's see what this kickoff looks like here as well as we get ready to start the second half with, again, Carolina down 7-13 in this ball game. So the ball goes. Yeah, and that's the other thing I'm kind of curious about as well.
The rain almost looks a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
I think.
Yeah.
It looks better.
Well, at least the guys in the booth are dry. Liking that suit on Louis Riddick.
I want to see if we can get a look at that forecast too, because I am curious. It did look a little bit more drier than we have seen, at least in the first half with that game.
Yeah, as we just saw on the radar there, it does look like the rain has lightened up a little bit, but it does look like there is more on the way.
Bombs away until it comes.
So you got to get points on the board now. When
Exactly. You got to get things going here, right? First play, run game. There it is.
There you go. Ooh, just barely was able to keep bounce that one outside. Could have been a big play.
But that does give him a bonus.
Yep.
That does give him a bonus. It's a start.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
Rico.
good out. Shout out to Rico, huh? Big bonus.
He
We
deserves
want
it.
more, but solid run there. Maybe his best run, which I don't love to say because it's only 4 yards, but one of his best runs already so far today. Sets up a second at 6.
Well, by far his best run because $1 million.
Exactly. Valid point there. Valid
Everything
point.
else is just on top of that.
Yeah.
Is it a battle of the bonuses? Because Baker is up for $1 million too.
Yeah.
Apparently.
And there it is. Who we talk about that needed to get a ball there. Coker as well.
There's one.
Right?
He's 4 away.
4. Okay.
From the statistic of him, if he has 5 receptions, they're 2-0.
That's right.
He's 1.
Yeah, it's a safe
Another,
catch.
Nice throw to the outside. Like two things that Logan and I talked about at halftime. Getting Joe Coker involved, which he said.
Right.
See if we can find some throws on the outside like they've done with Jimmy Horn and with Terrell McMillan. So huge third down here as well.
3rd and 2. I'd like to see a little play action here maybe. Find a tight end. Let's see here.
Oh, that's rough.
Brought
It's
it
a little
in.
short, but he caught it.
I think this is go territory.
You think so already too? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So that sets up a 4th and 1.
Yeah, you're at your own 44.
Offense is staying on the field. Let's see what happens here. Is that a catch? That's
No.
No, that might be a catch.
He bobbled it.
I think he kept it off the ground.
But I think he pulled it into his body. Yeah.
I'm wrong.
No.
It looks like
He like
Yeah.
pulls it
Yeah,
in.
He
yeah.
pulls it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get it. Just
3 more. Yeah. And they're going for it. 4th and 1. Run to Chuba. There we go. And 2 things I like seeing there. 4th down in a game, you need to. You go for it. And a run play to get you the first down as well, whether it's Chuba or Rico. Getting that moving, letting them know, hey, we're not scared to run the ball here, and we're going to get this first down.
This is the aggressive play calling that we've been wanting to see from Canales. I'm glad it's finally coming out now in the second half, but I like what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and we have seen throughout the season that they have been very aggressive going for it on 4th down.
Right.
That one is a very obvious go, in my opinion. I'm sure the analytics say so as well, but just where you're at game situation, you need to go. And that's smart decision by Bryce.
I was going to say, I feel like that was like a blown play
Yeah.
off the jump because it didn't look like Rico was even ready for that play once it kind of got snapped as well. So I'm okay with that. 2nd and long, or 2nd and 10, I should say.
You mentioned the analytics. How heavily does the Panthers rely on analytics, do you think?
Oh, very heavily. Yeah, because I mean, they even know with looking at refs, they know what refs are going to call more defensive pass interference or holding calls than other crews may. So they're going to lean on the analytics throughout the game in all facets. And I think that one, you don't even need a spreadsheet to tell you, hey, go for it on 4th and
Exactly.
1, 44 down 6 in a win this and you're in the playoffs type of game.
2nd and 10. He's got a little time in the pocket, and there's a move.
There we go.
There you go. And again, we talked about that comfortability here, is he kind of didn't, panic as the pressure was coming to him. Bryce taking his time, finding Tet McMillan there for a nice play. That's their biggest play of the game.
Yeah.
Biggest play of the game.
And it's to T-Mac.
And it is to T-Mac, somebody that we knew had to get involved with this offense if they wanted to come away with the win.
It looks like they're trying to get the wide receivers more involved.
Yeah.
In this half at least.
Julian, let me ask you this because I'm curious to hear your thoughts because I haven't talked to you about this. Obviously, T-Mac was not the first choice that people were thinking the Panthers were going to draft this year. How much of a pleasant surprise has he been for you?
Yeah, he's absolutely exceeded my expectations. I compared him when they took him 8th overall to the receivers we saw taken in the top 10 last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors. Now, he was not going to be Malik Neighbors, what Neighbors did last year, but I thought he could be what Odunze and Harrison Jr. did and be a guy who could have like 60 receptions, 800 yards, and a couple touchdowns as well. And he's gone over each of those statistical standpoints this season. So he's as good as I thought maybe he could be, but he's certainly a lot better than I thought he would be in year one. And like, think about this. Where are they without him? Because Coker missed those first 6 games with the quad injury.
That's right.
XL, as we've talked about, has not lived up to expectations this year.
Right.
Jimmy Horn Jr. took a while for him to get his opportunity, and even as a 6th-round pick, they're still not going to him that much. If they didn't have T-Mac, we're not here right now talking about this game being an important game.
And I've talked to a couple people, though, too. I mean, he gives me that 1,000-yard season receiver. And he's already at 929 for the year as a rookie.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's a guy that, whether it's year 1 or year 5 or 6, is just consistent. And he's going to get the targets anyway because he's proven to be at least a serious threat target in that position. So great pickup there that as well. So.
And that was a tough call there because it looked like on that first down, the incompletion to Rico Dowdle was actually a lateral going out of bounds. So they lose 6 yards there. So
yeah,
hate to have that happen after a big play.
No, because that kind of pulls you a little bit out of even field goal range if you were even remotely close to that one as well. So 3rd and long, I want to curiously see what they draw up here to see if they maybe try to settle for a field goal or where do they go from it. They're just outside the 40 right now. So it's about 11-11 left in the 3rd quarter here. 3rd and 16. See what they draw up here.
Just try to get to the 35 at least. Got to get something here. And there's Chua wide open underneath.
He heard you.
A little slip, yeah. Did find him underneath there.
Bryce Young whisperer.
Got a little closer, but slipped up again. Not seeing the rain, but seeing the field obviously play a factor for Carolina especially.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do.
Yeah,
because
there really
they
is.
Can't. Because it's like 2 hours before the game when they're out there, like they can't cover it up, and then of course as they've been playing, like these had some pretty big kicks this year as a rookie.
This would be the nice time to kick it, not when it was a little rainier earlier in the first half. 54-yarder. Let's see what Fitz does here.
54th wet field kind of makes me nervous.
Oh.
No.
That thing came out. That
close, yeah.
That looked like it looked like it kind of slipped off his foot. Yeah. The way
it didn't feel as clean. It didn't look as clean though.
No, that didn't. No, that felt like a wet ball that just completely shanked off his foot. Like I don't know. And then Bryce is pretty mad about. I'm guessing that what they called a lateral on Rico.
I was going to guess that one as well. But I want to see if he had a clean.
Oh, looks fine.
Slipped.
He had a little bit of a slip.
Yeah. That's tough.
That plant foot kind of slipped a little bit.
Has he missed any?
He's missed a couple. I know there was one right before the half of a game where they were just kind of doing a fire drill and he missed that one. Yeah. He's missed a couple others, a couple extra points, but he's been great overall. And I talked to O'Brien in the locker room once going into a week because I was just very curious. Like, okay, you're a kicker. What is it exactly that you do all throughout the week other than like just kick? Because he was watching film, and I was like, "What are you watching film of?" And he's just watching film of himself. Like, do you ever look to see how a special teams unit like defends, like the kicking, like if they come off the corners, anything like that? Do you watch other guys? Like, no, I'm just focused on my own technique, which I felt was like very interesting. That he's solely focused on like what can I do,
like little tweaks or adjustments, anything, right?
That's the only thing he's looking out throughout the week. So, I mean, he's done a great job. Honing in on his craft. He's done a great job in helping this team get to this point. Just tough with the field conditions, which we've talked about.
But I mean, again, you can't,
I feel like some really big moments he's done it.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great. But score stays 7-13 with about 11 minutes to go here. So still plenty of time for Carolina to kind of get back into this game. Did you guys, and I want to ask you this both too, like, did you guys love the first series? I mean, obviously it didn't come away with any points, but the big play to Tet was great. The 4th and 1 move as well. I don't mind those plays though.
I thought there were some good moments. I didn't like love it, obviously, because there weren't points on the board, but they moved the ball pretty effectively. The run game was a little bit better, but I still think there's room for improvement, especially in the run game.
Yeah, I mean, the play that killed him was that fumble.
The
lateral to Rico, and like if that's a ball that's more on target, I don't know. Maybe they could have. I don't know if that's something you can challenge or not. Like forget what you can and can't challenge nowadays. It seems like you can challenge everything.
Right.
If you take that away, then they're in a good spot. And maybe if they just ran it instead of trying to throw something kind of behind the line of scrimmage to Rico, it made more sense. Like that's the only thing you can look back at on that drive and not like. Other than that, I mean, proper play on third down. You try to get the ball to Chuba, which you did, to set up that field goal. Just weren't able to connect, and now Bucs took the ball at the 44, which is not ideal.
No, it's not the most ideal, but let's see. Again, they're leaning on the run game. And Bucky with a 4 or 5 yard carry there, and so it also looks like Tampa Bay is not really throwing the ball too much into Baker's hands, at least up to this point. They've had at least enough success in running the ball up to this point for the most part, but maybe trying to keep it out of his hands after that pick a little bit, though, too.
Yeah, I would think trying to keep it on the ground here would make the most sense for them. But yeah, I mean, he's been, like you saw that play right there. They're showing where he extended for 7 seconds. That's crazy. He's been able to make those plays with his legs.
2nd and 6 here for Tampa Bay. They're close to the 50-yard line right now. Let's see what they draw up here.
I like that blitz.
And I like that blitz. And you called that, though, Julian. He was got to get back there.
Yeah, Merritt gets back there. Derek Brown on the other side as well. That's a well-timed blitz, and that's them having Merritt playing up in that nickel spot again. And it looks like the Knicks got up. Yeah, it looks like that's the 5 that I was talking about earlier. Like I feel like that's what they got to go to the rest of this game because Shaw Smith-Wade was really struggling in coverage, struggling tackling. And Merrick, you paid him all that money this past offseason to go out here and make plays like that in these kind of games. So huge third down in game for Carolina.
And this was the other thing we wanted to see them change and adjust in the third down. 3rd and long now at halftime. Let's see what kind of coverage they might go into, but also let's see if they can get a stop. Yeah, good tackling. Great tackling right there, though, too, by Scott and Roseboom. But now you set up a 4th down. Curious to see.
It's go.
They're going to stay on the field, right?
Yeah,
they have to.
I think this is the drive where knowing that there's going to be more weather coming. If you can score here, because we see Todd Bowles not getting pelted by rain. This is one if you get a touchdown or make this a 2-score game.
This is going to be a really tough mountain to climb if they get a score here, right? So
because Carolina still has not been able to move the ball all day. This is the biggest play of the game so far.
Do you bring a blitz?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They only convert it.
No.
They're gonna kick.
No, they're not going to go for it. Interesting.
Yeah,
on the broadcast it said like Tampa Bay is only converted like 45%. From 4th down.
Interesting.
I'm surprised too. I am. Yeah.
I guess they're just going to land on their defense, and they're going to think they're going. Because let's look at the numbers here.
They're trying to get a jump.
Total yardage wise, Carolina's now up to 116 after only having 79 yards in the first half. So they moved a little bit in that first half, as we saw on that big play to T-Max. I guess they're going to bank on trying to pin them deep and see if Carolina can drive 90 plus yards, which so far they've not shown the ability to do, but they also haven't really been asked to do that.
Yeah, and you're still up by 6 here. Let's see, we got about 8:14 left. Tampa Bay is getting ready to punt it. Near the 50. Let's see where this lands. Bear catch right about the 6. So that's where Carolina's going to start with about 8:08 left in this game. Again, like seeing Ted McMillan get involved with that last series here. Coker as well. Want to see if they can keep things going there, at least offensively, to move the chains and hopefully come away with some points.
Yeah, gonna have to punch it in.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to say that it's still a lot of time left, but I would like to see them come away with a score here.
They need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely here. Let's look at some more stats. All right, first play coming out, what'll be like? First play coming out here for Carolina. What are we calling here?
I'm running the ball.
Running it again, huh?
Running the ball.
Staying with the run game.
You're in a position where you're still able to just run your stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's the good thing about getting that punt there on that drive, not being down 2 possessions. Like, if you don't get that turnover early in the game and you're down 13-0 or even 10-0 had Bryce not done an interception, you're probably getting away from, like, what you want your bread and butter to be, which is running the football. And I felt like going in this game, Dave Canales always talks about capturing his style and their brand of football and all of that. Okay, well, recapture the run game. Didn't do it in the first half. You did it a little bit.
Yeah.
More than we had seen in the first half there in that first drive of the third quarter. I get back to that now, and especially when you're at your own 6 or 7, you don't want to put the ball in harm's way, and you want to be able to find a way to count it. Maybe they could try and take a shot play, but I think running the ball here is what you want to do coming out on this drive.
We go with just 10 yards, averaging 1.7. Chuba's got 1.5, so you got to want to crank those numbers up a little bit, though, too. So you're going to need to.
Get some confidence in the run game, and I think that totally flips momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think did see a little bit more of those holes opening up as well, so that was good to see, at least from the offensive line, not just from the running backs. And let's see as we get ready to get this first series going, or series back going here for Carolina, what they decide to draw up here. 8:08 remaining, again, 7-13 Bucks.
Well, yeah, my friend's group chat is not happy about that call, the throw to Rico.
Okay.
Right,
from an officiating standpoint.
Yeah, from an officiating standpoint. They're showing the field judge, the line judge. So, because I'm texting them right now. It's like, I don't have the benefit of audio, so please let me know what this situation is. And they run it, they get nothing.
They get nothing, and that was Chuba there. It looks like he got pushed behind the line again, so... Again, just not really finding any openings there, especially in the middle of the offensive line to get things going. So now it's a 2nd and 11. Chuba staying on the field, 11 yards rushing.
And a lot of it's felt like it's been to the right side.
Yeah.
Damian Lewis has been probably your best run blocker all season long at that left guard spot. We know Ickey, fans are always like, Ickey should be a guard. Well, he's great at run blocking at left tackle. I mean, why not try to get to the left side? Which... Oh, boy.
There you go.
And took everything Chuba had to catch that ball.
Making sure he holds on to that one. There's a flag. Let's see what the flag is.
If it's in the end zone, that would be, oh God, it's gonna be a hold in the end zone. It's gonna be a safety. Nope.
No,
okay. No, never mind.
Julian, you're scaring
I know.
us.
I saw. Look, they were zooming in on Ickey dragging a guy down. So I was like, hold on.
I feel like there's been a lot of illegal contact that's been called within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. And I want to ask, is that Tampa Bay? I mean, they've had maybe one other penalty so far this game?
It was that penalty on the opening play for Carolina offensively. That was the
and the block in the back, right?
They had the block in the back. That was nearly the fumble on the kickoff. And then, that one.
Yeah, it's just second penalty.
But, hey, you're not the 6, so you'll take that. 7:21, 1st and 10.
They did get lucky, though. I felt like Ickey was driving.
I felt like that was a...
So.
And again, another outside. You find a tight end.
First down, take that.
Yeah.
Tommy's having a good game.
Love that. Yeah, he's the one that caught the one touchdown earlier, right? So keeps the chains moving. Another first down, something we'd like to see from Carolina, getting more comfortable, but also keeping those chains moving, especially on this side of the field.
Your tight ends catching the ball well today.
Yeah.
That's what we were saying. Keep feeding the tight ends because they're playing well today.
Mm-hmm. 1st and 10 at about the 24. Another run. There you go.
5 yards. 5. More than 5.
And Chuba's doing a good job trying to find those holes a little bit, especially with that play. Sets up a 2nd and 5, maybe 2nd and 4 here.
Yeah, keeps you on script.
2nd and 5.
There you go. 6:15 with the clock rolling. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Is that yeah?
Tommy Tremble's helmet.
No flag.
So
Wait, what just
Chuba,
even happened?
yeah,
I saw T-Mac kind of getting into it with the guy, and I saw like Tommy's helmet just fly.
yeah, it's getting a little chippy down there. So
Yeah, can we?
Winfield in there with Coker.
Oh,
Dennis in there with
that
Tremble.
is that is a horrible missed call.
Yeah, especially if you snatch the helmet off too. Kind of surprised the refs don't find that. Yeah, I don't know how you don't find that. Just
Yeah, that's a personal foul though.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Like, this ball should be around midfield. Like,
but now it's a 3rd and 2.
okay.
Yeah.
If they don't convert here, then we're looking at.
All right.
Yeah, they
Ball doesn't
do.
lie. Ball doesn't
Yeah.
lie.
The ball doesn't lie. Big play there. And I mean, honestly, that's a confidence booster for this offense, but
Yes.
especially for Bryce, right? I mean, this is huge.
Yeah.
T-Mac was due for that explosive play of the game.
And how big is it for guys, for a rookie to be showing up in a game like this? Like, I feel like all of the biggest plays have been T-Mac. I mean, he has been excellent when called upon. Huge, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this has been.
There's a flag. Let's see what the flag is.
That's a late flag.
Is that going to be on the offense? It looks like they're coming back.
Shaking his head. Are they going to call pass interference on him? Yep, they're calling pass interference on the other.
And I don't love that based on the missed call from the play before, but now you're facing.
The play before is an egregious missed call. That one, okay, I can see it, but.
They gotta give us some makeup.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
Make it up.
Yeah, right? So now it's a 3rd and 12.
And I feel like I don't think you often see offensive pass interference like that early on a route.
Come on, guys. Come on, Bryce.
Oh no.
Gotta throw that one away.
I don't know. I personally don't like that OPI call, and like that's not like being a homer here. I don't feel like.
No, yeah, that's fair.
I just don't see a ton of those called on the offense like that early, coming off the line of scrimmage, trying to get open. You're running your route, and then you're down the field. I don't know. I don't like that one at all. If it's one thing where if he's in coverage, like down the field, and T-Mac's pushing off, you call that as an OPI, but the call there, that close to the line of scrimmage, inside the 5 yards, I think that's a bad call. And an even worse call that they missed in the play before that.
Especially on 3rd down, right? That timing of the game, it's just not the best.
Yeah.
So Carolina now forced to punt it. Tampa Bay fair catching it just around the 30, 31-yard line. 4:30 to go. Baker will look like he'll come back out onto the field, but defense looked good last series.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can kind of keep things going there too.
Where's Eugene? How's Eugene feeling about these calls? Can we get a
call
please?
in for Eugene? Yeah.
Hopefully after the 6 o'clock news is done, we'll get him back.
Yeah, they are.
Get off the air, news.
We're almost there though. They got about 3 minutes. Yeah.
Eugene's
3
probably
minutes.
going crazy.
Yeah, he just needs to run in here right now and tell me how he feels. Yeah, that's. Okay, let me. You got a lot of colorful language. So apparently, from what we can't hear, they blew it dead on Rico. So Rico didn't run forward. Then they called the spot as a 2nd down placement. So I got to go back and watch that play. But that seems like there's been 3 penalties, 2 or 3 calls or lack thereof. Like that one on Rico that ended up with them losing 6 yards and killing that drive. The missed call on the clear face mask, they ripped off Tommy Trimble's helmet. That's going to be 15 yards and a 1st down. And then I think a bogus OPI, offensive pass interference, for the uninitiated.
I don't like to, and like you said, I don't like to kind of put that onto officiating when it comes to these games, but those are momentum swings.
Well,
though.
yeah,
they really are.
Because we were just talking about it. Like that, he's been making all this plays downfield. McMillan has. I've been back-to-back drives where we've been down the field making huge plays. And then they bring it back immediately. Like, those are game-changing moments. And, yeah, I hate – like, I think complaining about officiating is loser behavior. It's always going to be that way. No. I'm sorry if that offends anybody. But, like, because there's so many games, so many plays that happen in the game.
It's so easy to just be like,
it's easy to say, the officials, like, screwed you over. But in this situation, like, they're really not giving the Panthers a good whistle at all.
And that's why I asked the question, too. Like, how many penalties have we actually seen from Tampa Bay side?
None that have had that kind of impact on the game.
And again, I don't like to sit there and make that an excuse, but it's a factor at the same time. So
it's funny you say that because Twitter is like all going crazy about the reffing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking out at friends group chat, and we got a lot A lot of F words.
A lot of words that we cannot say right here, right now, right?
But we're not on television, right?
Yeah, no.
Well, even
but honestly, they're talking about it right now, though.
Family program.
But even the local beat that covers the Panthers are all making comments about how horrible the officiating has been this game.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about right now, I'm sure.
And that's exactly.
Because T-Max talked to him, Bryce Young has
That's
pulled
the
him
same.
aside and
It's the
talked with him.
same one. Mm-hmm.
I think on the broadcast they said that the referee's been doing this for like 30 years or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think this is his last regular season game is what they said he was calling more than 400.
If it wasn't,
Y'all remember me. No. Y'all remember me.
Gotta love the optics if you're the NFL. A ref who's gonna retire having a terrible day.
Baker with a play action finds Emeka Egbuka. Ben, that's your favorite guy, but not because he plays for the Bucks. So, yeah.
Not the live spread going down to -6.5 for the Bucks now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it was 3 at the start, right?
It started 3,
Mm-hmm.
so now it's -6.5. Just reflecting how we all kind of feel a little bit right now.
Yeah, right? Like, a turnover would be nice right now, right? So, 2nd and 2. There goes the run. Bucky Irving.
Let's go ahead and blow the whistle there.
1st down.
I know they're going to look at doing rid of the tush push this year. Yeah, I think it's going to get passed this time.
You think so?
Does that mean that there's going to be 0 assist in the runner? Because I'm kind of over it.
Yeah.
I think it's lame that like some 330-pound offensive lineman can just come running out of
push behind.
nowhere
Yeah.
and just throw a guy 5
It's
yards
kind of.
forward.
I would say those are the probably. I wouldn't say more dangerous.
That
but
is
like,
so much
it's-
more
it's-
dangerous.
But it kind of is though too. Like,
I want to know if that's going away too, because I've seen enough of it.
yeah. Tampa Bay just relying on the run game right now, and kind of looks like Bucky's starting to kind of get a little hot too.
Yeah, this is do or die drive.
Because if he's able to get the ball moving right here, it keeps the ball out of Carolina's hands as well, and
just keeps chewing
away, right? Mm-hmm.
Wait, so they said the ruling on the field is a backwards pass that went out of bounds. Rico Dowdle was holding the ball, and the whistle blew the play dead. What on earth?
Because that's where I was confused. Because again, we don't have audio, but I saw Rico grab the ball on the field.
Yeah, that's going to be, and like I got blocked on Panther listeners. Tune in on YouTube where you listen to your favorite podcast, by the way. Hit me up on my Twitter account at Julian Council, saying I don't normally blame the refs, but like what is going on here?
Right.
And this is a guy who actually is not in my DMs constantly complaining about the refs. There are others that do.
All right, so now we get another 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2, 3rd down play. Let's see what they do here.
Oh. Met him in the hole too.
Yeah, he did. Good lean forward there from Bucky, and it's a 1st down, and it keeps the chains moving for Tampa Bay. You saw Merrick down there, but Godwin picked him up. We know we wanted to see more of that, him kind of getting up there trying to stop the run. But Tampa Bay's moving. Tampa Bay's moving. About a 1:30 left in this game. 1st and 10. They're inside the 50, 47 right now, 48.
Get him. Oh. How's he still up?
And they're going to throw a flag.
They,
Yeah. They're clapping. Did they get it?
So Baker escapes.
Yeah.
Baker escapes.
Oh, boy.
Another pressure.
Pass interference.
But it looks like pass interference on Nick Scott. Yeah. And I was wondering at first, because it was a delayed flag, but I wonder if they got tripped up or not. Which they did.
I disagree with that.
What's that? What'd you say, Joe?
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Yeah,
It's
I
not-
feel like they both tripped up on each other.
It's so unintentional.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's one thing if like you were actually like putting like contacting the guy on purpose. Like when you're just running and get tangled up, that's got to be a no call.
And it's kind of weird because I felt like early on they were kind of. There you go.
Ooh.
Maybe a little frustration.
Yeah.
Maybe a little frustration from the prior plays, but Good stop, at least with a run for Carolina. About a minute left. Second down. Could be 2nd and 11 here, but I'd like to see them get in the backfield at least one more time. Maybe try to knock them out of field goal range if they can.
Apparently, the rules analyst for ESPN is like, I don't know what the refs are doing.
Great.
Well, this is interesting
That's
then. Yeah, so it's not
always-
just us. So it's good. It's not just us, huh?
Great television when the rules analyst saying like these guys are blowing it. Horrible look for the NFL to put this game in the spotlight, and then this is what's happening officiating wise.
Yeah. Another run. Now this sets up a 3rd and long. No, this is probably going to go into the 4th quarter
I was
now.
gonna say, they're not gonna snap.
Yeah, they're not going to snap here.
Come back, figure out what your 3rd down play is.
And they're letting the clock milk down a little bit. And so it looks like it'll come down to the 4th quarter to decide it.
Guys, I knew that this was going to happen.
That'll do. And that's okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
All right, folks, one of the big stories of the game that we've been following really since the beginning is how the weather has actually been impacted. We've seen several drop passes, several slips, fumbles, interceptions. It's been a big story. We're going to send it out now to our Brittany Van Voorhees. Brittany, it's looking like it's a slog out there. What are you seeing in the forecast?
The deal is that there's going to be more areas of rain that are to come. So even though there's a bit of a break right now, this is just a classic issue, right? There's a lot of NFL teams that will actually set up practices like this where they will try to use the rain to try to help out the run game as well as the quarterbacks able to throw, because it can create so many major problems, especially in the South, especially this time of year, because even in Tampa, even up here in Charlotte, we haven't seen rain in quite some time. So it's kind of hard to practice that when you haven't seen rain as of yet. Now we have some light rain that already passed through Tampa Bay area. So notice here, so right where Raymond James Stadium is, that is set up, because I am actually from parts of Florida here. But so essentially Raymond James Stadium is right here. So it's just north of 277 here and just west of I-4. So you can see there that all the rain that passed through earlier has already started to move out. But I'm going to back up here for a second, because what will happen is that as this rain continues to push inland, we're going to see this mess here that's over Clearwater all the way up there toward Elfers there. You can see all the way up toward the western half there of Florida. That's going to move in, creating more areas of rain. And if you back up even just one more, you can actually, that's the forecast for later. So hold on a second. There we go. You can see these areas of heavy rain up toward the Panhandle could eventually flip over and actually impact the game later on too. So this is kind of a bit of a mess that's ahead of the main event that is back toward the west. So I think that there's going to be a pretty good chance that we see more rain on the way heading into the next few hours. Now you guys kind of covered it. This is a classic again issue when it comes to football related precipitation. It makes the rain, of course, makes holding and throwing the ball much more difficult for quarterbacks. So typically you will see more run game compared to normal. As someone who grew up with a dad who's a football coach, we obviously saw this all the time, and of course the constant yelling in our living room. Of course, it increases the number of fumbles and turnovers. In fact, moderate to heavy rainfall typically lessens the percentage points of completion by about 6 to 10%. So it can be pretty significant, especially with younger quarterbacks early in the game. Again, you'll see them handing off the ball more versus throwing the ball, and it generally does mean a lower scoring game. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily the case in this point, because I don't know if I would consider this to be low scoring. In my brain, that's like 10, points below. But regardless, this is pretty much a classic setup of issues that they're seeing because of the rain. And the moral of the story is that even though rain has already fallen, even though there's slick areas, of course, on the turf, I think there's going to be a lot more rain to come. So they really have to just lock in with the run game, both teams, and just keep moving along.
Thank you, Brittany. Welcome back. 3rd and long as we start the 4th quarter. 3rd and 8. Big play. Let's see what they draw up here. Baker again with some time in the pocket, and he's running. All right, okay. All right, so at least a stop there.
Yeah, this field goal is huge.
Probably sets up a field goal, yeah. And I wonder if they're going to run into a similar condition problem.
We'll see. But
if they're going to keep the maybe they saw Carolina kick it.
No,
they're going to kick
it. Yeah, it should be probably 48, maybe 49 yards here.
Is this the same side that Fitzgerald missed from?
Yes, it is. And it's not too far off of where he kicked it either.
No, so. I mean, it's going to, because he missed from 54. So, yeah, about just 6 yards. Because he missed on the logo is where he slipped.
Yeah.
And
he squeezes that one in. So,
that's all right.
Need more than a touchdown if you're Carolina.
They're going to lock in now. Look at Bryce. He looks ready. Look at Christian McCaffrey. He looks ready. Let's go.
Are you a San Francisco fan or something?
Yeah,
I had no
maybe
idea,
just a little,
man.
just a little bit.
Well, this is Bryce Young time, right?
Yeah.
We talk about all those quarterbacks like who have to come back and make these plays. He's had a bunch of game-winning drives, and trying to pull the stat here about how many game-winning drives he's had so far this season. I think it's been the most in the league. He's had six game-winning drives this year, only behind Bo Nix in Denver, and then Caleb Williams has 6 as well. You go back to when Bryce entered the league back in 2023, he has 12. The next closest guy is Josh Allen with 10.
Jeez.
Mahomes has 10. Bo Nix also.
So maybe being
has
the
10.
Bryce time, huh?
Yeah, so this
is exactly where Bryce wants them.
Yeah. So this is what he does, man. Game-winning drives, he has 12 of them. I mean, fourth quarter comebacks, he's had plenty of those as well throughout this season and in his career. This is why they paid him that kind of money, is to go out there and help them come back in these games. Obviously, need some help from the officials. That has been clearly an issue in this game. And it's not just Panther fans
We'll dive
saying
into
it,
that
not
one
just us
too.
saying it. Also, NFL pundits are like, it's been horrible since the beginning.
Well, one person who I know may have an opinion on the calls, but certainly has an opinion on the stats. Our Nick Carboni is standing by to join us now that the 6 o'clock newscast is done. Nick, break down what you've been seeing from the game so far.
Well, I'll just get into the officiating real quick. You know, the OPI on McMillan was huge, but the fact that they blew that play dead where Dowdle could have scooped it, I've never seen Bryce Young that hot at an official. So that kind of goes to show you the frustration that's happening there. And the run game, as we know, has been frustrating. Eugene Robinson had to scoot down to the stadium to do Carolina Panthers radio network, so I'm not going to do X's and O's, but I can do math. Right now, the Panthers have 19 rushing yards in this game. This was their bread and butter through that portion of October that may end up be what propels them to the playoffs, even if today goes south, if Atlanta wins tomorrow. In that stretch from week 3 against Atlanta to week 9 at Green Bay, the Panthers averaged 130 rushing yards per game. So that's week 3 through 9. Since then, in the 7 games since, it's 100. They had a big one in there to bring it to that level. 100 yards for an individual rusher is great. For a team, especially a team that wants to rely on the run, not so good. And also, when we talk about this game, we're going to remember the third downs if it does not go the Panthers' way. Right now, third down defense, which Julian has pointed out several times, has been horrible all year, and they did just get the stop to force the field goal, obviously. Bucks are getting a high conversion rate on third down. And on offense, it's been absolutely as bad as it can get for Carolina right now. 0 for 6. And the Bucks right now have 17 first downs. Carolina has 10. But like you said, it's the fourth quarter. It's Bryce Young. That's what he does. We'll see if he can do it today.
All right, so again, it looks like Carolina's going to need a lot to get back into this game. 7-16. Sorry, my camera's kind of blocking the score a little bit, but 7-16 here. About 10:50 left in this game. 14. So let's see if Bryce can get it going. Yeah.
He looks angry, so I think that's going to work in their favor. And T-Mac looked really pissed off after that last one. So.
Yeah, he had every right to.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
the OPI, terrible call.
Terrible.
What happened earlier with Rico seems to be talking to Mike Cage via text, like that was a horrible call as well, where very clearly backwards pass that he just blew the whistle, and he could have still ran the ball and picked up maybe 5 yards after recovery.
Exactly.
So I don't understand why they blow the whistle in that situation. I don't know. Oh, boy.
Okay.
All right.
Escape.
All right. Two more away, right, Coker,
Right.
from getting to 5 in the stat.
But I think he's got to have a little more than just 5 yards on his reception.
Okay.
Maybe, but we'll take what we can get.
And also, folks, if you have opinions on the officiating, let us know. Text us at 704-329-3600. We want to hear your takes. Obviously, we've heard from Nick. We've heard from Julian and Maya. We want to hear what you have to say. Your questions, still a lot of football left to be played, about 13 minutes and change. So very excited to see what the Panthers can make happen on this very important drive.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it on social media, but we want to hear more from the fans and what their thoughts on, maybe how much of a factor. There he goes. Rico getting things going. Great play call as well.
Money confirmed earned for
Big play for Carolina. As Rico picks up 25 yards and puts them in Tampa Bay territory at the 37.
Yeah, love the play call there.
just barely able to get past Kalijah, and then great blocking, and like McMillan right there. Like
Yeah,
that's
doing the dirty work.
Yeah,
It's
we
crazy
can
to
talk
think-
all about what he does as a receiver. Like the first job of any receiver is to block. If you cannot block, you cannot play. And all these Panthers receivers do a great job blocking, especially we saw in that play by McMillan.
Wow, and it's. I saw that play, and it's like you kind of forget that guy's a rookie in a sense. And look who it is now as well.
That's
XL
Miles'
gets
favorite
involved
player.
as well. XL, and that's maybe a confidence booster a little bit, getting guys like that involved,
Yes.
breaking off a big play like that. We need this if they want to get back in this game, right?
In this game, have they had 2 positive yard plays back to back?
This might be
Not that I can remember.
I think that's the first
No,
time.
I mean maybe on that drive, a couple drives ago, they hit McMillan down the field. The one that wasn't a penalty.
But that one,
the one, the one that they
It
actually
hasn't been
let.
called
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is probably the most meaningful as far as back-to-back positive yards. Offense has got to capitalize here, but I like what I'm seeing right now, especially from Bryce. He's looking like he's a little bit more confident in taking command of this offense right now, too.
Oh, we gotta get rid of it.
Looks like he had an option from both receivers there on that 2nd and 5.
Like a free play, he did not look prepared.
Yeah, this is they're 0 for 6 on third down. We
So-
talk a lot about third down defense. So far offensively, they're 0 for 6 on third down. You can kick in this scenario because it's going to be like a 50-yarder. You don't want to do that, especially having seen Fitzgerald slip the last time. Hope that wouldn't happen again, but you got to convert.
Yeah.
If you want to be a playoff team, you can't go 0 for 7 on the road, third down in a do-or-die game for you.
And we've talked about, this is maybe the moment that Bryce wants right now.
Yeah.
Obviously the numbers are against him, so let's turn the table a little
They're
bit.
bringing the blitz.
Time.
Nice.
Bingo.
Hey, look at
Miles'
Look
guy,
who it is,
XL.
XL.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up now too, but
He's going to walk it off.
He's fine.
there you go. Yeah. So you can't go anywhere, Brittany.
Yeah, we got Brittany in here now.
Yeah. Here you go. Yeah, but a big third down play. I mean, we talked about it. This guy's been clutch, and so for him to find, of all people, especially Leggett,
Back to back
Yeah,
too. That's
huge.
huge for him.
huge, and it keeps.
Leggett with gloves on. Did he have gloves on before?
He did not. No, he did not.
Okay, interesting.
That's what Eugene was saying.
Yeah.
He needs to put gloves on.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10, 11:20 to go here.
Raining now.
And it's not raining. That's the
Yeah.
other thing.
It's not raining.
Yeah.
There's more rain coming in Charlotte.
Oh,
Pick it up, pick it up.
God.
Oh no.
Jeez, a flea flicker in that position. Why would they do a flea? Oh, my
Oh, that's a
goodness.
crusher.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why run a flea flicker?
If you're gonna run it.
I mean,
if you're gonna pass it, you have to pass it.
Knowing
right?
the we all know the conditions. We know it's not raining as much right now. But why in that scenario ask Rico to do that?
It's slippery. Like, what do you?
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah, what about this drive made it seem like that's a good idea?
All the momentum, and I was just about to give credit Dave to, because he's been very adamant about he trusts Xavier Leggett, and they've trusted him on this drive. He makes plays, and then
I don't think he meant to do that. I think he was falling in love
Was
with
it? Okay.
trying to
I don't know.
That
I don't
If
know
it
what
wasn't,
that is.
that's
I
the
don't know.
craziest.
Do you think he was trying to save it?
I don't know what that was.
I could see it both ways. That was bizarre.
Watching live, that looked like a flea flicker.
That looked like that was the drawn up play, unfortunately. And again, I mean, I'm with you there, Julie. I don't know why you call that at that point. You had the momentum. Why be tricky? Just punch it in.
And I'm trying to look at reactions from people on social media, what they think that was. Yeah, I mean, Scott Fowler, Charlotte Observer, saying why John Middlecoff of Volume does podcasts with Colin Cowherd thinking flea flicker. A lot of people are saying flea flicker here. Michael Jr., what are we doing?
And I know that's a play that you don't call multiple times in a game, but especially at this point in the game, that's not something that we.
I mean, it's taking everything I have, not
Yeah.
curse. This is absurd. I'm just not going to say anything right now because I can't believe
an
that.
offense that works, you don't want to go as trickery this late in the game.
I cannot. Hopefully, they can find a way to
Especially
win this game after that. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say about
The decision on that play call.
Logan, you take
Yeah,
it,
go ahead.
please.
Yeah.
Where they were at the field, also doesn't make sense. Why are you doing a trick play right there?
At that point, yeah. Again,
Seems.
seems.
I think you hit it.
I mean,
you said everything.
here's the
you
thing:
could say.
blame officiating, absolutely,
Yeah,
but you can't be dumb and call that, and then sit here and cry a foul, be like the ref screwed it.
you kind of screwed yourself.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And you're right. Feel like where you're at in the field, like if you go flea flicker, it's typically when you have it like 40 yards plus.
Yeah.
You're not doing it like getting to the red zone.
And let me ask you this though too: is this part at fault though too with coaching? This is second year coach, young coach. I'm sorry, as far as Canales is concerned. I mean, how much of that goes into this as well?
Okay, when I said
I hate
earlier,
to say that, but that's also the reality.
When I
as
said
well.
earlier, like I love and the Panthers play well when Canales opens a playbook. I didn't not mean that.
No, we know.
Stuff we don't see over here, right?
That was
Like
terrible.
That's not what we're talking. That's not what you're talking about.
No.
So
he has been very open about the fact that he is still a young play caller. He's a play caller a couple years ago. His first year as an OC, the only year spent as an OC down in Tampa. Last year's a play caller. This year's a play caller. But also, like, it's a lot to be a play caller and a head coach at the same time.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about Sean McVay here. He's not Kyle Shanahan. I even felt like no matter what the result of how the season ended, there need to be some like real hard questions asked of Dave Canales from himself and even from maybe even up top. I don't really want Tepper to be that involved. Should we maybe find someone more experienced and allow you just to coach the team and be that CEO head coach type? And well, when you see things like that and offensive performance overall today, you wonder.
it definitely begs the question, right?
Yeah.
It definitely begs the question.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
I just wonder if the play calling duties will switch going into next season.
Yeah, and this does not mean Brad Idzik, who also has never called a play outside of preseason and training camp. No, that's not the answer. And it would be the exact same offense. I'm asking, do they just change the entire offense completely and also bring a different play caller? But then I guess there's a continuity of the quarterback, and let's just hope they win this game.
Yeah. But Baker finding blown coverage and finding a Tez Johnson 17-yard pickup, so they're already at the 50-yard line. Tampa Bay moving, about 9:40 left in the game. And I got to feel like they're going to start running the ball again here too.
A pick six would be wonderful, but
I feel like they're going to keep,
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, up 9, driving into Panthers territory, if you're Tampa, like, you're really not needing to risk it at all. I just try to lean on the run game, get in field goal position again.
they're just going to run the clock.
Yeah. And try to force Panthers. If they're down 19-7, they're going to have to, score 2 touchdowns.
and I feel because that was their best drive.
That was the best, by far.
Easily
drive
of the game.
They could have had back-to-back great drives. There was that OPI, and, that was terrible. Yeah, 10 rushing yards.
10 rushing.
That's the game for you right
Yeah.
there. It's the turnovers, with one of them leading 3 points. This one, we'll see what it leads to, but it takes points off the board guaranteed.
Not to be Debbie Downer, but the spread is now minus 9.5 Bucks.
So it's leaning very, very heavy.
9.5. Starting 3.
Into.
Well, tomorrow's game is going to be like the most watched NFC South.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes things very, very interesting.
I was checking the NFL coverage map for Week 18, wondering would Charlotte get that game. You do. It's on Fox. So I was wondering if are people gonna have to chase this on get Sunday ticket for the week? Or find other ways to watch games.
No, they know.
Of course, tune in to WCNC tomorrow night for Sunday Night Football. Potentially Aaron Rodgers' final game.
Yeah, there's
We're going to have multiple throughout the weekends for all the different scenarios that are about to play out.
Oh my gosh, right. Yeah, about 8 minutes to go here. Second down. Tampa Bay just in the driver's seat right now. Ball at the 38, so they're already kind of itching at field goal range.
Yeah, that'd be 56.
And I mean, we talked about the conditions about being able to kick in this. I still feel like you might feel a little bit more confident regardless.
Yeah, I mean, they would if need be, but I think they're probably going to pick up some more yardage. You just keep it on the ground if you're Tampa, and they don't.
So let me ask you this. Obviously, a loss stings, but with how this game is playing out, how much worse does it become?
I mean, it's you hate it because obviously you didn't get a lot of calls to go your way.
Right.
You couldn't run the ball. You're in position there, and you have a horrible decision, and then Rico slips. I don't know. It's tough because you didn't execute, and then you also felt like some things were taken away from this game. I bet that's going to be if the scoreline holds. That's going to be a pretty somber locker room, and I don't know how you feel going to bed tonight if you can even sleep.
Yeah. Because, again, 7 points, especially like you said, coming off the turnover in itself, you were kind of given a good position as well.
False start.
So punched back a little bit, but yeah, even if you are you get in if you're Carolina. Let's say Atlanta comes through. I mean, it's just.
I don't know.
How do you even like get yourself up to say, hey, we're still in? And I don't want to take away because I mean, in Carolina, you still earn it, but at the same time, not in the way that you would have wanted to with a win.
I don't think it matters to them.
Yeah.
Like it's nice to have a new lease on life. To be in the dance. And I think for a young team, we talked about earlier, they've had like 12 rookies at the play. To get this experience that they've had over the last month in general is great for them moving forward. You're hoping it was going to play out better than it has so far today. They've had their opportunities, clearly. But to get that play of experience is just massive to what they want to build towards here with this coaching staff and potentially this quarterback long term. And, yeah, you don't apologize if you get in, you backdoor in a three-way tie at 8-9.
Right.
They play 17 games in the NFL. You work all off season. Everyone knew what the rules were. And
you've had some great wins along the way, though. They've had phenomenal wins along the way.
They would have earned it. Like that's the playoff format. They won. What would have mattered is that they beat Atlanta twice.
Yeah.
And then they won the first time against Tampa. That's the 3 games that matter at the end of the day.
No, it's 100%. And you're right about that, too, because you don't want to take, especially with those wins against Atlanta, you don't have to take anything away from that, though, either.
No.
So they've earned those wins especially. And, again, they've beaten some really good teams. And so, granted, it, again, may not be the best way you want to get into the playoffs, but I don't know how much you want to sleep on Carolina either, because regardless if they get in, guess what? They're also playing that first game at home. And we've seen how well they've done at home this season as well.
And Dave Canales mentioned this week that he was in Seattle when they were 7-9, playing a Saints team, come off Super Bowl, and that was the Marshawn Lynch Beastquake game where he just ran through
ripped off.
It's like one of the most absurd moments. I think it was on this air, on these airways. But yeah, he talked about that. Like you get in, you get in. It doesn't matter what your record is. You throw the records away, and being at home would be a huge advantage. And I would think, after all this fan base has been through the last 8 years, they're still going to show up in numbers
you'd have
they
to
make
be.
the playoffs.
Because, I mean, you guys were there at that last game, too, right? That game was rocking, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, they're going to play an NFC West team if they make it, so.
And it could be Seattle.
It could be Seattle.
Get him! Oh,
Guys, this is ridiculous.
Unbelievable. And they didn't.
Oh my gosh.
But it's still a catch. Is he out of bounds? So this is kind of one of those things where I look at the clock and I kind of would call a timeout just to try and save as much time as possible.
Yeah, just to burn one to try to see if you can do
right,
anything.
I mean, there's multiple ways to stop the clock.
I'm wondering if his foot was in bounds there before he made
I don't
the
think
catch.
he was definitely.
I don't think his foot was in bounds before.
That left foot's out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a catch.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
That's so tight.
That's a.
In the past, they've said it's out.
Show the aerial. Yep. There you
you're not
go.
gonna-
There's a
you're
challenge.
not getting any
flag,
calls
so it was a
today.
really-
Yeah.
I was just about to say you can't challenge that because you want to risk one of your timeouts
No,
right now.
absolutely not.
But I'm also the same guy who said, why not call a timeout like 5:40 just to save some time? So
Well, not to be that person, but the refs also aren't going to really
They're not-
feel in that situation.
Are we-
based off of how this game is going.
are we trusting New York to get this right?
Yeah, I mean that's another one. I want to see that was a good angle, but I want to see the overtop.
Right,
view as
it's
well.
got to be there.
Yeah.
And that's the other one. I'd be surprised if they
They owe
didn't.
us, they owe us some calls.
Exactly.
They
That's
get up to
right.
us.
See, Kate Otten did
See, I think that's out.
You
I think he's out.
It looks like it's out.
Yeah.
His toe is on the line.
He did the right thing, except he has the red accents. You always wear white.
You always
cleats.
wear the white
Right.
cleats.
You can't have the red
Right.
around. So he may have screwed himself in that situation.
Yeah. And so we'll see what they call there. Canales with a challenge flag. 5:05 left. If it is a completed catch, puts them inside Carolina's 20. It's a 4th down. Could also see them kicking the field goal, but you could also see them going for it as well.
I think. Well, they looked like they were lined up to go for it.
Yeah. So
And probably smart. You're up 2 scores already, anyways. It's 1 yard. Try to get this 1 yard, keep running clock, and not give it back to Carolina. That's what I'd be doing if I'm Tampa. That's what it looks like Todd Bowles is going to do. But honestly, it's sickening that this team is in this position anyways. Like, considering the fact that Tampa has lost 7 out of 8 games, 8 out of 10, they have been in complete free fall mode. And they're not clinching anything tonight. We all understand that. But that they get another chance.
Yeah.
Like, and the Panthers had a chance against New Orleans.
So, but let me ask you this though too. But like, what does that say about Carolina's offense? I mean, what does that say if they, obviously we've seen the fall from Tampa Bay, but then you go on the road and you're only able to put up 7 points. I mean,
This offense is predicated on running the football.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they have not been able to do that in the second half of the year, which makes it remarkable that they beat the Rams. Now, that was the one game where they did run the ball well, and of course, Bryce played really well in that game as well. But it's hard to win football games.
Especially the way they won that game, right? Yeah.
Like they have so much inexperience at their wide receiver positions, which those guys have stepped up tonight for the most part. Your quarterback's still young, and you still don't know what you really have in him overall. You have to be able to run the ball, and they have not done that second half of the season, and that's what I think will kill them at the end of not making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, better yet, what does it say about the team knowing that they can't necessarily live up to these big games? You know, if they do make it, they're in the playoffs. Can they raise the expectations knowing how short they fell tonight?
You build off of it.
Yeah.
Because I said even when we talked about, I think in the pregame with Nick, that it's been a resounding success this season no matter how this game ended and what happens tomorrow. I feel like this still should be looked upon positively that you were even in these important games.
amount of young players.
Because they haven't been playing meaningful football. And it looks like, well, Tampa's going to kick here.
Yeah, so going back to that real quick, they did overturn that call, so
Okay.
they did make it an incomplete pass. So
And they get the time back on the clock.
and they get the time back, so and they're cooking the field goal.
Did he miss?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Watch it, just watch.
Oh
my gosh.
Okay. All right.
Don't touch it. 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 Okay.
That's gonna be a dead ball at that point too.
If
right?
you touch it and had you not gotten it and the Bucs did, it would have been.
All right. So Tampa Bay
All
goes
right,
for a field goal.
huge special
Yeah.
team or a huge block. Like what is happening? Yeah, huge block here. Sure, why not?
Take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it. Let's send it over to our Nick Carboni, who's breaking down. It looks like it might not be the game we're hoping for from the Panthers, but Nick, that doesn't mean that we're out of the playoffs just yet.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm not doing this now that I just saw that block. So we're going to do away with the Atlanta-New Orleans scenario for now and talk about Bryce Young. Now, this is a mountain to climb given the offense today, 16-7 with 5 minutes left. But remember, Bryce has 12 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter. That's the most in the NFL since 2023. He has more than Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, and again, since under 25, and again, since 2023, that is the most in the NFL. So we'll see if Bryce has some extra magic left in him, and if they can get this done tonight. Again, they're down 2 possessions. They got to go quickly, and then if that doesn't go the way they want it to, we will talk about tomorrow's 1 o'clock Saints-Falcons game. But I'm not there yet, not after that block kick.
Nick Carboni, the Optimist, thank you so much. We're looking forward to the last 5 minutes of this game. Back in here to the Live Impact studio. Guys, this is crunch time. Bryce Young, like Nick said, one of the most clutch quarterbacks in the league. Let's see what he can make happen.
Yeah, and again, moving the fumble. They're going to XL, opening things up, giving a little bit of unpredictability. Not much to expect from Tampa Bay, but about 5 minutes left, 3 timeouts. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I'd like to see them move a little bit faster here.
Mm-hmm.
Get this tempo going. And they still have, you still have plenty of time, 4:45, 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well.
It must be loud in there because they're like giving physical signals.
There we go. Tommy Tremble again, and that's
Tremble's having a game.
Yeah. Have you been noticing that? They've been like tapping the center to like tell him to like, give it back.
Yeah. So yeah, probably been pretty loud. The silent count they're running there.
Good move from Tommy Tremble. He's been having a good game.
Yeah, he has.
There's also the temperature inversion, which makes everything sound louder. So like thunder and stuff, it's not fast sound.
It's just
Meteorologist Brittany Van Voorhees, everyone, dropping the fast facts.
What are we doing here? Why are we stopped?
Let's see.
Flag.
No flag. Just seems they're allowing Tampa to basically catch their breath for whatever reason.
Well, 4:30 left. Yeah. 4:30 left. I feel like you gotta, get going here. The nerves.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
That screen call did not work.
And that's a 5-yard loss.
Now
you don't want to go against.
I don't know if I don't want to throw anything behind the line of scrimmage at this point in time.
No.
I want things going down the field. You just made a play, Tommy Tremble down the field, and I mean Tampa snuffed it out. Credit to them, but
Yeah, I don't love that either. We talked about the play calling, but again, it's the same situation, right? You have to go north. You have to go north.
oh boy, that looks like miscommunication there. Yep, Mickey. Oh boy. This is still it's 4-down territory, so you just got to get something here.
So 3rd and 15 now. I'll be honest, it looked like you might have got away with a little bit of a hold there, but we'll take it considering the calls that we've already gotten today. So 3:55 left. Carolina still has 3 timeouts too.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the spot where you just want to get in field goal range. If you kick a field goal and you got to try onside or just punt it back, then that's fine. You have to get something out of this drive.
Right. All right.
Well, that's fine.
4-down territory.
Yeah, you said it's 4-down territory, so it is a 7-yard catch for Jermaine.
But you are I guess another 1 of 8 on 3rd down, which you throw that one away.
Yeah.
But 4th down's where
4th and 8, so a little bit more manageable, but still need something.
I mean, this is where they made a lot of big plays this season. You've been one of the best 4th down teams.
And Bryce has been amazing in these situations, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if he can be Bama Bryce here. 3:15 left.
Are they going to center or are they going to drop back in coverage?
Let's see here.
They're dropping.
Bring in.
Oh, going for it all.
T-Mac.
Oh my God.
What a play.
Huge. Another 4th down where they go down the field to make a big
And just
play.
on a go ball, right? Just go. Just go get it.
I mean, we saw it twice in that win against the Rams. We've seen it other times this season. I mean, I love that. They send 5, they drop back 7, or that's not the math.
With the wheels.
They drop back 6.
But that's and
then just go ahead and throw it down there.
Yeah. No flea flickers here. Let's get this one in, please. No flea flickers.
And score as quick as possible.
But you got to score. You got to try to score before the 2-minute warning as well, if you can. If it's not there, throw it away.
Yep.
You got to try to score before that 2-minute warning because it's an extra timeout, right? So take advantage. Yeah.
On his hand. Touchdown?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think we are pretty delayed.
We're probably, Oh, you think they?
Yeah.
It was like a full minute.
Okay. Oh wow.
We're gonna need them to be quiet. Go watch somewhere else, please.
No. No.
Oh, just wait to see who scores.
Oh yeah, I wanna.
Just wait to see who scores.
I'm guessing Bryson Tremaine. Bryson Tremaine, right?
All right, massive touchdown for Jalen Coker. Look at that. Wow. Let's send it over to Nick Carboni. Nick Carboni, what did you see on that big play?
I tried to tell you. I'm ahead of you. I tried to tell you. Okay, so Jalen Coker hangs on. What a touchdown reception. What a drive from Bryce Young there. But let's talk about Tampa's defense because this is where they're really susceptible. In the back end, in this crunch time situation. You remember that prime time game against Atlanta a few weeks ago that actually helped Carolina in that position. The Bucs in that game were up 28-14 in the 4th quarter. Atlanta came all the way back, and then we're facing 3rd and 28 converted, and then we're facing 4th and 14 and converted in that game and wound up winning on a field goal from Zane Gonzalez. So now Bryce Young has put the Panthers in position to where if they get the ball back, and I believe they have all 3 timeouts, they're still north of the 2-minute warning, they have a really good chance to do the same thing they just did because now this is where the Bucs defense and Todd Bowles' personnel starts to really press in these situations, guys. We'll see what happens.
All right, Nick Carboni with the expert analysis. Thank you, Nick. We'll take you back here live into the Impact Studio. Huge touchdown. Final minutes of these games are going to be a nail-biter for both teams, but it looks like it's going to be a great finish once again.
The rain looks like it's...
And the rain, and you know what? Interestingly enough, now the rain is back, right? So let's see. It's coming back.
Well, I look at the game so far that Bryce Young has played, and this is exactly what you want out of your quarterback. Like, that drive was phenomenal to throw to T-Mac, throw to Jalen Coker. But obviously a great catch by Jalen Coker. He had that one turnover in that first half that led to 3 points. But other than that, I think Bryce has met the expectations of what you want out of him in this kind of a game. And that's encouraging no matter how this thing ends. But you're now in a position where 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. We'll see how Dave handles these timeouts. You do not allow them to run it on first down.
You can't let Baker. You can't let Baker get that much time back there either.
No.
You have to get to him. You got to get home. and they're trying to milk the clock a little bit here by taking that out.
You have to sack Baker. Like, you cannot let him just run around for 16 seconds.
And I think even just the presence of itself of letting him feel that pressure makes him have to overthink,
Yes.
right? So he's been pretty comfortable throughout most of the game, being able to kind of scramble a little bit. A rush or sack definitely opens things up for Carolina.
I'll be curious to see how Dave utilizes his timeouts here.
Yeah.
I think it's very obvious, first, second down, you call timeout right afterwards. What will he do on third down? Because say they run a play with 2:12 left. Are you going to let all 12 of those seconds go off the clock, or are you going to try to preserve every ounce of the clock that you have?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm assuming he's probably going to let that clock run down, save that timeout, which is fine. But that's always one of the things I always wonder, like, why do coaches do that, knowing that you can't add time back on? There's ways to stop the clock. There's not ways to add time back to the clock.
Good stop.
A good stop there. Yeah, slowing down
Timeout.
the run. We're taking a timeout. Yeah, they do. Take a timeout with 2:17. So, again, they'll still have the 2-minute warning as well to add with that. So, it's a good stop. If you're excited about the Panthers, shoot us a text. Let us know how you feeling about the game. You feel like they can come back and win it? The number's down below on your screen. Let us know. We want to hear from you guys as we're sitting here watching this crunch time of a game between Carolina and Tampa Bay.
That was Cam Jackson who got that block. So Cam Jackson had to step in.
He's the one that came in, yeah.
I'm going to step in with Bobby Brown III out with a concussion. Turk Wharton not playing this game as well. Huge play by the rookie. And we continuously talk about the rookies all day long with the plays that McMillan's made, the plays that we've seen Jimmy Horning make some plays today, Mitch Evans.
So T-Mac also has over 1,000 receiving yards his rookie season.
That's awesome.
Has he broken Benjamin's record yet?
I think I saw something saying he's the. Hold on, let me double check.
Timeout.
He is the Panthers leader. Yes.
To take another timeout here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this situation I was talking about, you got 2:12. If you stop them and only like 3-4 seconds go off the clock, do you call timeout right then and preserve the 8 seconds, or would you rather just have the timeout? I'm guessing he's probably going to keep the timeout in his pocket.
You see them, as far as Tampa Bay goes, you see them throwing it here? That's another interesting question, right? Because if they get an incomplete pass, then it stops the clock again.
I make them decide to either use their timeout or go down to 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're trying to win the game,
and that's where I'm like,
you probably should throw.
Yeah, I could see him doing either one.
Yeah, he's 3rd and 4. I think Baker probably wants to throw it here, and they're going to, and he's going to try and run.
He's going to run.
Oh. Yeah, and that's why you throw, because that's how you win.
He's been a problem today.
Yeah, K-Dot has
been a really
tight ends all season against the Panthers. I feel like. I mean, it's been.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's that. You're right, but also yet again, it's third down defense.
Yeah. Third.
You haven't been able to get off the field all year long when you needed to. Defensively on third down. Tampa in that game in Week 16 was 8 of 14 on third down. Today, they're 8 of 14 on third down. So and
now,
while you're 1 of 8 offensively.
Yeah, and so now 2-minute warning, 1 timeout.
So now we wait.
Now we have to wait.
Or there could be it's raining. Maybe there's a catastrophe for Tampa.
We've seen a couple loose balls here.
We've seen it happen.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about it happening, but we've seen it.
Maybe they'll have another fumble on the handoff.
I mean, it's possible.
It's happened once. Maybe it'll happen again.
Yeah. And I think especially they got that touchdown late. It makes you kind of go back and look and see not just the flea flicker, but they've had a couple situations that they could have come away with some points as well.
Yeah, and I got someone hit me up right now asking, like, why wait until it's do or die to go downfield?
And I like what you see with Bryce in these crunch moments, but at the same time, there's a lot of these matchups where they're being put in these situations and it's self-inflicted, right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
What have I been saying? Go downfield since the game has started, and they don't.
Yeah.
And that's when they play their best, is when they go downfield, like throw the deep balls, but they wait because Dave Canales gets a little bit timid, I think.
And we've seen in the second half when the weather, before it took a turn for the worse now, they had that one big play to T-Mac early. They had the one that got called back. And then, of course, that throw on that 40-yard throw that set up the touchdown. So they've had success doing it, but you're right, Logan. They just have not been willing to do it as often as they could have, at least in the second half, especially.
Right. Especially when it's not raining.
Yeah.
You know, take advantage of that.
when we saw, yep, exactly. So, you good? Yeah.
He's already ready for Sunday night.
Sharif's excited for tomorrow, huh? There you go.
Waiting all day for Sunday night.
Yeah. So, man. So, yeah, 2-minute warning here. Oh, 14-16, guys.
Danielle Stein is reporting that a Let's Go Saints cheer is breaking out in Raymond James Stadium.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing is the back door is open.
Yeah.
For me, I was a little frustrated with the Rams because I like the stakes of winner take all. Also, personally, didn't want to watch a Saints-Falcons game in Week 18.
You're on your Sunday?
Where
On
neither
your
one,
Sunday?
where neither one of those teams was playing for the division, but instead they're going to dictate the division. Like, I wanted it to be down to this. But obviously, yes, happy that the Panthers have an opportunity tomorrow, even if it's not in their control, to still go to the playoffs. Which again, you don't apologize if your Carolina, if that works in your favor.
No, absolutely.
No.
Yeah, and I would say this too. Like Vanessa's been talking about odds. You look at FanDuel and their odds books right now, looking at just offensive rookie of the year. T-Mac is just barely ahead of Tyler Shuck,
which is crazy.
I know.
Honestly though, like
because like the Saints have won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
But we know why. He's a quarterback and McMillan's a receiver. But McMillan's played the entire season, and in this do or die kind of game, he's been excellent. If Tyler Shuck, tomorrow could actually dictate not just who wins the NFC South, but also for those who have a T-Mac Offensive Rookie of the Year ticket at home. I'm not saying me, but I know there's some of you out there. But that could be a big game that dictates as well. Yeah.
All right, 156.
Those of us who have vested interest.
Second and 8 here. Let's see. I mean, they're going to keep the ball on the ground.
On brand too for Tyler Shuck to beat the Panthers 3 times.
Yeah, is he going
Not
to
be like a pessimist.
Is he going to be the new Panthers killer? Is that what we're going to look at Tyler Shuck as? 26-year-old Tyler Shuck, rookie?
Possibly. About a minute. Depending on how the stop goes, how much time do you think they might have, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Josh Norris from Underdog Fantasy, Charlotte native, Panthers guy. He tweeting out Bryce Young over 234 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Panthers' run game produced 10 total yards, and the defense allowed 8 of 14 on third down. And the questionable calls, like, that's a shame. Like, you got what you need out of your quarterback. Like, I don't have any questions about Bryce Young after watching
which I
game.
think is the one plus you can say, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So.
Do I think 5th-year option? We have 5 months for them to figure that out. We don't necessarily have the conversation now, even if I know I'm the one who brought it up. But yeah, he's obviously the quarterback again later on this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully next week they're playing a game. But yeah, at least I think it's important that over this final stretch you've got that answer that is a guy that you absolutely want to have back as your quarterback again in 2026.
Build off of this, right?
Yeah, you can build off of that. But there's a lot of things you got to figure out.
Before we get to the end of 2026, we have Nick Carboni thinking about the end of the 2025 season. Nick, it's not looking great for the Panthers now, but that doesn't mean they're out for real this time. Break down what you're seeing with the odds right now.
Play here because I've got it ahead of you guys, so it's 3rd and 6 for the Bucs. They're going to hand it off, and they are stopped, but Panthers have no timeout, so they're going to get the ball, I guess, with about 20 or so seconds left. The Bucs may be in field goal range, though. Anyway, so let's take a look at this game tomorrow because we're all probably going to be watching it. Atlanta is favored in the game, and Atlanta has won 4 in a row. But we know the Saints basically have the best. They have tied for the best record in the NFC South. They have won 3 in a row. So Atlanta's got to win for the Panthers to get in. New Orleans is going to be without Alvin Kamara and now Chris Olave with that scary blood clot situation. But you guys mentioned Tyler Shuck. In the 7 weeks, and it started right here in Carolina since he's really taken over, he's got 8 touchdown passes and 3 interceptions. So the Panthers don't want to see it in his hands tomorrow, and that's the position they probably put themselves in with a likely loss today, although it's not over yet. But it looks like we will be watching this one tomorrow at 1 o'clock to see what the Panthers' fate for the playoffs is.
Yeah, have to watch one more game at least. So, one more game. So, 4th down play, Tampa Bay ended up taking the delay of game. So, they're getting ready to punt it on 4th and 9. So, I'm trying to guess how much time Carolina's going to have, because they're not going to have any timeouts though either. But
It's-
you only
look,
need a
it's
field
possible,
goal. You
'cause-
only need a field goal though. Remind you, yeah.
I mean, look, you're going punt block here. I don't know. Maybe they have 20 seconds left. You can try to throw it down the field a couple times, the sideline, and you could potentially get to the. If you can get to the 40, you got a chance.
Timeout. Another timeout in Tampa Bay.
Well, Nick did joke earlier this week. Should we be going to Atlanta to go cover the game? Considering, well, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people out there. I know one of my buddies who's from here, a longtime Panthers fan, who saw this coming. That they would lose this game and then it would come down to tomorrow. Like, and I'm sure there's plenty of Panther fans who are either watching on like their group chats around the city, wherever they're at, who felt the same way. Like maybe to go spend your money, not to go to Tampa, but to go down to Atlanta, that's the game.
Yeah. Which side do you feel like has got the momentum on that one though?
Well, you look at New Orleans has won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
They have a quarterback who they believe in, but that is important that Nick brought up that Kamara's not going to play in that game. Chris Olave is not going to play. Hopefully the blood clot. I know that's serious.
I mean, honestly, thoughts and prayers with him on that. That's a very serious
That's a serious.
situation.
You know, DJ Wanham dealt with that last year in Carolina, which is why he missed the first 9 games. Hopefully that's not going to be a long-term issue for him. Okay. Oh, right. That was
So they do punt it.
10 seconds off the clock.
Ball's on the 3-yard line. So Carolina's going to have 16 seconds. So that's maybe 3 plays, depending on what you get off here. But you're asking for a lot at this point.
You're
in the
asking
game.
for basically just 2 chunk plays down the sideline and a Hail Mary at this point.
Yeah. Now, granted, we've seen crazier things happen.
Brandon Aubrey is not the kicker, unfortunately, in Carolina. If he was, then you'd feel pretty good just getting to the 50, because then you could probably nail him a 68-yarder.
Right.
Don't think Ryan Fitzgerald has that in his arsenal.
I think they're
yet.
saying his stretch is like a 57-yarder. So
This is long.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, but you try from 60.
18 seconds. So yeah, you got to give it a chance here. But let's see what they do here.
Okay, yeah.
1st and 10 on the 3-yard line.
Throw it.
Oh.
You got to get out of bounds. You got to get out of bounds. So
Come on, hurry up.
it's 8 seconds. The clock is ticking right now. You're going to have maybe 1 play here.
Yeah, pitchy, woo-woo it is.
3 seconds. I did find Coker, but didn't get out of bounds. So this will come down to the last play.
Million laterals for the touchdown.
Where were you for the, what kind of city we call Tampa Bay? It's not, because Nashville's Music City Miracle. What is Tampa? Do we know?
Cigar City.
The Cigar City Miracle? Where were you?
Where were you at the Cigar City? Can we see that? Yeah.
See if they had Miles Harris, they could take the field goal. I think you could nail it from here.
Yeah, I could nail it from here.
Easy. What is it? 90-yarder.
Yeah, could you
25-yarder?
imagine?
I'm just gonna tell you something. I can't even touch my toes, so I'm definitely not making this field. I cannot even touch my toes, so definitely not kicking this one. So last play. Yeah.
The Panthers average 1.4 yards per carry.
That's not going to get it.
Right, well, hook and ladder.
Lateral.
And to see if only you had.
Oh, not to that guy.
Oh man.
He said me?
Yeah.
If only
Couple
you
bad
had more
passes.
time, that's like the perfect play.
Tampa Bay holds on to it, wins this game. Ugly game, I'll be honest with you. 16-14.
Yeah.
Now we wait. Now we wait until tomorrow to see kind of how that game shakes out and determines who really ends up winning this division and ends up going into the playoffs and the postseason. Carolina had their ups and downs in this game, and I feel like that kind of speaks on the season so far, though.
Yeah, they had their chances in this one. Obviously, the officiating was not great.
Mhm.
We watched it. I mean, people, whether they have any interest in the Panthers or not, everyone's talking about poor calls. I mean, that aside, I thought your quarterback gave you what you needed, but you couldn't run the football. His interception, that's 3 points. Like, you could look at that as being the difference in the game. But obviously the flea flicker, that call was a big difference in the game as well. And I look at that as way more of an issue than Bryce Young's turnover, because Baker gave you one too, and that led to 7 points.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of turnovers, but also they just could not get the run game going at all today.
And that's the bigger problem, right?
Yes. Yeah, sure, the turnovers obviously had a huge part. But if your offense is not rolling at any point in this game besides their final drive of the game, that's an issue.
Right.
Yeah, and you said, what was it, 1.4? Yeah, that's unacceptable at this. Knowing it's a rain game, running the ball is what you're going to have to do. Tampa on the other side, they ran for 140. 4.3 yards per carry, or 3.3 yards per carry, rather. So that's still not a great rate by them, but 140 yards, that helped them get the job done.
They did enough, especially late in that game in the second half. It looked like they were definitely in control running the ball there. We saw Bucky getting off a couple 6, 7, 8-yard runs to just, again, keep the time eating off of that clock.
And it's one of the things, too, where you're celebrating for Rico that he gets, that extra $1 million. And it's so cool for him to get the incentive to have the season he's had. But you look at the second half of the year. Him and Chuba, they have not played to the level that Carolina needed for them to be in a spot where, instead of sitting here and now waiting for Atlanta, they could be in the playoffs and be preparing for whoever they play next week at home out of the NFC West, which may still well be the case. But that's one of those things where they got to figure out what happened with this run game, whether it's game planning for Seattle or for San Francisco, possibly.
If you're trying to go into the playoffs, you can't have a running back with 10 yards. Yeah. And I'm not blaming him, but that's just, like you said, it's a harsh reality.
Well, and ever since Rico had those 2 amazing back-to-back games, he really has been stopped and slowed down.
Right.
Dramatically so. And even Dave Canales says, for whatever reason, teams just, we know why they guard him harder, but Rico, I don't know if it's something mentally or what, but he just has not been the same.
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily a lead back in the NFL. I think he's great in a rotation, and he showed you for those couple of weeks he can be a lead back.
Which isn't a bad thing, though. It's not at all.
No, and look, he's had back-to-back 1,000-yard rushing seasons. He's going to be a free agent after this year. Well, hopefully he gets to play more games in Carolina, whether it be in 26 or as in next week or in the fall. We'll see what they decide to do. They obviously have other options. Already on the roster, they're young guys like Jonathan Brooks, who we have not really even seen. Of course, Jeffrey Etienne, who they just drafted. So we'll see how it plays out for them down the road. But yeah, the run game going away, that's one of the things. If this does not turn your way tomorrow, you're going to look back at that as not being able to run in the second half of the season, especially in this game. You look back at week 2. Cardinals are terrible, and you lost to that football team. You beat them. Well, this game wouldn't matter because you already had Tampa over back in week 16, basically.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll wait. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's disappointing. Yeah. Want it from a hometown. Be able to celebrate. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow.
In a different way, but, you got to see what happens.
Maybe it's a dream delayed, not denied. We'll see.
Well, everyone in Carolina just became the Atlanta Falcons' biggest fans.
And everyone in Carolina just threw up.
Well, yeah, you guys had mentioned it, though, too, and especially when those running games that kind of struggled, especially against New Orleans both times, too, being able to slow it down. And we know that Bryce can be clutch in those big moments, especially down the games late. But at the same time, a run game, you need it to really be an efficient offense, but especially an offense that you want to see do well in the postseason.
Yeah.
Guys. So, all right, well, we are going to take a break. We'll be right back. We'll have more with Carolina on the Plus. So stay with us, and we'll be right back.
Well, instead of a win every other week, Panthers team, the letdown Panthers showed up in a loss at Tampa Bay. Made it very interesting there at the end. We've had an interesting day here at WCNC on WCNC Plus. We started our watch party in the pregame at 4 o'clock. We had a loaded roster of guests, including Logan Campbell, who is dedicated and going to stay with me here for a little bit. Logan's from our news partner at WFMY in Greensboro, covers the Panthers full-time as well. So just initial thoughts on this loss, Logan. Panthers still have a chance. Going to have to take the back door in the playoffs instead of kick down the front.
Yeah, I think what we're going to hear from Dave Canales in a little bit is another missed opportunity for the Panthers. They've been saying all week that they're not going to want it to come down to the games on Sunday. They're going to want to take care of business and get the win. And ultimately it fell short. And sure, you can blame officiating, you can blame the turnovers, but really I think the glaring issue was the offense. They really could not get the run game going at all, averaging 1.4 yards per carry, or was it 1.7? I can't remember off the top of my head. But either way, not great, and it's hard to win games, especially when your bread and butter is the offense, or is the run game.
Yeah, and it was the team's bread and butter in that winning streak in October, a little bit into November, but really as we broke down the last, 6, 7, 8 games, it has kind of gone away from them a little bit. And they went from averaging like 133 yards per game as a team to 100, which again for an individual rusher is great, not for a team. Today they had 4 rushing yards at halftime. They finished with just 19. That stat is as jarring as the one last week that saw Bryce Young have 16 passing yards at halftime and 54 for the game. This time around, it was the run game and the muck and the mire down there in Tampa Bay. And Tampa was able to get theirs going pretty well. They had 140 after having about 170 the last time. So the situation at hand now is this. The Panthers will, like all of us involved in anybody NFC South, will be watching at 1 o'clock tomorrow as Atlanta hosts New Orleans. If Atlanta wins, the Panthers are in. Everybody at the top is 8-9. Panthers have the 3-team tiebreak for the division. If New Orleans wins, Tampa Bay is in. That is just Tampa's second victory since Halloween. The first one came in early to mid-November against the Cardinals. So the Bucs, they had life. They smelled a little blood in the water, and they took advantage. Baker Mayfield made some magic all day, and now the Buccaneers have every bit of a chance as the Panthers do to get in the playoffs.
I think we saw vintage Baker Mayfield out there. He looked like the Oklahoma Baker Mayfield that everyone fell in love with. And we knew coming into this game that he was going to play with a certain grit and tenacity. No way he was going to get swept by the Panthers and the Falcons. It's unfortunate. The defense, they did have a relatively good game in my opinion, but we just saw Baker do what Baker does best, and that just plays with a certain level of aggressiveness.
Yeah, and they have played well enough to win the last couple of weeks, even against Seattle.
Yeah.
But you're talking about a team, if the Panthers somehow sneak into the playoffs, losers of 2 straight, pathetic offensive performances, 2 straight weeks. I kind of get Seattle, maybe not to that degree, 54 passing yards, but against a Bucs team that was there to be had defensively, especially in the back end, they really didn't take advantage till late in the game. So here's what we're going to do here on WCNC Plus to wrap up this 16-14 Carolina Panthers loss at Tampa. We are going to hear from head coach Dave Canales on this loss. We're going to hear from Bryce Young on this loss. Bryce, as you guys mentioned there in the watch party, 24 for 35, 266 yards, 2 touchdowns, had the back-breaking pick, and that is going to haunt him. But he played, well enough. It was that run game they could never get going. It was just like they were spinning their legs in that mud down there in Tampa. The officiating, though, and listen, I never want to make it about that, but if you look on the Twitter sphere and social media, it is a lot about that, and not from people who are biased about the Panthers. You talk about the lateral that the backwards pass that they blew dead, giving Rico Dowdle no chance, and then the offensive pass interference, the helmet rip too.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to absolutely question this officiating crew. I'll be very interested in what Dave Canales has to say about it, and Bryce Young, because I don't know if you happen to catch it. I've never seen Bryce that mad. He was absolutely tearing into that ref, who seemed to say, yeah, no, we kind of missed that.
Deservedly so. And T-Mac was also laying into him as well. I heard, obviously we couldn't hear the broadcast in here, but even the NFL rules analyst on ESPN's broadcast was really confused with what they were calling out there. And it's really unfortunate of how much of factor the officiating did have did play in this game. But like we said earlier, it's not just the officiating, it's also how the Panthers played. But it's just really unfortunate, the whole entire thing. And I think Panthers fans can sum this game up, this regular season finale, as very disappointing.
Yeah, and also disappointing. You'd go back to that drive early fourth quarter. They're down 16-7. They'd held Tampa to the field goal. They go down the field, 25-yard swing pass to Dowdle, 12-yard pass to Leggett. Leggett had a good drive there. And then on 1st and 10 in the red zone at the Tampa 20 on this slippery grass, they go flea flicker when not a lot of guys were able to stay on their feet most of the game, especially the running backs. And Rico Dowdle, I think was one of the guys who changed his cleats. He slips and the ball pops loose. I mean, that's I'm very interested to hear Canal's comments on that.
Same. And if we didn't see how the rest of the game played out, you would have thought that play right there was the nail in the coffin for the Panthers. It was, you're inside the 30-yard line. Why are you calling a flea flicker in the first place? We all were very confused by that play. I'm very interested to hear why they decided to do that. And I understand, Dave wanted to break out the trick plays and get some momentum going, but they already had momentum on their side at that point with a huge pass to T-Mac to even get inside the 30-yard line. It was just very, very confusing, and I don't know why they waited so late to call a play like that. And like you mentioned earlier, just letting it rip downfield. Why are we waiting until the final drive in the fourth quarter to do that when you know that that's what Bryce Young has been good at this season? Like, I get the weather was kind of a factor in this game, but at certain points in games like this, you have to just let it loose earlier in the game.
And again, I'm sure they felt really good about that play in practice.
Sure.
And, the mostly dry air this week in Carolina. Getting down there, getting on the wet grass, having maybe a wet ball. And I mean, they seemed poised on that drive and poised to at least be able to kick a field goal and then have a touchdown be the deciding factor. But instead, that's what they go with. So, listen, I guess you're happy with getting into the dance as any way you can, but it just feels like there's this lingering letdown again here in the Carolinas, even if they do get in tomorrow.
I know. That's just the weird thing is now it's a wait and see kind of game, but even if you do get in, can you really celebrate it? Because sure, you're not going to apologize for getting in the playoffs. Absolutely not. No one wants that. Everyone wants the Panthers to make the playoffs, but it just feels a little bit different knowing that they didn't get the win that they thought that they deserved to get to punch their ticket into the playoffs. So it's a little bit weird, and it's weird that everyone's going to be cheering on the Atlanta Falcons, and we want...
It's the second time in like a month.
Yeah,
so.
And we want Kirk Cousins to go out there and get a win and, hope that Tyler Shuck doesn't burn the Panthers for 3 times this year. So it's just really weird, and I as people who cover the team, and I'm sure all the fans that are watching us, we feel disappointed. So I can only imagine how the players and Dave Canales are feeling after this game.
And what they'll point to is the big wins. If they get in, they deserve to be in. That's the way the NFL is structured. They'd be division champs based on the tiebreakers, and they had the 3-game winning streak in October. They had the win at Lambeau Field. They have the sweep over the Falcons. They have the win over the Rams. They have the first win over Tampa Bay. So no doubt they would deserve it. I guess it just you wanted to ride this momentum into the end of into the off season, and now if the Saints win tomorrow, that's kind of gone. And if you get in, you're going to play one of the NFC West teams, and they're all good enough to win divisions all across the NFC. So it's going to be a really tough draw. But I think it'll be a good atmosphere at home. But I think if they had swept the Bucs today, won the division outright, it would have been absolutely incredible at Bank of America Stadium. But we'll see what it holds next week if it comes to that.
Absolutely. And hopefully, this is the first time in a long time if the Panthers happen to make the playoffs that they will have a home game in the playoffs. So hopefully that alone will just make the fans want to come out, because who knows when this could happen again in this league. It changes so much from year to year. So hopefully the Falcons are able to get it done and the Panthers are able to come back and play next week. But I guess my question is, where do you go from here? Like, sure, you get in and you have a week to turn it around, but like you said, you play the NFC West, one of the best divisions in football right now. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless, in the offseason, a lot of questions need to be asked about the play calling, who is doing the play calling. I know you guys discussed that in here. Obviously, there will be questions about Bryce Young. He had a bounce-back game today in a lot of respects, and there's some decisions to be made there, although, I think we can count him being here at least in 2026. And I think he needs more weapons. I mean, listen, Jalen Coker and Xavier Legette had a really good finish to the game. The tight ends kind of patchworked things together. Tommy Tremble scores a touchdown. Mitchell Evans had a part in the game today. But, you have to have more weapons on offense to help Bryce Young because he's a quarterback that needs that support. You have to fix whatever broke in the run game over the back half of the season, and you need to get that off-ball linebacker and that pass rusher. I'm surprised that they sacked Baker Mayfield twice. It didn't seem like there was a whole lot of pressure on him all game. No. And then the Bucs really did whatever they wanted for the most part in this game with their running backs and their tight ends. And that to me just points out to they were thin coming in at linebacker due to injuries, but even just on the roster in general, they're thin at that position. So, they still have to continue to fill out this roster at key spots.
Yeah, it was actually incredible to me to watch this game and just see how much time Baker Mayfield had with the ball. He was holding it for at least 7 seconds at a time, and the fact that he had that much time and still was able to weave and not get tackled from the Carolina defense was hard to watch. So I think you hit the nail on the head with everything that they need to address coming into the offseason. Hopefully it's pushed back a little bit further, but today Jalen Coker had a great game. I thought Tommy Tremble had a fantastic game. We haven't seen too much from him this year, and just getting the tight ends more involved, I think, would be a huge thing moving forward. But I think the biggest thing is the play calling, because that's been on and off all season. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad. So just somehow finding consistency, and whether that's bringing in new experienced players or switching things up completely, they're going to have to figure out how to make things consistent.
Yeah, and they have disastrous plays. We saw it in the first 2 weeks of the season that really buried them. Those were two crucial losses. They should have had the game at Arizona. They didn't. They wouldn't have been in this position today if they had won that game. And then you look at third downs. This is one of the worst third down defenses in the NFL. They let Tampa convert 8 of 15 in a game with the conditions like there were today. I think that is, that's unacceptable, certainly, if not inexcusable. And on offense, Carolina converting just 1 for 8. Now, if you extrapolate out to fourth down efficiency, they were 3 for 10 total. Still not a good number, 30%, but 1 for 8 third down offense and 8 for 15 third down defense. Absolutely not going to get it done in any day, especially when you are -2 in the turnover department. Two fumbles lost, 1 interception. One of the fumbles was the crazy play at the end. Damian Lewis, the guard, didn't really have a chance. So, -1 in the turnover margin, I think, is what we'll go. Tampa dominated time of possession by 15 minutes. Carolina's defense had to be absolutely gassed. They still gave up just 16 points. Great job on the special teams block as well. Ryan Fitzgerald has been so good all year. I'm not sure what happened on that field goal. We're all kind of in studio doing, I'm not sure if there was ever a close replay of why that ball came off his foot like it did. You got to probably imagine it was the conditions, though.
Yeah, he kind of slipped a little bit.
Yeah, so he slipped too, and it just, that factors in too in a 2-point loss. As Logan Campbell joins me on WCNC Plus, we are awaiting Dave Canales' press conference to complete. I know you guys had the conversation here about offensive play calling. I think he has proven himself enough as a culture builder here to feel comfortable maybe taking that part of his job and delegating it. And there's going to be some really interesting coaching options out there. I mean, Brian Daboll from the Giants, didn't work out as a head coach, but is a good play caller. You've got other guys like that. I'm not sure Cliff Kingsbury is going to stay in Washington or get another job. And I'm not saying those guys specifically, but I think you can bring somebody in that is their focus. They can get the whole offseason to kind of figure things out, strengths, weaknesses, where they can improve, and let Dave Canales do what I think he's done a really good job of, and that is build the culture here in Carolina. I don't think it's somebody in-house. I know he really likes Brad Idzik. He may have a bright future, but to me, there's not much difference between the two, and I think they collaborate a lot on play calling. So I think after these two games, 54 passing yards against Seattle, 19 rushing yards down in Tampa, and a gotta-have-it game, I think you really have to take a hard look at bringing somebody else in.
I agree, and I think that's a hard thing to take a step back and realize, okay, maybe that's an area where we are falling short. But even when you look at not even like these last two losses, but every other game, and Bryce is barely putting together 100 yards, passing yards, it's tough. And I do think that they need a complete reset when it comes to offensive play calling. I agree with you. I think Dave Canales has done a great job just rallying this group together, creating a group that wants to fight and play for each other and play for Dave Canales. I think he's done an exceptional job just changing the winning mentality that these players have, but they need someone to come in and just focus on the offense, focus on the play calling, and leave Dave Canales to the culture, because he's doing a great job. Continue to build off of that and just take a hat off of his head and give that to someone else. I think that will be a night and day difference from what we're seeing this year. And not that this year has been terrible completely across the board, but it is an area that the Panthers have been lacking.
Progress has been made. I think progress in a bad division led to a lot of situations where they just couldn't take that next step, and that leads to all of these letdowns week after week after every other week, and now 2 weeks in a row. We'll see if they are playing next week. We're going to be right back here on Panthers on the Plus post-game show, and we are going to hear from Dave Canales and Bryce Young about this disappointing loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road. Welcome back to Panthers on the Plus post-game show after a 16-14 loss for Carolina at Tampa. The Panthers still alive for the division race if Atlanta wins tomorrow. Joining me from WFMY in Greensboro is Logan Campbell. Logan, we are about to hear from head coach Dave Canales. If we're not down there, if you were, what would your first question be?
What went behind that flea flicker call? That is, I think the one question that everyone wants to know about. That was such a huge momentum killer, and some would say the nail in the coffin in this game, although the Panthers were starting to mount a comeback at the end. I think just with everything that was happening beforehand, you were driving, you were inside the 30-yard line, and then you decide to call that play, especially with the wet conditions. I'm just very curious to hear what he has to say about that.
I'd be interested to know about the 19 rushing yards, and I get the conditions are a factor,
right. But
the Bucs played on the same field, and they had 140 rushing yards. So both sides of the ball, why was it so imbalanced like that between the two teams? And I guess the next question I want to know is, how do you feel going into tomorrow knowing that you could actually still get into the playoffs, but you have to leave it in somebody else's hands? There's when you cover the Panthers or you're around this franchise, there's some like nightmare scenarios. Some of these games at Tampa, some of these games in the past at New Orleans and Atlanta that have burned them in the past, and this year one of the Tyler Shuck's living in their nightmares. Yeah. And I know they're down some key weapons on offense, but man, they may need they're going to be pretty tight watching that game tomorrow.
Absolutely, as they should be. First of all, this is the NFC South. It has clearly been one of the craziest divisions in the NFL this year. But do you really want to put your fate in the hands of the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins? No, you didn't, but you didn't win, so now you just have to sit and watch. And Tyler Shuck has already burned the Panthers twice this year. It could happen a third time. You never know. And just with how these games have been recently, it's like you said, this is kind of the worst case scenario, nightmare fuel that the Panthers are going to have to go to bed if they can even sleep tonight, knowing what's ahead of them tomorrow.
Yeah, man, what a letdown. We're going to hear from Dave Canales here shortly, I believe, Jeb. We're still waiting on that press conference to roll in. Can't show it until it is over, and then we will, of course, hear from Bryce Young, who I know has a lot of questions about the officiating. Logan, what did you see from Bryce Young, just like from not from just a quarterbacking standpoint, but from just a leadership standpoint today?
Yeah, I think he's coming into this year, everyone was questioning, how can he build momentum off of last season, knowing just how he ended significantly better than he did. And then he said that he wanted to take a bigger leadership role. I think we saw both of those things happen this year. I think that he's looked so much more confident, so much more comfortable. Yes, of course, there are ups and downs that we have saw with Bryce Young, but I think overall, just seeing the steps forward that he's taken, he looks so much better this year than he did last year. And I think it's for sure a quarterback that you're going to want to exercise your fifth-year option on and have him come back to next year knowing that you can continue to build off of this season. And then you bring up the leadership standpoint. I think that this is now a guy that the locker room believes in and that they rally behind. I think the way that him and Dave Canales work together has been so much better this year compared to last year as well. And I know that this is a guy that his teammates love and they want to have him back under center. So personally, I have liked what I've seen from Bryce Young this year. Do I love every single second and every single time he's and every single play out on the field? No, but that comes with a younger quarterback. I think what we saw this year, though, has been great, and he is continuing to take steps in the right direction. And even tonight, in this loss to Tampa Bay, I still think that he looked pretty decent, especially in that fourth quarter. Yeah,
listen, I think he got baited into that interception by the cornerback and did a nice job of kind of backing way off and then jumping it. But the touchdown pass to Jalen Coker, the deep ball down the field to T-Mac that proved to be big on that drive. I mean, those were great passes. He's had more of those moments this year than he's had the catastrophic moments. So I think that is a step forward for him. And when we're kind of debating whether Dave Canales needs to bring in an outside play caller, the one thing I would say is things finally just got stable around here for Bryce. But then you look at Baker Mayfield, who I believe, I still think the streak is alive. He's had a different offensive coordinator every single season of his career, and he's turned himself into a darn good professional quarterback. So I think, there would still be stability there if you bring in the right play caller and say, okay, we got you here. Now we're bringing somebody in to take you in the offense here as we await for Dave Canales' post-game press conference. I'm not sure how long that takes to get in. So it looks like it's in, Jeb. So we're going to hear from Dave Canales on the 16-14 loss at Tampa Bay. Panthers still alive for the playoffs, though.
First of all, just say congratulations to the Bucs. They played phenomenally on defense today. Offensively, they made some points. They capitalized on some of our turnovers, and they had those early scores, and our defense kind of settled in and made them settle for field goals, which puts us right back into the game at the end there. But I'm proud of our group. I'm proud of the way we battle, the way we played all the way to the end. Just believing if we got time and downs, we got a chance in this thing. And the way the guys came together and fought together, I was really proud of that part. And now, it's in the hands of another game, and that's not what we were hoping for, but there's still hope. They're still alive, and, the locker room certainly is sick about a missed opportunity, but I can't take anything away from the Bucs and the way they played today.
Dave, I know that you never want to leave it to the officials. there were a couple of really controversial calls. Did you get any explanations for those in real time?
I did. I don't really want to get into that because we just didn't play well enough, offensively speaking. You know, we didn't get our run game going. A bad day on third down, which doesn't give us an opportunity to extend the drives and really have a balanced offense the way that we can play. Some missed opportunities out there. So it really just has to be on us and about the execution and all of us making sure we're in the right place at the right time.
In a game this close, when you're right there at the end, does officiating not come into play?
I mean, certainly is a factor, but at the same time, there's a whole game that we got to consider, and we didn't get enough done, and that's what we got to look at ourselves, and the things that we missed, and I'm sure there's going to be some opportunities, when we watch the film that we're going to wish we'd have had.
Dave, you had a flea flicker that went awry.
Yeah.
What was that?
An aggressive call. Knew they were going to play us in single high right there, and we just, Rico slipped on the exchange, and we took a shot right there. I liked the call. I liked the opportunity that it presented us right there in the red zone to take advantage of it, and we didn't get that done.
What was supposed to?
Well, he just slipped. That's all.
No, not that. But what was open? What did you want to throw?
Well, I don't want to get into that. We got another game potentially.
Do you like that play? Is that part of the team?
Absolutely.
Why?
It's just an aggressive call that I had the right look on.
What happened to the running game today?
Bucks played us really well. We didn't block them good enough. They disrupted us up front. They fit their gaps and made sure we were getting, ones, twos, and threes, and just really, stopped our run game. And so we had to do some other things and try to make some yards.
How much did the weather affect, especially in the first half?
Yeah, weather was certainly a factor, but it was weather for the Bucks too, and they found a way to execute, and we didn't.
Are you saying that you're just coming off the field? Do you watch Falcons Saints tomorrow? Do you prefer to win?
Oh, I mean, shoot! I think we're all going to be on the seat of on the edge of our seats tomorrow, watching that game. Hoping for the outcome. Hoping for the Falcons to pull through. But at the same time, at least we have that hope to look at. But we have to look at ourselves, and we have to make sure that in these championship moments that we play our best.
What happened on that interception first half of Bryce?
Guy made a jump on the ball.
Will you watch the game as a team?
This game? Oh, not as a team, no. We'll all be watching for them.
To that point, as you said, if you had a chance today, you guys could have clinched last week.
Yeah.
How disappointing not to get it done either week?
Missed opportunities, absolutely. These are the championship moments that we live for, that we prepare for, that we talk about, and to not be able to get that done, to not be able to play our best football in these moments, those certainly that's what we're all disappointed about, the whole group together, and we have to find a way to be able to play in these types of games, and I'm really excited about our group. I'm really excited about the different pieces that we're getting going, and I told the group, it's like we don't ever have to feel this way again. We can build from this. We have to take the next steps and make sure that we show up with a championship mindset.
Dave, they mentioned on the broadcast that several guys went to longer spikes and there was some gloves. How big a factor were the conditions?
Yeah, I mean, the turf was what it was, and we could tell that pregame, and guys felt comfortable with certain footwear, and, we had a couple of slips, and guys wanted to go to a longer, they had long enough cleats to begin with, but they wanted to go to a longer, type of cleat to have that foot in the ground, and so any edge you can get, any competitive edge you can find, it's worth trying, especially in this game.
What's the message you should leave the guys with now, not knowing the next time you see them what the results are?
Just the pride that I have for this group, what we've built, and putting ourselves in this position to play good football down the stretch. And I left them with that, and also just, hey, you never know what could happen, guys. We have to be mentally ready, mentally prepared for whatever happens tomorrow.
You guys get in.
What's that?
What did you think of the pass interference?
There's hands extended. I was not watching T-Mac on the play, so I was kind of watching, the entire secondary and kind of seeing where the ball was going to go. He certainly had an opportunity. Got to just go with what they called live, and I'm sure I'll have a chance to look at it and see what it is.
Bryce was visibly upset. We saw on the telecast talking to the officials about that call. I know that you have head coaching and play calling duties. In that instance, is there somebody on the sideline who kind of talks to the ref and advocates for the team?
I spoke with them. They're not going to overturn that call live, but I spoke with them right after it happened. I just wanted to know, what did you see and what was the call? So.
Is that reference to the OPI or the lateral pass? bit a little early?
It was the OPI that I was just talking to him to.
They talked to me about the other play where there was kind of like an air. It seemed to be an air whistle, and Rico, stopped the play. They didn't.
No, I didn't talk to them about that.
How do you feel about Bryce's level of execution?
I felt like he was competitive and gave our guys some chances. And early on, it was wet. He lasered some balls in there. Thought a couple of third downs that we could have, converted early in the game, I think would have helped us just continue our rhythm offensively.
Dave, the winner of this division is going to have a losing record. Your reaction to people who might be critical of that and say this division shouldn't host a playoff game?
It's a grimy, gritty division, and between our team, between the Falcons and the Bucks, we've had our share of wins against top opponents around this league, and we all play a similar style of football, and the pride of it is on just physicality and playing really tough, and that's where this division is headed. I'm proud to be a part of it, and whatever the record ends up at the end, I know that for whoever gets to get into this postseason, they're going to bring a physical brand of football, and I think that travels well. Running the football and defense really travels well. We weren't able to get the running part done today, but I'm proud to be a part of this division, and I know going forward in the future, this is something that is exciting, but also just seeing the different teams that are around, the challenges that are presented by finding out who gets to win this division and who's going to compete for it.
Thank you very much, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, again, that was head coach Dave Canales after a disappointing 16-14 loss at Tampa Bay to close the regular season, but the Panthers still in it. If Atlanta beats the Saints tomorrow, he said he will be on the edge of his seat when that game kicks off at 1 o'clock. We want you to stay with us because we're going to hear from Bryce Young, who had a pretty solid outing, and he was about as mad as I've ever seen him at the officials today after one of those maybe three calls that really, you could look at and say did not go the Panthers' way at all. That's coming up. All right, welcome back to Panthers on the Plus live post-game show after the Panthers lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to close the regular season. Still alive tomorrow with that 1 o'clock Atlanta game. We just heard from head coach Dave Canales, who really first and foremost talked about the inability to get the run game going. Just 19 yards at Tampa. The Bucs, conversely, on the same playing surface had 140. Obviously, there was the questionable flea flicker call there with the Panthers driving to try to go down just one score late in the game, early in the fourth quarter. He defended that, saying it was an aggressive call. They liked the play. Rico Dowdle slipped on the surface on that play and really did not get a whole lot into the officiating, but as we've seen not just from folks involved with the Panthers who cover the Panthers. Jeb, I saw Chris Carter, a Hall of Fame wide receiver, tweet about that offensive pass interference call against Tetairo McMillan. I think the most egregious one was the backwards pass that was blown dead that Rico Dowdle had a chance to do something with. Bryce Young was obviously very upset with the officials on that play, more upset than I've ever seen him, and he has taken the podium. We will get a listen to the Panthers quarterback after a 266-yard, 2-touchdown, 1 interception performance.
Questions for Bryce? Bryce, just your overall emotions right now.
Yeah, obviously doesn't feel great. Yeah, not a great feeling. Obviously, stuff's out of our hands right now, but I do want to say how proud I am of this team. I love being a part of this team. The fight that we've shown all year, the fight that we always have, the resolve. Again, not feeling what we want to right now, but I wouldn't want to be in this position in this year, this season with any other group. We'll sit by the TV tomorrow.
Obviously, Bryce, we're looking at one more game that potentially could involve this team getting into the playoffs. So how do you stay motivated knowing it's not how you're going to be able to control this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to stay motivated if it goes that way. Obviously we understand that opportunity. It's been a goal of ours. Winning the South has been a goal of ours since day one. So getting that opportunity, obviously that's no need to. You're not gonna have any lack of motivation there. But obviously, it's out of our hands now.
Bryce, can you help us understand what worked in the passing game, sort of the last 3 quarters that maybe didn't work in the first few drives there? What got things going a little bit?
I think we just found our rhythm a little bit. People around me did a great job. Obviously you want to be able to have that for all 4 quarters, so I take ownership in that, being able to do a better job and facilitating making something happen so that it can be consistent. But yeah, it wasn't enough today.
On the flea flicker, can you just sort of describe what you saw and what happened?
Yeah, Rico slipped. I mean, it's one of those freak plays. You lose your balance as you're tossing the ball back, which is, that's one of those freak plays that, it's not a football thing that normally happens. So, try getting the ball, try to pick it up, then get on it, didn't get that. It's just an unfortunate thing. Part of the game, just unfortunate break.
Did you just make a split-second? Hold on, Did you just make a split-second decision to try to pick it up and do something as opposed to dive on it?
Yeah, I think probably natural instinct was to try to pick it up, and then, wasn't what happened. Obviously, in hindsight, ball touched my hands. It should end there. So I take all the ownership for that.
Bryce, that was about a minute, but I've never seen you after the backwards pass. His cousins were doing low. Your discussion with the official, what were you reading to him?
Yeah, I was confused originally just because, we got scooted back. There wasn't like they didn't tell us anything or anything. We're just, now we're in a different position. Again, tough break is what it is. That's not why we lost. That's not why we didn't get it done. I look in the mirrors first. There's stuff that I could have done better. We're all guys that take ownership. That's not the reason. We just credit to our opponent. We weren't good enough today.
Bryce, can you imagine what you'll be feeling tomorrow watching without
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see if I haven't thought about it. Yeah, it would be a tough one to might not even watch, to be honest with you. I might just see how it ends up. It's on us for that being our reality. We had an opportunity to take it. Now we have to leave it in someone else's hands, so we take ownership in that.
Have you ever experienced something like this at all in the season where you sort of, you said you had to rely on something else to fall in place?
First time for everything, so, see how it goes.
Everybody good? Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Clearly disappointed Bryce Young, who says he may not even watch tomorrow's Atlanta at New Orleans game because this team had every chance with the division in their own hands, but they gave the keys over to the Bucs several times, and now they give the keys to the Atlanta Falcons. They're old friends from down south who they swept this year. And, just think about this. The NFC South de facto championship game now shifts to a contest tomorrow between two teams that have been eliminated from the playoffs for the better part of the last month. What a crazy year for this division. The Panthers need to hope that the Falcons, who are favored by 3.5 points, beat the Saints, who are banged up but still have rookie quarterback Tyler Shugg, who's burned the Panthers in their head-to-head matchups twice. He's going to try to burn them tomorrow down in Atlanta. And, of course, we will be having full coverage tomorrow on WCNC Charlotte, both before and after Sunday Night Football between Ravens and Steelers. And we'll have coverage of this game tonight on WCNC Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Our own Danielle Stein is there. And regardless of how this goes this weekend, whether the Panthers are in and hosting a home playoff game or they are eliminated, we will be back with Panthers on the Plus Monday night at 9 o'clock. We'll see you then.